Goldsworthy. Good morning!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Hello there, very good morning to you. I'm Debbie Shaw and I'm going to be with you for the next 5 hours on this last day of our Quilt Festival event. And oh my word, we've got such an amazing day for you. And also it's the last day of our giveaway as well. So just to let you know that anything that you buy, you're going to put into a drawer where you could each, or two of you could each win £100 SewingStreet credit. Oh, what you're going to spend your £100 on. So you don't have to do anything. You don't have to come up with a fancy slogan. You don't have to fill in a postcard. All you need to do is to make a purchase, and that could be from anything that we have in the shows or from anything that we have on the website as well. And I don't even think about it. You will automatically be entered for that one. So today, oh gosh, we have 3 guests. All of our shows are absolutely jam-packed full. So coming up in just a second, I'm going to introduce you to Robin Long from Robin Ruth with some amazing rulers. It's her first time over here, first time on SewingStreet and in the UK, and we've just plucked her straight from the Festival of Quilt. So I want a big welcome for her when we introduce you in just a second, because it's quite an honour. And then we have Lynne Goldsworthy for a couple of shows, and we also have Sandra from Sanntangle with her amazing fabric designs and kits as well. So I'm really excited. So here's a quick recap. American quilter Robin Ruth at 8 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, one sparkling double wedding ring quilt with Lynne. At 10 o'clock, we have Sandra with Sanntangle hits, and there's loads of the shows, honestly. At 11 o'clock, Kaffe Fassett Riva quilt with Lynne, and Sandra's back again at 12 o'clock. With more hits and deals for you there as well. If you can't stay with us for the whole morning, it'd be lovely if you had a look on the website and take advantage of the amazing prices and the amazing products that we've got coming up. And if you'd like to be in touch, come in touch with us. Come and say hello. So if you go to the website, you can message the studio, or that's the email address, studio@sewingstreet.com. If you go to the website, there's a message box there. Or you can Facebook us if you wish. I've got my iPad here so I can answer any questions and pass on any message and ask questions to our guest as well. So Facebook comes directly to me, and the others will be when you hear message on your bottom. Comes up at the bottom of the screen. But as every other day, we're going to start with our early bird, and today is amazing. Because look what we've got. We have the best scissors in the world. Let me just open this and show you. So it's a starter sew line quilting set. So these are the snips. They are amazing. They're amazing. And I use them all the time. I've got both of the sizes. In here, you have your fabric pencil and refills. And then also is your fabric glue pen with refills. This one is a permanent marker. And aqua eraser, so water erasable pen. And this one is your chalk. Oh no, water eraser. Oh, erasable. And that is your fabric eraser. And then you've got a little bit of info, a lovely Georgette bag, so it makes a perfect gift. Now, it's called a starter set. Brilliant if you're a beginner, isn't it? Or you want to give this as a gift to somebody who just started sewing. I use every single one of these products, and you can never have enough. I haven't just started sewing. I started about 130 years ago. So sometimes it feels like that, particularly at 3 o'clock in the morning. The scissors are seriously amazing. If you've seen any of my demonstrations or anything that I do sewing-wise, I use these and the larger scissors. They are fantastic. They're left or right-handed. They're incredibly sharp, and they're sharp right up to the point. So much so that do remember to put the guard on afterwards, because you've dropped that on your foot. You're going to know about it. And everything else here are things that you're going to use, and it's nice that they're refillable, but they are consumables. So even if you have those already, there's no harm in having more. I just want to show you these, though. They're just lovely. Oh, I've got something to cut. There's only paper here to cut, and I should get the sack if I use paper. But you know when you need to make little tiny snips, if you're snipping around curves or you're snipping threads, they're sharp right up to them. Not all scissors are. If you've got scissors and snips that you're just using that part of the scissors because that's the sharpest bit, need some new ones. And these are the ones to go for. Thank you. So just a tiny, 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 little tiny, tiny snips. Look. Oh, If you're watching and you don't sew, if it just happened upon us, you're going to think, silly devil, what's she on about? But look, tiny, tiny little snips. If you're cutting tiny, tiny little threads. I mean, you can cut with them, of course, the scissors, but that's what really impresses me. And again, they're left and right-handed. So all of that for £54.99? Don't think so. Don't think so. It's an early bird. We've got lots of these. Oh, not so many. We have to buy a lot to get the best price. It's like shopping at a cash and carry. The more you buy, the better deal you get. So are we going to do a deal? Should we do a deal? £29.99. I know we're out of our Christmas event, but if you're looking at a Christmas present for somebody who sews, you can't buy anything better, seriously. I'd honestly, £29.99, that's got to be cost, surely. Because these are about £20 on their own, aren't they? Little scissors. So take advantage. You can buy as many of those as you like, and the more you buy, the more often you're going to be into that prize draw. How's that? And just really quickly, because I know you want to meet Robin, if you are new to us, go through to checkout with these, or with anything that you're buying, because it's not yours until you've paid for it. But if you come back for anything else throughout the course of the day, we don't invoice you, or we don't take any money from your credit or debit card until midnight tonight. So anything else that you ordered will be put onto the same order, so you pay one postage throughout the whole day, and that is whether you're ordering just from products that we supply you or ordering from our guests where they supply you. It's still going to be one P&P for the whole day. So anything that you see, go through to checkout, and rest assured in the knowledge that you've got yourself a bargain to start with, but you've got hold of yours and your basket is open. We've got some messages in already. Hello, good morning, everybody. Who've we got? See if they go. Message on your bottom. Morning, Debbie. Oh, thank you very much. Drama last night. 2 power cuts. Oh, no. Oh, sewing by hand by candlelight then, Steph. Good morning. We get a lot of power cuts. Short ones, enough to kind of switch all your PC off and the lights go off and everything. And then Georgina messages. Well, hello, Georgina. Morning, Debbie. No better way to do my ironing than watching SewingStreet with amazing, talented guests. We have amazing, talented guests coming in today as well. Come and say hello on Facebook if you're there as well, won't you? Do come and be part of the shows today. You keep going through your early birds, and I want to introduce you to Robin. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Recovered from the Festival of Quilts, I hope?
I'm trying to be, yes. It was just amazing. This is my first time over for the Festival of Quilts, and it's just an amazing event.
Is it your first time in England?
No, we've been here before, but never been able to make it for the festival. So
there's nothing quite like it.
There really is nothing, not in America for sure. So, I mean, loads of beautiful quilts, obviously, and then just great people, lots of interesting vendors that I've never seen before. So that was fun.
Well, brand new to SewingStreet, so it's lovely to have you here. We did meet at the festival on Friday, didn't we?
Yes.
But for our viewers, just tell us a little bit about yourself and your background.
So I'm from the west coast of Washington State in the United States. I grew up in a little town called Ritzville near Spokane, Washington. I have to give a shout out to my people at home. But anyway, I grew up sewing, and I developed a ruler and books for strip-pieced mariner's compasses. So I can give you a little bit of history about how I came up with that. I did start sewing, in 1985. My grandma took me to my first quilt class, so I've been sewing since 1985. She was a prolific quilter, and my mom is the one who taught me how to sew. But in 1985, I also married my husband, who happened to be a submarine officer in the Navy. And so, of course, learning to quilt and playing with quilts, I wanted to make a mariner's compass. But if you take yourself back then, paper piecing wasn't even really a thing. You would buy Judy Matheson's book. She's an American quilter. And you would learn how to draft and your compass block. You'd cut out all the little pieces and try to put them together. But I'm a little bit of a problem solver, so I thought, there must be a better way, because also at that time rotary cutting was really coming into its heyday. And so I thought, there must be a way, and I'm a little bit of a problem solver. I like to figure things out. I'm not afraid of math. People think I'm a math major. I'm a communications major. But anyway, over the course of a summer between duty stations, I came up with a very rudimentary ruler that made the quilts I wanted. But quilting was just my hobby. So I went on with life. I owned a gift store for 16 years, raised my daughter, and went back to quilting kind of after she went off to college. And I got that crazy ruler out one day, and I thought, maybe this is something I could bring to market. So I launched my company, Robin Ruth Design, in 2015.
So did it take you a while to design the rulers? Was it,
Yes,
trial and
2
error?
years to get it to market. It didn't actually take me that long to actually design them, but to write the book, to get the rulers manufactured. I mean, I had the idea, I kind of knew how it would work, and of course I wanted to refine it to make sure that it was going to work for everybody. And here I am 11 years later, so I guess it works.
So I think we're familiar with Mariner's Compass, and I think it's one of those quilt designs that people think, oh, maybe I'm not ready. It looks really, really complicated.
Yes.
One day I might be able to do this. Could you give us some examples of what a Mariner's Compass is and the different styles?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, so that's so true. People are intimidated by the Mariner's Compass, but what I've done is made it into a strip piecing method, so it's very straightforward. So the books that come with the rulers, you can see right here on the front cover all the different kinds of blocks you can make, from a traditional Mariner's Compass to what I call companion blocks. These are variations on the compass, so compass sunflowers, round sunflowers, regular sunflowers. And if you take a quick peek at my rulers here, of course I'll be showing them later, you see a bunch of lines. Well, the lines are because you can make 16 sizes of my blocks in any block. So from a 6-inch all the way up to a 36-inch with either the skinny robin or the fat robin ruler.
Well, let's have a look at some of the quilts that you've actually brought with you, carried all the way from America and brought over here.
Yeah.
This is the quilt that's behind you. So what does this one feature?
So this one is a smaller, I think this is maybe a 14-inch block, a compass sunflower that's inside of a round sunflower, so a larger block. And that's the thing, because of all the sizes, I'm able to nest blocks together. So people first look at these and they're not sure, how does that go together? Well, this is just one block reverse appliqued under another inside of a Dresden. And then I use a faced applique technique, which I'll also demo as well.
Okay. And then some of the other quilts that you've brought over.
Okay,
This looks amazing. It's like a firework display.
Yeah, this is called Shooting Star, and this is an upcoming quilt. The fabric's designed by Sally Kelly. It's called Cosmos. And yes, obviously there were stars and moons and things in the fabric design. So sometimes I just use the fabric to inspire the design. And obviously with my compass blocks, I just wanted to make a giant shooting star. So that's what I've done here.
And that's we're going to be featuring later on in the year, so watch out for that. So get hold of your rulers now if you wanted to get ahead of the game.
And that last one was made with the skinny robin. The shooting star is made with the skinny. And then this is another one coming out in January. This is called Best Day Rose, and this is made with Jennifer Paganelli fabrics. Best Day is the name of the line by Wyndham. And this one, again, is made with the fat. And you can see there in the middle, I've done that similar thing. I do a lot of similar techniques where I nest blocks together, and then I just build it, adding layers of faced applique petals.
And if you have a look on Robin's website, there is an amazing quilt gallery there as well. And we're going to be giving you some QR codes later on, so get your mobile phone ready for a link to Robin's website and to some video tutorials as well. Yeah. But have a look at this one as well. Can we, I mean, these look so impressive and so big. Can we make smaller quilts as well?
Oh, of course. Like I said, you can make 6-inch blocks all the way up to 36.
So I can make cushion covers and table runners.
Exactly. And there's some really great free projects on my website. If you go to the free project page, there's some small projects, a tote bag, a wallet, a ruler pouch, a pillow. So just some things to get you started. So yeah, definitely check that out.
All right. Shall we, sorry, Helly, wasn't this in what we did? Oh, can we have a look at the QR codes?
Yes.
I know we're
of
going to do
course.
this
Yeah.
later on, but we're being asked for the QR codes because that's very generous of you.
Yeah.
So when we click on the code, or take a photograph on your smartphone, and it'll take us to where?
So the top one's going to take you to my free web app. So do check that out. That's just an app that's got all my video tutorials, all the blocks on there. There's actually a block design feature and a strip cutting calculator. So that's cool. The second one are the free video tutorials. So I have free video tutorials for making any block or any finishing technique in my system. The third one are those free projects that I was talking about, and there's some free tutorials on there as well for those projects, so you can check that out. And then the last one are member sew-alongs. So some of my patterns, like the quilt behind me, Summer Garden, have member sew-alongs. They're an extra purchase on my website. They're $15, but you and I are gonna make the entire quilt from start to finish, one-time fee. You go back and use those video tutorials whenever you want at your own pace.
That's amazing value. If you missed that or you hadn't got your phone ready, these shows will be on Facebook for a while, but on YouTube, so have a look back at YouTube later on. Morning, Jan. She says, good morning, Debbie and Robin. Hillary's messaged on Facebook and she says, I saw this amazing lady demo at Festival on Friday. I love her rulers.
Oh,
we've got some messages on the bottom as well. So Wendy, hello. Wendy says, good morning, Debbie and Robin. I met you both at the show and looking forward to hearing more about the Robin Ruth rulers. And Gillian, hello Gillian. Good morning, lovely to see you both this morning. The rulers look amazing. I need these. I love the shooting star quilt, and that's Jill from Heddon. Patricia, hello Patricia as well. And hi ladies, loving them all, but that star one, wow, I would love to have the skills to make that. You don't need the skills, you need the rulers. We'll give the details later. Goodness me, what gorgeous quilts. How long does it take to make these? I shall ask the question in just a second. I suppose it depends what skill level you're at with your sewing, doesn't it, Robin? Really?
It sure does. So most people, when they first start, I encourage them just to make a practice block, a mariner's compass block, and usually it takes them 2 to 3 hours. I can make a block in a half an hour.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're only going to get faster. So I really encourage people to make a sample block because you kind of get all your aha moments out of the way. It's not difficult at all. It's just different, right? You got to learn a ruler. But once you kind of see the method to my madness, you're like, oh, and then you go, what else can I make? So yeah. It doesn't take that long.
We have 2 different rulers for, we haven't put the details on the screen yet because it's nice to get to know Robin and what the whole thing is about. Yeah. But she has brought 2 2 different rulers. Now you can go for both of them and, oh, there we go, if you wish, or individually. Is that the both of them?
Yeah, so the blue is the skinny, the green is the fat. So the other one in the middle is the add-on. Yep.
Oh, sorry, I've got that.
That's okay, no.
Sorry about that. These 2. So basically, we've got fat and skinny. So what's the difference between the 2?
Yeah, so if you're looking here, excuse me, the skinny here on the left and the fat on the right, they make compass blocks exactly the same way. They're just based on different angles. With a 45-degree angle, you'll be able to make compasses with thinner points. The 60-degree angle, you're going to get chubbier points. But either ruler makes all 16 sizes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I can tell you just a little bit what comes in the book. Would
Yes,
that be
please.
helpful? So when you open up to the front covers, you'll see there's 4 color-coded chapters. And the way you know what chapter you're in is by these color-coded tabs that you can see as I'm flipping through the book. So that's how you know where you are. The first chapter is all about making the traditional mariner's compass. The second chapter are these companion blocks, so variations on the compass that you can make using my ruler. The third chapter is round finishing, so it's getting the centers finished into your block and then either appliquing them onto a background or sewing them into a background, and I'll show you some examples here. And then the fourth chapter is kind of my secret sauce, is my no circle finishing. So you can make compass blocks, actually whole quilts, without cutting a circle. So that is kind of exciting for a lot of people who I think they call themselves circle averse, maybe. But yeah, if you look at the back covers, these are all the blocks you can make. Excuse me.
Do you want some water?
I'm good, I think.
Okay.
In 16 sizes, so any of those blocks, compass parts, all the finishing techniques, both round and no circle finishing. There are 3 quilt patterns that come in each book, and a template sheet that has all the circle sizes you would need if you're doing the circle finishing.
So it's a really comprehensive book, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a ton of information in here, and again, with the free video tutorials, I'm going to walk you right through it.
Okay, so should we do that now? Should we have a look? See
Yeah,
how they
so
work?
I think what I'd like to do is just show people. So the rulers are here, and I say it's as easy as pie. So these are the basic building units for making your compass block. And I brought some videos, so I'm hoping maybe they can show the videos now, and hopefully I can see it and walk you through that.
Okay, we're just getting it lined up now.
Okay.
So you can see the different shapes there. So obviously the white triangles on the left are the
Skinny, and this is the fat. You can
wide
see
ones.
that it's chubbier. Okay, there I see it. All right, we're making a skinny compass. So you're going to start by sewing 2 strips, and then we cut angled units. And because it's skinny, we're cutting those at a 45-degree angle. Then we're going to take those units and chop them up. We cut off the background triangle, and you save that for a minute. Now you use my ruler. You make 2 cuts, the bottom and the top. You're simply choosing the one line on each side of that kite for your size block. Then we take those triangles and we sew them back on. Do you see pie? Pie, again, is the basic building unit, and you're halfway done. We're going to take 4 of those 8 pie, and we're going to sew them onto the next strip, cut them apart. We're really repeating here. You're going to use my ruler again to make those same 2 cuts. You're just going to turn it around and use the other kite. Add your reserved pies on the other side. Now we've got big pie. Those go on the last strip. You're going to make 1 more cut with my ruler. You're going to sew those 4 chunks together, and you have a mariner's compass. And so now it's showing just how you would add the center, that you can do a round finishing technique, or you can do my no circle finishing technique, which is there on the right-hand side. So in just a second, it's going to start in on my fat robin. Here we go. So I'm showing you this just because I want you to see it's the same exact technique, except we're cutting those angled units at a 60-degree angle. But now we're going to make pie using the same method. We cut off those background triangles and save them. And then we're going to use my ruler to make those same 2 cuts, the bottom and the top. And I will demo this in real life here in just a minute. Then we're going to take those triangles and sew them back on. So now we've got fat pie. We'll take 4 of those pies and sew them on the next strip. We'll cut them apart. You'll use my ruler again to make those same 2 cuts. We just turn it around and use the other kite. Add our reserved pies. Those go on the last strip. 1 more cut with my ruler. Sew those 4 chunks together, and you have a mariner's compass, only with chubbier points. So it's the exact same method to make either.
I think, I'm glad you brought that, Robin, thank you, because I think that makes everything very much clearer. Robin, as she said, is going to do this in real time in just a second. Do you want to buy them? Okay, you've learnt all about it, you've seen the inspiration, you understand the way that they work now. Let's give you the details. So this is the fat version. So I can open this. Go on, I'm doing it. Debbie Shaw, I do what I want. And let's show you what we've got inside here. So this is how your booklet and templates will come to you. These do have a protective film on the wrong side, so you can peel that away. And these are patterns. Oops. Trying to open all that up. And then this is your booklet. So it's £59.99. everything included that you see here, and as you saw when Robin flicked through this earlier, it's a really comprehensive booklet. Now remember, it's not just all of this information that you're receiving. Do make sure that you go back on YouTube and take a picture of those QR codes, and then you'll have the sew along that you can join in with if you wish, but you'll have lots of video support as well. So if this isn't clear enough, if you're still finding it intimidating, although everything is broken down and made very, very simple, then you do have support. You're not on your own. You will have lots of videos that you can then have a look at if you need to. So if you, was there 4 patterns in here, Robin, sorry?
3 patterns.
3 patterns
Yep.
in here as well. So 3 different designs that you can create just making that same block. And remember, you can make smaller blocks and bigger blocks. You could do matching. You could make a huge quilt or smaller projects. Maybe for the first time, make a cushion cover. If you're a little bit nervous and you don't want to invest in hundreds of pounds worth of fabric, then keep it small, build up your confidence, and then make it bigger. Now, for £59.99, you could get a standard ruler for £59.99. This is unique and it's exclusive. And this is what's going to make things easier for you. And it's, from what I've seen with you demonstrating at Festival, it's a little bit like choreography. Mm-hmm. And you'll get into the swing of things and using the different lines once you get used to that, remember. So again, that's £59.99. That is for the fat. Oh, lots of you there. Oh, I'm so pleased. I, like I said right at the beginning, I think Mariner's Compass is one of those I've thought before. I love the look of it. I love that design. I don't know if I'm ready for that. But this is an easy way, an accurate way of you to create what I think is the most impressive block, isn't it? So this is the skinny. So we've got longer points on this one. If you have a look on the website, there are a few more bits and bobs that you may wish to add that we'll go through later on, but if you want to get ahead of the game, have a look on there. So that's your skin, to show the difference between the two. That's your skinny, and that one's your fat. So you've got your longer, thinner points on the skinny one. And 3 projects in this booklet as well, Robin.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And your patterns, of course, included in there as well. And again, that's £59.99. Now, if you've got any questions or comments, during the show, Robin's going to, we've only got 1 hour and we've only got half an hour left. So if you do have any questions, then do email in, come through on Facebook, because that's really important, because when she's gone, don't know when we're going to be able to get her back again. So come and ask the question while we're here. Right. What would you like to show us?
Yeah, so I just wanted to show you, so once you make that raw block that I showed you on there, so here we have skinny on the left and fat on the right. Just a couple of things I want to quickly point out. You'll notice they look kind of wonky around the outside. I call the outside of these blocks Las Vegas, so you never have to match anything out there. What happens out there, right? But do notice there's plenty of room beyond those finish points for getting your blocks finished into your project. The first thing we're going to do is add a circle center. And I use a facing technique to do my circle centers. I'm just going to show this very quickly. Donna showed the template sheet. So there's a template sheet that's got all the circle sizes that you need. We're going to trace it onto freezer paper. We're going to press that on the back side of the fabric, and we're going to sandwich it with a non-fusible, lightweight interfacing. And I think Donna's going to show you that you guys have some of that here. And that's what I use for all of my faced applique. Then you're going to sew as close as you can to the freezer paper without sewing on it. So you can see my stitched circle here that I just had stitched around there. You're going to trim it neatly, and then you pinch up the back, the interfacing, make a little slit, and we're going to turn it right side out. So now I have a stable shape that will remain that shape until I get it into my project. And so then that would just go right in the middle. This is the fat Robin center. You just sew it down. And I don't do any of my applique by hand. I either use an edge stitch, a hem stitch. Another thing I think that they have here for you today is a monofilament thread I like to use a lot with a hem stitch. It looks like hand applique, but it's not. So that's how I...
I'm just interrupting. The monofilament thread?
Yeah.
That's a clear thread, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what stitch would you use with that?
I use a hem stitch. So you know how it goes 1, 2, 3, and then it makes a little zigzag, 1, 2, 3, and
Yeah.
it just, so if you
Okay.
do that, it just is catching it, and I reduce my stitch length, but it really is effective. It looks like hand quilting, but it's not.
Oh, fabulous.
So that's a little bit about the raw blocks. One last thing is, because it's strip piecing, every time I add a strip, I'm putting my block back on the straight of grain. So these blocks are a little more stable than other methods. So once we get the center in, the third chapter is that round finishing. So it's going to show you in there how to make the center. You're going to learn how to applique that block onto a background. And hopefully you can see here, I've just done an edge stitch to stitch that on. When you're done, yes, you can cut out that extra fabric from behind to reduce bulk. This is just my sample for showing. So that's one of the round finishing techniques. The next one is to be able to sew it into a background. So you would cut your hole out of the square, trim your block, and then sew it in. I do want you to notice I have a square in the middle of this block. So you're wondering, why isn't there not a circle? Well, I also have reverse applique techniques for finishing the center. So you press the last 4 points under, you stick a square of fabric underneath, you sew around the top, and you're done. So you don't have to put a circle in your compass block. The companion blocks for a compass sunflower, you'll get an octagon shape. For a sunflower, it's 16-sided. So it's really a fun way to finish your blocks. And then the no circle finishing, which I know you guys want to learn about, you cut this background strip wider, which gives you more room around the perimeter of the block around Las Vegas. So then it can be squared up twice into an octagon shape. Then all you need to do is add your 4 triangles and you're done. And then notice I did that reverse applique technique. Now, if you make those background triangles the same color, so I just added black triangles instead of the colored, can you tell there that I did not use a circle to finish that? And then I did a fussy cut flower for the center. So I call the center a creative opportunity, and what you do in the center is going to totally change the personality of your block. So, yeah.
So can you show us how the rulers actually work?
Yes, that's what I'm getting to next here. So here we go. Let me get a rotary cutter out here. So the first thing you do are cut those angled units. So I'm not going to take time to do that here. I'm going to grab my angle ruler though. So this is an add-on ruler that I've developed, and this is what I use to cut these angled units using my 45-degree angle. I'll just set this on here so that you can see how those were just cut at an angle, or the 60-degree angle, okay?
The details are on your screen for that ruler. For the first time, we have that ruler available for you.
Okay, perfect. And what's good about this, everybody's got a 45 or a 60-degree angle on their ruler, but they're on the ends.
Yeah.
Mine have it in the middle. There's also some other angles in here that I think will help you be more accurate making your blocks. So I just highly recommend this. You don't have to have it, but I think you'll want it.
Well, normally on most rulers, you'll have 45 and 60 and maybe a 15 if you're lucky.
Right.
On here, you've got 48.75, 67.5.
Yeah, so these are all derivatives of the 60 and the 45. So a lot of quilters come to me and say, oh my gosh, I used this for another project because I didn't have these angles on my other ruler.
Yeah.
So it's a handy ruler to have. So let's go ahead and make pies. We're going to make a skinny and a fat. So the first thing we're going to do is cut off the background triangles. And it's a simple thing to do. You just are going to use a straight edge ruler. I'm going to put the edge of the ruler at the bottom point, and I'm going to run my 1/4 inch line across the top of the seam. And the reason I'm doing that is we need to take this seam into account. So then when we cut it off, let's see, I didn't quite get it cut there. We have an isosceles triangle for you geometry buffs, okay? So that these sides are more the same. If I just went from point to point, I would have one side shorter, okay? So I've cut that off. I'm gonna do that also now for the fat. So this is really simple. Again, edge of the ruler, 1/4 inch line across the top of the seam.
I think we need a new blade,
I
don't
think
we?
maybe, it's That's all right. And you're gonna get an equilateral triangle, okay? So that's where you start. Now is where you make those 2 cuts with my ruler. So I'm gonna try to do this. This is very quick. We don't have a lot of time here, but first I want you just to notice that these are kites on my ruler. There's an A and a B, and you saw first we're gonna start with one kite and then the other, but I'm just gonna use kite B. It's split into 2, solid lines and dashed lines. Solid lines go on seam lines, dashed lines go on raw edges. So just tuck that away in your brain. I have sayings. So the first cut I call left and low. So I find my size block, so I cut strips for a 14-inch block. I find the 14, it's on a solid line, so I put that solid line on the seam. There's only one seam, so I know you can find it. The dashed line at the bottom of the kite, we just bring down to the raw edge. So can you see the solid and the dashed? Once those 2 are lined up, this is our first cut. All right, I'm gonna leave that little piece there for a second because now I'm just gonna slide the ruler straight down to make the second cut. So I find my 14, it's the dashed line below the 14. I'm sliding the ruler straight down, keeping that line on the point until that hits where the raw edge, right? Then I'm gonna put the solid line of the kite on the seam and make sure that center line is on the point.
We are looking for a new blade for you.
I know, that's okay. And so those are the 2 cuts. And you can see we're just going to be adding those triangles back on. But let me show you the fat so you can see the process again very quickly. So again, left and low, I find my 14, I place it on the seam line, and then I just bring that dashed line down to the raw edge, okay? Then we'll go ahead and make that first cut, then the second cut, high and right. So I'm just gonna bring that ruler straight down, and as long as you keep the ruler straight, it's just gonna pretty much come into place there. Dash line here, side of the kite on the seam. This is my technical term, jiggle joggle. So you just kind of have to jiggle joggle your ruler till you get all 3 of those lined up. Let's get this going here. Sorry. And you've got that, and we're going to add that on there as well. So I can go ahead and sew these on. Would you like me to show you that, or
Yes,
do we have time for that?
Yeah, if you're ready, we can do that.
Well, I'm done with the rotary cutter now. So. All right, so to sew these together, so that there's a little triangle when you cut that. And when you take that triangle off, do you see how you get a little tab? So we're always going to sew towards the tab. And in the book, it's going to have you line these up, but we're going to cross them over to sew them together. And the important thing here is when you cross them over is that you have your V here at the top, a 1/4 inch over from the edge. So once we sew these and I get it pressed, it's going to be flush. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So we want to make sure those are lined up. So I'm kind of just generally lining them up here, and we're going to start sewing. So I'm going to come over here. Hopefully you can see this now. I like to put my machine in the needle down position is where it is right now. I slide that V right up to where the needle is. And when I put my 1/4 inch foot down, it should be where it's supposed to be. And I am going to recommend more of a true 1/4 inch seam than a scant, because we don't want to cut off our points when we're finishing our block later. So if we take a nice healthy 1/4 inch seam, it's going to end up, coming out a little better. So let me so hopefully you can see that. Let me go ahead and sew this one, and then I'm going to show you the pressing because I have some really great tips for the pressing. So again, I slide that up to the needle. I'm doing this quickly here on a machine I'm not used to, so bear with me.
What machine do you use at home?
I use a Bernina.
What do you?
Yeah. I actually have an old 830 from the 70s that I just love, that my mom handed down to me. So this is what it looks like. Now we're going to press them. So the most important part, I think, in making my blocks is actually the pressing. You do not want to use any steam or moisture as you're constructing the block. You want to use a dry iron because we are working on the bias. And if you add moisture to bias, what happens?
Yeah, it moves.
It moves.
Stretches.
So once the raw block is together, yes, you can use some steam. All right, then I always have you press in a particular way. So it's always going to be up and away. So I always set you up in the book to do that. So of course we're going to set our seam and then we're going to press up and away. And as I do that, I just want to get my iron over the seam and stop. I don't want to iron out on that triangle because what could happen?
It's going to stretch.
Exactly. So we're just getting that to lay flat and go in the proper direction. And again, I always set you up. And the reason why is when you press up and away, there's kind of a little ridge with the seam, and it keeps you from having that lip where it kind of folds over, because you want to have nice, accurate seams.
So we're kind of going up and away to Las Vegas, aren't we?
Exactly, if you want to. And so when you turn them over, you're going to see, you're going to get a nice stitching X there at the top of where the point is, and that'll help you later when you're finishing. And that's just if you keep pressing as you go, that's what's going to have your block lay flat from the get-go.
You really have simplified, Robin, what can be a very complicated technique.
Yeah.
And having the accuracy there means that you're going to get you can't help but get the perfect points because you're using the guidance of the ruler. You're not using foundation paper piecing. You're not doing things like kind of freehand. This is going to give you the same results as Robin gets with her quilts. It may take you a little bit longer, but using the ruler that Robin's using to make something like this, you're going to get exactly the same results as the quilts that you've seen here, which I think is really quite incredible, isn't it? Okay. We do have a quilt kit available for you today, actually. Oh, Julia's bought both of the rulers. She says they're so easy to use. Thank you, Julia.
Yay.
Patricia says, morning, stunning quilts. Could you ask, please, after I've done all the work to make one of these quilts, so I'm just seeing more, what would Robin recommend to quilt or layers, as I wouldn't want to ruin my work?
Yeah, so people ask me this all the time, and I do quilt my own quilts now. And I normally just use all over edge to edge pattern because I'm usually working with very bold prints.
Yes.
And you're never going to see the quilting.
Yeah.
You know, because of the prints being so bold. So I'm a fan of a little bit looser quilting. I like my quilts to drape and to feel quilty. Yeah, and usually I'm on a deadline because I'm designing these quilts for fabric companies as inspiration. And so, yeah, I just use them all over. Would you use
8 to 20 wadding?
Yes, usually, or sometimes wool.
Okay.
Wool is lighter weight for me traveling with my quilts.
Yes,
I can get more quilts. So, yeah, it's just a mix depending on the quilt. Yep.
We've got more messages. This is... Kate, sorry, I start again. Brilliant demos. I feel like I understand these rulers for the first time.
Yay.
And that's Kate. Thank you so much, Kate. And any more questions, bring them through, won't you? We've got a message here from Laura. Hi, Laura. Hi, Debbie and Robin. This is so clever and inspiring. That's Laura in Merseyside.
Yay.
Lisa's messaged in as well. Got loads of messages, thank you. Lisa says, morning, Robin, it was great to meet you and your husband on Thursday, and I'm going to start the Mariposa quilt tomorrow.
Yay.
And Yvonne says, I made Robin's for the Love of Juliet quilt brought from Sewing Quarter. That was a long time ago, during lockdown. It was daunting, but her videos are brilliant, and so is the quilt. Oh, the quilt has worked.
Yay.
Amazing, thank you. Oh, right, our quilt kit. We've only got one quilt kit. It is very limited stock. It's a Jennifer Paganelli. And we have all of the fabrics that you're going to need to make it. Apart from the, it looks like the binding's included, but you need backing in there as well.
No, no backing.
No backing. So you need your own backing and wadding. And you have your split compass pattern is included, okay? We do have that on its own. We'll talk about that later on. But this is what you get, but you will need your fat ruler to go with
The
this.
green one, yeah. I can show them that here for a second if you want me to.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. So the split compass booklet that she's talking about, it's a separate purchase, and it is just a booklet. But do you see how it's blue and green? Because it'll work with either the skinny or the fat ruler that you already have to make split compass blocks. And the kit that she's showing has some fat split blocks. So you'll notice the points are split and there is no hole in the center. So it's just another technique. And again, you can make any of these blocks in 16 sizes as well. Very quickly, these are the units. So you can see it starts with pi. You add some strips on either side. You put those together and that builds your split compass block.
Okay, thank you. Again, we have a limited, really not very many of these left now. We are crashing the price down for you. So it's gone down to $299.99. Delphine demonstrated this on the 20th of May. So if you have a look back on our YouTube channel, you'll be able to see the video there. So again, it includes all of the fabric that you need. It includes your split compass. There's no, this is instructions, so there's no ruler in there, but you will need, if you don't have it already, the fat ruler to go with it. So we've taken the price down for you. We've also got split payments. You can split the cost into 3. And I'm not going to open it, but you've got a massive amount of fabric there as well. And your fabric is Jennifer Paganelli, remember there as well. It is an absolutely stunning quilt. That is amazing. So it's like, this could be like your starter kit. We do have the split compass, excuse me, instructions on their own if you have a look on the website. If you wanted to just go with this, with either your skinny ruler or with your fat ruler. So that's an add-on if you wish.
I wanted just to say one quick thing is that quilt kit does have a sew-along available on my website.
Oh.
Yes, so that would be a really great one to start with. And again, they're $15, but you and I are going to make that entire quilt together.
So that was the bottom one on the QR code,
Yes.
wasn't it? Have a look back on
Yep.
YouTube. Take a photograph of the QR code and it'll take you straight through to the website.
Yeah, they're called member sew-alongs on my website.
Lovely,
Yeah.
thank you very much. Okay, so that's £17.99. Oh, there you go. Oh, quick, get your phone out. Take a quick picture of all of them. There are free tutorials, and then there is the sew-along. That's the one at the bottom as well. That's really important. If you haven't got your phone handy and you just want to visit Robin's website, then that is...
Just robinruthdesign.com.
Probably, hey, listen, it's on the rulers. It's printed the wrong way round on the rulers. I can't read it. There you go, robinruthdesign.com if you wanted to have a look on there as well. But don't do it yet, because Robin's only here for about another 10 minutes. The split booklet, we've only got 8 left. 8 left. And like I said right at the top of the show, anything you're ordering, you need to go through to checkout. Come back later on, you're only going to pay 1 postage. For this, you will need, if you haven't got them already, either the skinny or the fat rulers, or both. It works with both of those. And that makes this into this. Even more impressive, isn't it? Okay. We also have one other thing to show you quickly, which is another add-on. So if you have, or if you've bought fat and skinny, you get more rulers in here to make this one. Can you walk us through this?
Yeah, it's just one ruler. It's a smaller ruler. I think you can see it here. And I've put both a fat and a skinny kite on here. And what this ruler does is make the extra 16 points to take your 16-point blocks, which is what we just showed you, from 16 to 32 points. These blocks can also be made in 16 sizes. So you start by making, instead of pi, you start by making a unit I call little pi. So it's just a smaller pi, and it does use some of those different angles that are on my angle ruler, but I've also included, whoops, let's see, it's right here, a transparency comes in that booklet. Do you see how this looks just like my angle ruler? So you can affix this to your own straight edge ruler, and then you'll have those added angles that you need.
That is genius.
Yeah, so it just makes it, I've got everything right there. But what I tell people is still get my angle ruler. That's great to make most of the blocks. And then put this one on your 24-inch ruler. So then you've got kind of a big angle ruler and a smaller angle ruler. And it just makes making any of my blocks really easy.
Fabulous,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Jan has sent a question in. She says, fascinating demo. Is it possible to have a compass where all of the points meet in the middle without the need for a cover circle?
Yeah,
So, yes,
that's the
what you're
split
saying.
compasses. Yeah, that's using, so you would need either the fat or the skinny and this booklet. So hopefully you see here there's no circle. All the points are just meeting right there in the middle.
So go for fat or skinny or both. And then the split, there's no ruler in that. That works with both of them. So you will need one or the other or both of those. And then you'll need this one as well. And that's £17.99 if you wanted to go for that one. If we're talking to beginners, Robin,
Yes.
is the fat easier than the skinny, or is it?
You know, people ask me that all the time. I tell them, look at my patterns first and see which patterns you're drawn to.
Yeah.
I do tend to do a little more traditional with the skinny and a little more flowery kind of things with the fat. The centers are larger on the fat, so I'm able to do more of the nesting of these blocks together with the fat. The angle is a little less severe with the fat, but it's really the exact same technique. So I would go with the style, skinny or fat, that you like.
And do you have any advice on colours?
Colors, yes. So high contrast, obviously, if you want those points to pop, you want to make sure that your background strip, right, is going to contrast with all of those pretty points. And then prints. So I use very bold prints. But, you know, you take some thought into how you place them. So, for instance, in this block, I used a smaller print in the smaller points, a larger print, you know, in the larger points. And you can see as the blocks get bigger, you're going to see more of that print as you get bigger. So, yeah, you just want to sort of think about first contrast and then maybe your print size. So what you're going to end up seeing in the quilt. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do you know, we've only got, less than 10 minutes left.
Okay.
What else would you like to show us?
Well, let's see here. So I wanted just to talk a little bit about, well, I can show you quickly first how my blocks finish going together. So we sew those pies right onto another strip. We make those same two cuts. We add that on the other side. So now you can see big pie, and then big pie goes on the next strip, one more cut, and those are the 4 chunks. So I just thought that might be, you know, good to show people. I think I've lost my big pie here, but same thing. So you sew those pies on the next strip, you make the cuts, you add another one here, that gives you the big pie, goes on the last strip, and then you just sew those 4 chunks together.
Okay.
So that's one thing. And then the other thing is that facing technique. So it is what I use to make the other elements in my quilt. So you can see these petals. I don't know if they can show that quickly. The petals and the flowers and the leaves, these are things that I use that same technique for. So you can see I have just face them with that interfacing. Sometimes I'll put one on top of another, and then you can see how that then just gets tucked under. So this is a Dresden band, so once it's on, that's finished. So you just tuck it under, sew it in, and then that adds another element.
And then is the whole thing then appliqué?
Then the whole thing is appliqued on the background. So there's simple techniques, and here's a flower, so you can see I've just sewn around that template, and here I've trimmed it, and then once I've turned it out right side out, it's kind of hard to see there, but so that's like a flower. So any shape, I've just faced them and turned them, and I design the shapes to be easy to turn.
Yeah.
so that you can do that. And then a couple other quilts that you guys are going to be coming down the pike, like Best Day Rose. This is an example of petals that are using that faced applique technique. Shooting Star, that's how I make the stars. It's a facing technique. So again, you've got a stable shape that's going to remain that shape, and then you just put it on your quilt and you sew it down.
When you're making a quilt as big as this one, and that is one huge piece of applique,
Yeah.
how did you keep that flat to sew around? Did you use a basting spray or hundreds of pins?
I just pins. I use basting spray is not a bad idea, but I just use pins. I lay the background square down on a flat surface, and I either pin it if I'm on a rug or tape it sort of to the floor to make sure that stays taut. Then I place that on there. I pin it really well, and I just take it to my machine, and you can see I've just done an edge stitch all the way around to sew that on.
We just need you to face the quilt so we can see the back of your jacket, if you don't mind.
Oh yes, of course. I have to show off my my compasses. I always like to do this when I go to a show so that people can see. Yeah.
Oh, we've got a message from Jennifer. Hello, Jennifer. And she says, morning, Debbie and Ruth. I am ex-Navy. I bought the Skinny and Fat a few years ago, but was daunted by using them. And the demo has been brilliant. And I think that's how I'm finally going to get around to making it. So thank you very much, Jennifer. Now we do have one of your books, which we forgot to prep with you. And it's this one. It's 3D Illusion Quilts.
Nope, not mine.
Is that not yours?
No, That's Ruth Ann Berry. I don't know. Yeah.
So we're getting our Ruths mixed up.
I think so. It's
Sorry
okay.
about
It
that.
happens all the time. Yeah, no worries.
Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to
One
show?
last thing that I brought, just as a good thing, and I'm just trying to show people that it's really simple elements that come together to build my quilt. So you can see here I've made a compass block, right? Then, and this is a smaller one, and this is a round sunflower block. We'll see what I can do here to show you.
Oh, that's a
But
Christmas
see, I'm
piece
going
there.
to reverse applique this inside. Can you see how I've done that? You fold those edges under, and then I would just sew around here to combine those, right? And then once that's done, if I can show, and I'm actually showing how this quilt's going together. So there's a block inside of a block, and then I'll just do half of this here maybe. And then this is a Dresden band, right? So keep coming up here. But you can see, so this is, you know, a whole round band. That just gets laid on top of there, and then I would sew around the inside, right? And that 1, 2, 3 elements, I add some faced applique, and I have a quilt.
And I'm so glad you showed that, Robin, because that doesn't look like applique on the quilt. When we're looking at it from a distance, you wouldn't know.
Right.
But that method surely makes it so much easier.
Yeah, so
Then it would be
then
piecing
again,
them.
people look and they're like, how does that go together? You know, they think they're having to do all
Yeah.
this piecing. You're just making separate elements and combining them.
That's amazing. Because I'm thinking as well, depending on how you wanted to quilt it, if you don't have the space or you can't get that under your machine and you don't have a long-on quilter, you could do it kind of layer by layer, almost quilting as you go. So quilt the centerpiece, then add the next piece, quilt that, then the bigger
Yeah,
one.
maybe. I haven't tried that, but it might work.
My mind's going like this. We do have some samples of your instructions and your patterns, if you'd like to show those as well.
Oh.
Just to explain.
Yes, so I'm glad that you guys said that. So, yeah, so my patterns, and then this is what I took to festival with me so that I could show people. But what I'm trying to show people here is my patterns, if they're green at the top, they're made with the fat. If they're blue at the top, they're made with the skinny. So all my products are color-coded. But also do pay attention at the bottom so you know anything you make in my system either has to have a skinny or a fat, but sometimes you need an add-on. So like this one, you would need the 32-point ruler in addition. But most of them, like the one behind me, is just the fat, as you can see. And here's that compass confection kit that you guys have. And you'll see at the bottom, it says the fat and the split. So just trying to show you quickly, everything's color-coded.
Okay, so big fat teas of lots of your patterns there. Are they available on your website?
They
are
certainly
they PDFs?
Yeah, I've got lots. Yes.
Yeah.
Lots of patterns on
And
my website.
can you bring them over here at some point?
Sure. Why not? Yeah, and you can see any of these that have a pink star, right? You can look on my website, have sew-alongs. That's what those are indicating.
fabulous.
So
Thank
those
you.
are those member sew-alongs. So yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's been
for
a
doing all
pleasure.
this.
Yeah,
No,
this was great.
We've had so many more messages that we haven't had a chance to read out, I'm afraid. So many people have been saying that you're making something like this look so much more achievable. So yeah, thank you so much. For
That's
that.
my
It's
goal. So
been an honour
that's
to have
awesome.
you here and lovely
Thank
to meet you. Thank
Lovely to
you.
meet you. Yeah, thank you.
Let me give you a recap of what we have for you really quickly. Now I've messed everything up. Fat rulers. So this is your fat one. There we go. We had hundreds. We are now down to a limited amount. So Ruth's off now. I'm not sure when she's going to be back again. If you want to get hold of these, and then if you need that help and support, remember, go back and have a look at the QR codes. Have a look back on the YouTube channel and see the demonstrations there as well. There is video support. You're not on your own if you're still finding this a little bit overwhelming. So £59.99 is your price. There are 3 patterns included in here as well, and this is the fat ruler, so it gives you the wider points on your mariner's compass. Now this is the one that you're going to need if you've purchased the big bundle, okay? So that is the Jennifer Paganelli kit. You'll need that to go with it. That's not included with the bundle. You might have that already. You can go with the bundle on its own. Otherwise, that's the one that you need to go with it. And I mean, you can just stay with it. You don't have to. You don't have to have anything else. There's lots of add-ons. You know, we do have the split compass, and we do have the 32-point. But if you just want this, you can make anything from 6 to 36 inches. So you can make a little block to start with, make yourself a pincushion, and then you can go all the way to 36 inches if you want to make one of those really outstanding larger quilts as well. We've got a lot of you with these in baskets. So please make sure that you check out, because when we get to the stage where we don't have many left, yours will be taken out of your basket. So if you don't want it, fine. But if you want to make sure that you get hold of your rulers, then now's the time to go through and check out, please. So that's the fat version. This is the skinny version. So same method, but this one's going to give you the longer points in the centre. That one's sold out now. Well done you. Well done you for getting hold of that one. So fat is still available. And shall we have a look at the other ruler while we're here as well? Brand new to us today, exclusive, and a really genius ruler, because for a start, all of the points, all of the angles are in the centre. I use a 24/6 ruler, and the angles, they're at both ends, but they're at the end. So a lot of the time I'm kind of guessing where the alignment is. So this is right in the centre. Why doesn't everybody do that? But you've got not just your 45 and your 60-degree lines on here. You've got 33.75. You've got 48.75. You've got 67.5, which are all relevant to the different patterns that you can make with Robin's quilts. That is only £22.99. It's got inches and quarter inch. You can use it as a ruler. It's not like a template where it will only make what it's been designed to do. This is your ruler. It's a 6x12 ruler, but you've got all of these extra angles on there, which are going to be really helpful as well. So that's £22.99. We have more in baskets than we actually have now. So when you go through to checkout, some of you are going to miss out on that. So effectively, it's sold out, apart from you that need to go and check out now. The split compass book has sold out. Well done. We do have a limited amount of quilt kits for you. Now this will come to you with the split compass booklet, no rulers in there. You will need the fat compass, and we've still got fat compasses left. Unless you've got one already. So you will need that. And we've taken a massive amount off there, which practically pays for the ruler. So it's $299.99 instead of $367.98, and we've got 3 split payments of $99.99. Those are interest-free, and we will still send this out to you straight away. For $15, you can also get a sew-along. You will need your QR code, or you go to www.robinruthdesign.com. That information is on anything that you've bought, the rulers and the packaging there as well. So you can either use a QR code if you got that earlier on, or go to Ruth's website. We don't do this very often, do we? Go to Ruth's website, and for $15 there will be a sew-along where how many quilts can you sew along?
Oh gosh, I have probably 15 to 20 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
For $15.
Yeah.
Well worth doing. So do make sure that you do that. Okay. Oh, I'm having such a lovely morning here already. I'm sorry we didn't get to read out every one of your messages, but lots of you saying the same, how much you've enjoyed the show. Yvette and Carol and Sharon, Guy and Sue, hello to all of you. Thank you so much for all of your messages. And keep them coming through for the rest of the day as well. We've got Lynne Goldsworthy coming up next with a wedding band quilt. So go and have a quick cuppa. Do make sure you come back, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
We have got our very own quilt festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own quilt festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
Want to know what's coming up on SewingStreet? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with SewingStreet.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search SewingStreet. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your app store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet.
Join us in store for the Crafters Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafters Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 P&P each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet. We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on SewingStreet.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Paula Milner is joining us to celebrate the launch of her brand new Felt Flowers book, alongside the debut of her gorgeous new fabric collection, The Crafty Lass, Hidden Tides. So tune in and join Pauline on Wednesday only on SewingStreet.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with SewingStreet. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello, welcome back again. What a fabulous hour, wasn't that, with Robin this morning? We've got another fabulous coming up in just a second with Lynne Goldsworthy, and we've got the sparkling double wedding ring quilt, which I just think looks absolutely stunning, in different choices of colours as well. So that's the finished quilt in the pastel colours, and behind Lynne, you'll see the bolder colours there as well. Gives a very different look, doesn't it? And 2 brand new Moda collections for you to use to make the quilt as well. So you won't have seen these before. So do you want to have a quick look through? So these are your instructions. Oh, space to doodle. And your pattern pieces included in there as well. We've got these on their own. If you want to go for it on its own, if you've got your own fabric, it's £9.99 for the booklet. But it will be included when you go for the bundle as well. And these are the fabrics that are gorgeous. While I'm just fanning these out, we're going to take the price down as well. So it was £119.99. You're going to save £10. Oh, that's nice. £10 off these and take you down to £109.99 with 3 split payments with no interest charge as well. These are just gorgeous. And I know they're not Christmas prints, but it's kind of got that Christmas vibe, hasn't it? So if you get started now, this would be an amazing quilt for Christmas. Oh, really busy for these already. So all of that blue, and then so what you're getting here is Moda Ambience, 18 fat quarters in total, and then 4.5 meters of the plain fabric there as well. So all of that's good, isn't it? So 4 meters of the cream and two fat quarters in the green, and then just look at those 0.5 meters of all of those reds and blues together. Really, oh no, they're fat quarters, aren't they? That doesn't feel like 0.5 meter. All of these fat quarters. Really rich, expensive looking colours, aren't they? I love these kind of colours. Very traditional. And then as we go down, all of those. Oh, now if you love the fabrics and you just want more of those, we do have a mega bundle of just these coming up later on. So you can have a look on the website and get a little bit ahead of the game there if you wish, but that's just a bit of a tease. We do have those fabrics for you available later on as well. So with this one, 4 meters of cream, 0.5 meter of midnight, and then 2 fat quarters of the green, and then 16 of the Moda fat quarters there as well. For £109.99, fabulous value. And that's the quilt that you can make. But we do have another colour option. I did look really good. I'm not sure. I'll ask Lynne in a minute if that's a Mariner's Compass in the middle. Looks a little bit like it, but not completely.
Well spotted.
Is that still called a Mariner's?
It is, yeah. Yeah. It's a different type of one than Robin was doing, but yeah, it is.
Wow. Okay, we have a pastel selection for you as well. So again, this is Moda. These are pretty, aren't they? This is the Prairie collection. So same quilt pattern, but you'll have a very different look with these gorgeous, this is a lovely spring and summer collection, isn't it? So this is called Pastel Prairie. They're just lovely. We've got a bundle of these as well. If you just love the fabrics, but you don't want to make the quilt, you've got those. And you chose these, didn't you, specifically?
I mean, yes, I did. I chose that fabric line. I love those colours, and then picked out the prints from that line that I thought would go the best together. They're so pretty.
They're lovely. They're very soft, very gentle colours, but quite exquisite. And I've got Hayley in me here today, and she's in a good mood. She's taken £10 off the price for you. At £104.99 your price there, and you've got split payments of £34.99. Very pretty, gentle colours. And that's the one that's on the cover there as well. Oh, let me show you the fabric bundles really quickly. So, I've fanned all that out. If you want more than a factor, let me do that. I'll have to just do it properly. I've got so much fabric. There we go. These are 1/2 meters of fabric. And so the same fabrics as in the quilt. So if you wanted extra, or you wanted to make something matching, coordinate a whole, that would be nice, wouldn't it? A whole room in these kind of colours, maybe your conservatory. Look lovely. And 1/2 metre of each of those for £134.85. But she's doing it again. Do it again. It's £125.86 with 2 split payments for the 1/2 metre bundle. So you can split the cost in half and not pay any interest on that whatsoever. It's really pretty. Oh. We don't have very many though. We're quite limited on the amount of stock of those that we have available for you. And if you prefer I'm going to leave that like that because it looks rather pretty. This is the ambience. I like I like both of them. Very different looks, no matter what you're making with them. But I love the richness of this one. A really classic fabric collection. And it actually works out at £143.84 that you're getting 1/2 metre for free. No, there we go. There we go. £134.85. Before we move on, we have some templates for you. There we go. We never have enough of these. So if you've seen before, you didn't get them, you can get them now. We don't have a lot now. So you're getting both of the templates, £26.99. But again, be quick with those. I'll ask Lynne more about these in just a second, but if you've seen them before and you've missed out, now's the time to get hold of them. Now, in the pattern, you do have a paper template. So you don't have to buy it, you don't need them, but it is going to help you, it's going to make life easier, and it's going to make it easier to sew those 2 curve shapes together as well. So well worth adding those onto your order for £26.99. And then also, to help you a little bit, you don't have to go for these, but it may make life a little bit easier because this is a huge bundle, 90 sheets in total of templates for the foundation paper piecing. And that's £25.99, massive amount. There is a single sheet in the main instructions, so you can photocopy that. But if you just wanted to make life that a little bit easier, pop that onto your order at £25.99. 90 sheets, fabulous price. Right, just move those out of there. So much stuff, I'm actually in my element here today. The instructions are downloadable, so I'll give you the details there as well. So if you've got your fabric already and you want to get started sewing this afternoon, then this is the one that you need to go for at £9.99, and you will need your printer. So a brand new quilt. And Lynne, you've designed this exclusively for SewingStreet, haven't you?
I have, and I always do, because there are so many quilts in my head that I never need to reuse old quilts. I just keep going with new quilts. So yes, I love a double wedding ring. It's one of my favourite designs ever. And then I always feel like it's a little bit sad that there's nothing going on in the gaps. So I don't know, I just sort of thought, well, why not add a mariner's compass into the gaps, just as like an extra. So it is Mariner's Compass Day today, isn't it? After Robin on this morning with her amazing template. So yes, it's just a traditional double wedding ring quilt with these mariner's compasses added for extra sparkle.
Where did you come up with your ideas? So you've got a head full of them,
Well,
but where did they come from?
You know, everywhere I go, I see quilt patterns or quilts, or you know, if you go into a stationery shop and you see wrapping paper, or do you know what I mean? Everywhere you go, or tiles on floors, or there are always kind of more quilts coming into my head. And I think, you know, if you go on social media and your interest is quilts, it just shows you more quilts. So I don't know, they land on me from every direction.
What would you like to show us today? Where are we going to start?
So let's start with a little bit of foundation paper piecing. And the reason I start with this is because I know a lot of people are scared of it. And so I want you to know that in this quilt, it's incredibly simple. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you piecing a half of one of these arcs, because these are pieced in two separate sections. So we'll be doing one of those. And then I'm going to show you piecing one of these little Mariner's Compass sections here. And both of those are foundation paper pieced. And we pre-cut all of the pieces for those, so they're incredibly simple. They are the simplest foundation paper piecing that you will do, so you don't need to be threatened by that. So that's why we're going to go through those to start with. And if we get time, we'll go on to a bit of curved piecing as well, but we'll just see how we go. So let me start with these little arcs. So I've already done one, because you don't want to watch me doing two of these. So that's one of the arcs, and then what we do is we then piece the second arc, and it'll go kind of along. So if that's the back of it, we'll put these two together so that they'll make one arc, and those are the arcs that go right across the quilt top. And you'll see that the templates, and the same if you buy the big template pack, they're marked red, blue, red. And that's because if you're buying the ambience kit, those fabrics are red and blue, so you don't even need to think about where you're going to place your fabrics. That's already done for you. If you buy the Pastel Prairie kit, I just scattered those prints randomly. I didn't do, they're not mixed into sort of one colour and another colour, so I just completely scattered those randomly. So you don't need to worry about following these colours on that. But when you come to the second set of templates, which are these Mariner's Compass templates, which I'll come to afterwards, again, I've got blue and red shown on those, and that's to show you, if you're doing the ambience kit, which to put where, so you don't need to think about it. And then if you're doing the Pastel Prairie quilt, what I did was just do kind of the darker prints where the blue is and kind of the lighter prints where the red is. But really, it doesn't matter that much, because those pastel prints all kind of merge and play together. So you haven't really got the same kind of level of contrast as you have in the ambience quilt, which is really operates on a kind of high contrast level. So let me start. Let's push that to one side. Let me start with this template. So if you've never foundation paper pieced before, we piece on the back of the template, and I've got this light box here, so it'll help us. Let me just turn the brightness up. You can kind of see that if you do have a light box and you're working with that, you can actually see through the template, so that although you're doing all your work on the back when you're placing your fabrics, you can actually see what's going on. So what we do is, and the pattern tells you this, is you'll cut lots and lots of 3.5-inch squares, and those are what we will use for piecing this. So because these pieces are pre-cut, you don't have the problem that people often have with foundation paper piecing, which is that you cut a piece too small, or the wrong shape, or the wrong size, or whatever. With this, I tell you exactly what to cut, so there's no thinking involved for you. You cut those pieces, and then we use those for foundation paper piecing. I've already tested that out. So I'm going to grab a glue pen, because I like to baste the first piece on, because that just holds everything in place and makes it a bit easier. And what you need to do is you take your first square, and it's actually great. I've never demoed with a light box before. That makes such a difference, because you can actually see what I'm doing. And you want this first piece to cover the whole of section 1 on the back of the template, and at least 1/4 inch all round. So you put a kind of squiggle of glue on the back of that section 1, put your your fabric square on, and just kind of shifty it over that seam line by about 1/4 inch. So that's your first piece in place, and you've got that on the back of the template, and you've got that right sides up. So that's how you start. Once you've done the first piece, which is right sides up, from then on you just go right sides together from there on out. So we now get the second piece, and we put those, you can see I'm lining the raw edge of this one along the raw edge of the first piece. And the idea is that you're going to sew, I've turned that off with my hand. The idea is that you're going to sew along the line, the seam line, which is on the front of the template, the line between sections 1 and 2. And when you do that and flip this piece over, it's going to cover the whole of that section 2. So I'm going to sew that now. And basically you pick the whole thing up, pin it if you want to. I tend not to, because it's quicker not to, but pick the whole thing up. And then you're going to sew along that line between sections 1 and 2, and you'll take your seam line all the way off the edge of the template, so all the way to the dashed lines. And you want to shorten your stitch for this. So for me, on my machine, I can go down to about 1.2. This machine goes down to increments of 1.5. 1.5 is totally fine. Basically, the shorter the stitch, the easier it is to tear away the papers, but the harder it is to unpick your seam if you go wrong. So it's kind of a balancing act a little bit. It's going to move the machine across a little bit so the camera doesn't have to kind of swing around. So I've got my stitch set at 1.5, and I'm just going to sew along that line. So that's the first seam done. And you know, each of these templates are basically 2 seams. That's all they've got. That's how simple they are. So if you've got this kind of feel the fear of foundation paper piecing, it is honestly dead simple. Ooh, show Lynne how to work a rotary cutter. It is honestly dead simple. And if you do buy the kit and you sort of forget what you're doing, come back and now I'm going to be honest here. This second piece I've cut a bit small, so that's why that's not fitting brilliantly. So let's pretend I cut that to the right size and that's working fine, because actually I noticed as I picked it up I've cut it too small. But we're going to ignore that and pretend that didn't happen. So you finger press this piece over. You then flip the template over and you're going to fold back along this line here. So you're folding back along the seam line between sections 2 and 3. And if you've got one of these, or if you want to buy one of these, the add a quarter rulers are brilliant for foundation paper piecing because they've got a sharp edge which enables you to fold back the paper very easily. And then they've got a blunt edge which enables you, and I'll come back over here to show you, just to cut off that excess fabric. So what you're doing is you're cutting 1/4 inch beyond the fold. So that sharp and blunt edge, oh, that's got a new blade in it. That's very nice, I must say. Poor Robin, Robin had a blunt blade, didn't she, poor thing? But I've just got a new blade, and that was really nice. So ignore the fact that that piece is not placed perfectly. I forgot, I cut it to the wrong size. So carrying on, you place your next piece, another of these 3.5 inch squares, which you've pre-cut. So the way I do this is I have a great big stack of these, and I'm just kind of working my way through. In the afternoon when my brain doesn't work very well, maybe something on the, on my laptop, maybe watching a bit of rubbish on telly. What I'm saying is once you get into the mode of this, you can sort of almost do it on autopilot. So again, we're going to sew along the line between sections 2 and 3, exactly the same, short stitch. And basically, once you've done that, you've pretty much foundation paper pieced your first section. You just the pedal.
How did you start your sewing journey?
Say that again?
How did you start your sewing journey?
Oh, so when we were kids, Grandpa McLaren, my dad's dad, died and gave us each £100. So my oldest sister loved photography and bought a camera. My youngest sister loved flowers and later became a florist and bought flowers from the market every week. And I bought myself a sewing machine, and it started then.
Oh, wow.
And I kind of haven't really stopped. I had about maybe, 15 years off when I had children. And then just when they got old enough that I could, ignore them for short periods of time, I went round to a friend's house and she was making a quilt, and it was like, oh my gosh, that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. And I went from 0 to 100. I just didn't make quilts, and then all I do is make quilts, and that's been going for years now, completely obsessed. I have no other skills, like I'm not good at cooking, I'm not good at gardening, I'm not good at all the usual skills, just this. I can't even make clothes or bags or all the lovely things people make. I can't, just quilts. That's the only skill I have. Oh. Just that one. So I'm going to
we need to start you off with a quilted bag and then move you on to a quilted jacket.
Yes, exactly. Stuart has those amazing, Stuart Hillard has beautiful bag books, and I see the things he makes and I think they're incredible, but I don't have that 3D brain. My brain doesn't work like that. It's like works on the flat and that's it. I think I just got the one skill. Right, so before you trim this, you definitely want to press this with the iron, because it's all very well. I tend to finger press all the way through making through piecing the template, because I'm not going to get up and down to the iron every 2 minutes. Although if you've got one next to you at your workstation, you can do that. But do press it at the end, because you want all those seams to be really flat before you trim this. Otherwise, if they're not, when you trim it and then press it, it almost kind of grows a little bit. So always good to, and I say that in the pattern, so you'll be reminded, but always good to press it before you trim it. And then all you need to do is you just cut it along the dash lines. And always take like a little, always take a little breath before you do that, because it is very easy to cut along the solid lines. And if you cut along the solid lines, that's it. You've kind of cut off your seam allowance. And then you shoot yourself. You're so frustrated when you do that, particularly if it's, I mean, these are quick and simple and easy little templates.
I've got details on your screen of the rotary cutter.
Oh, yes.
£12.99. We're going to take the price down for you. How about that? So not £12.99. Your price is going down to, no, for a rotary cutter, £6.99.
Oh, that's a bargain. It's nice as well. It's nice and sort of ergonomic and soft to the touch. I like it.
It's only got one blade. It's £6.99. You pay more than that for blades these days.
Yeah.
£6.99. Hope we've got some left at the end of the day. Go for one of those. It's a William Morris as well.
It's very pretty.
It is, isn't it?
So I've now, that's cut. And actually, although that piece of fabric was a bit small, that's worked out okay. So I feel a little bit better about that because I was kind of a bit embarrassed that I cut that small and it was going to look a bit...
Thank you for demonstrating that for us, just to show that, you know, even if
things can go wrong.
They can still work.
Yes. Yeah. I always do the pieces kind of big enough to include an element of error. So I was hoping that it would be okay, because I don't like it when you do foundation paper piecing and the pieces are only just big enough, because you always sort of, you know, they can misalign and cause problems. So these are cut nice, you know, at a good size for that. And then I tear these away at this stage. So if you've done a nice short stitch like I've just done there, like a 1.5, these are dead easy to tear away. And I tend to do this, like I'll kind of make a big stack of these and then I'll do this sitting watching telly in the evening, because then you don't even notice that you're doing the job. You know, some people say they don't like this job, but I think, you know, watch a bit of telly at the same time, you don't even notice. Or if you've got any children, get them to do it. I get my kids to do it as well. Well, I used to, they're grown up now, so annoyingly, I have no influence anymore. So we've got those two pieces. One I did yesterday and the one I've just made, and you can see that how quick and easy that is. So don't be intimidated by foundation paper piecing in this pattern at least, because that arc is dead simple. And if we get time to demonstrate the little triangle from the Mariner's Compass, which is sort of one of these little sections here, that's dead simple too. You just have one piece and then you sew on 2 extra pieces. So if you're scared of foundation paper piecing, this is as easy as it gets, and we pre-cut the pieces so it's not difficult. And if you get stuck along the way, come back and watch this episode, you know, because it'll always be on YouTube, even once it's gone off the SewingStreet website. I think it stays on for a week, and then it goes onto YouTube afterwards. So, and I even say that in my pattern. I say, if you forget what you're doing or you get stuck or lost, come and watch this episode. So 1/4 inch seam, I'm just going to sew these 2 pieces together, and that's what you do with all of these arcs. Okay, Lynn, on this machine,
While you're just doing that, I just need to let you know that well over half of the stock has sold out of the kit that Lynn's using. That's the one that's behind her on the screen. So if you're thinking about it, you know what to do. You're getting your fat quarters. Was it 16 fat quarters? 18 fat quarters in this one. And your background fabric is included, and there's 1/2 metre of the Midnight in that one as well. Love the colours on that, particularly on a cream background. I think they really pop. That's gorgeous. But just to give you a warning, Lynn, says Yvonne, a bag is just a different version of a quilt, and you make amazing quilts.
Well, the thing is, in theory, I understand that a bag is just a different version of a quilt, but for some reason, when it's flat, I can understand it. But once it starts, I just don't understand it. I see some of the bags people make. My friend Mandy makes these with zips and bits inside and pockets and compartments. And that's not a quilt. That is way more difficult than a quilt. You make bags, don't you?
I do. I love making bags.
Yeah, so you've obviously got the brain that can do that 3D thing.
I like the maths of a bag.
Oh, do you?
I don't use many of the bags that I make, but I've got hundreds of them. But I like working out, where do I want the pocket? How big does it need to be? Where do I put the zip? How long the strap? How wide? I like that part of it.
It's probably a bit like Robin with her Mariner's Compass ruler. Like, she saw a problem and she fixed it with that incredible method.
Yeah,
I was
amazing,
gobsmacked watching it from the other room. That's incredible. I've made so many Mariner's Compasses, and the way she did it's ingenious.
When I worked with her, she did a demo at a festival on Friday, and we'd only got about half an hour, and she was cutting the fabric like that, and then that video came up, and And it completely confused me.
Me too.
So I was over the moon that she was here today, so
Yeah.
she could sew. Because it does the penny drops, doesn't it?
It does, when you see it all laid out like that. I mean, she said I can make a mariner's compass in half an hour.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
crazy. I mean, I'm fast, but I was impressed by that, I have to say.
Could you show us where the blocks are on the quilt? Because,
Oh, yes. So
as I'm looking at that,
what I'm going to do is I'm going to
I'll make the
grab
circle.
a
I'll make
pattern
the
because
whole
I might be
circle.
able to show you if I can find it. Yes, so this might help you. If you have a look from above at this page here, okay, let me move it into the centre. What I do with this quilt, so you're now looking at the quilt at 45 degrees. So in other words, this shows you how you put these together. So we've got the arcs here, then we have two little mariner's compass blocks here, and then we've got some sections on the outside there, but you can see these are the blocks here. So basically, that there is a block. So you've got one of those arcs, then you have another arc and you add these squares on the end. The template, you know, the sort of orange segment template, that's that piece there. Here you've got these mariner's compass sections, but the block, once you've made it, that's a square, that's a square. Do you see what I'm saying? Like those are the blocks. So the pattern itself does show it laid out in that way, because I think if you make a quilt on point, and this is made on point, which means it's made in rows that are at 45 degrees, then it's actually helpful to have a picture of how that works in practice, which is why I put that diagram in, because I think it can be confusing otherwise. You're trying to work out how this is all going to slot together. So you actually make it so that it's like that, and then once it's finished, you can sort of turn it square, so to speak. So yes, those are the blocks there.
Thanks for explaining, because as I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, okay, so you make the star in the centre.
Yes.
And then you'll make the circle on, but it's not.
But it's not, no, exactly. So you make those two and put them together, and those two, these are the foundation paper piece sections, and put them together. So you have the wedge, a curve, an arc, then another arc, these on the outside. And yes, so it's kind of, it's not obvious from looking at it how you put it together, which is why I kind of like putting the mariner's compass in the middle, because it looks like that's kind of, you're defying logic, or you're making incredibly difficult piecing. Actually, you're not making incredibly difficult piecing. This is all very, once you tilt your head 45 degrees, it's actually all very straightforward.
Maria's message, hi Maria, and she says, OMG Lynn, you are completely demystifying this process for me. I think I'll give it a go. Your quilts are always amazing.
Thank you so much, and thank you for saying that, because I think people have this feeling in their head that foundation paper piecing is kind of like, almost like a sort of a different mindset or a different brain, and actually once you've done it once, particularly with templates as simple as this, your head sort of understands what you're doing. Before you do it the first time, it makes no sense. It's all upside down and back to front. But with something as simple as that shape, all you're doing really is kind of piecing 3 pieces in a line. So starting with something like that does help you to kind of get your head around the process. And then in future, you can go on to more difficult foundation paper piecing. I use foundation paper piecing all the time in my quilts, but it's almost always 5 or 6 little pieces. It's never these incredibly complicated, ornate, except I did once for a quilt I did here, which was like koi carp and some origami cranes and stuff. But normally it's just dead simple like this.
Well, Michelle says, Lynn, you've done it again. Such a beautiful design.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
She says, morning, Lynn and Debbie. I love Lynn's quilts and patterns. I have found the FPP patterns brilliant, because you really can't go wrong. Thank you.
Well, thank you for saying that, because I think people think you can go wrong. And actually, I think it gives you an accuracy that you don't get with other sewing.
Yes.
Because when you're piecing squares and triangles, your seam allowance can be all over the place. But with this, your seam allowance it's all created for you. It's all on paper, and the paper holds everything to a perfect shape. So I feel like you can't go wrong.
It's almost like quilting by numbers, isn't it?
I think it is.
You're sewing along a line
It's
that's
exactly
already
what I think.
Yeah.
I think actually, when my kids were little, I showed them how to do this, because it is that you just sew along the line. You're not having to sort of you don't even worry about seam allowances at the foundation paper piecing stage. So actually, I feel like it's a beginner-friendly technique. Once you've done it once or twice to get your head around it. And if you're making this quilt and you've never done it before, I would suggest take a couple of the templates, and if you get the big paper pack, I've put a spare of each template in there so that you can have a practice. Take it out and just use any old fabrics you've got, just if you've never done FPP before, just to get your head around the process, so that you're so that once you go for it with your fabrics, you're kind of off and away.
We've got a couple of things that may help you. If you're going for this quilt kit, we have, was it 90 sheets of paper, so you don't have to copy the templates from your book. If you just
And also, a bonus of having these printed out is if you do get the downloadable one, people often get nervous about printing at the right size.
Oh, yes.
Whereas these are printed at the right size, so you don't have that stress.
So again, you've got 90 sheets there for £25.99. If you just go for the pattern on its own, you will need to copy them and print them out yourself. So that's a great addition, again, to help you with your accuracy. And the templates that we have for you, how do these work?
So basically, I'll just show you where in the quilt these kind of happen. So you've got curves in this quilt, and you've got curves with this mariner's compass, but those are within the template itself. So yeah, perfect. So that is that piece there. So all the way across, you've got these kind of orange, what shape? Do you call that orange peel or leaf?
A bit like that, isn't it?
I don't really know what shape it is, but you've got this shape, whatever that you call that shape. So that's all across the quilt.
Marquee, apparently.
Oh, marquee. Fancy. I did not know that. So these templates are for those shapes. And obviously that means you can just cut out with a rotary cutter, so dead easy. And they've also got, and I don't know if you can see that, they've got notches cut into them. And each one of those notches, you will cut a little sort of, oh, we're going to zoom in on that. Sorry, I need to stand still, don't I? So each of those notches, you just cut a little notch, a bit like for dressmaking, into the seam allowance, so like a little 1/8 of an inch notch. And that means that when you place those, when you're piecing these together, every single notch lines up with one of the seams on the arc. So that makes it really easy. So rather than doing one long curve, I think of it as like 6 little seams. And then you're not even imagining you're doing curved seams, because these are barely curves at all. They're such a gentle curve. So again, don't be scared of curved seams on this quilt. Just pretend it's lots of little seams along the way. And then this piece goes here. So whereas within the quilt, you've got these Mariner's Compass FPP templates to give you these curves. Around the outside of the quilt, you need something to give you that shape. So that's what that template is for. I did think of cutting it in half, but actually I'm glad I kept it as whole, because that means it's going to be easy for you to, and it'll tell you what size strips to cut so that you can cut this from it. And again, you've got notches in this so that when you are piecing it up against these arcs, all those little notches will line up with the seams on the arc. So that means that, again, you're just doing 6 straight seams. Think of it that way. And you've got all your marking points. So that's what those two are. And I will just say this quickly. I had one left over. So if somebody gets a pack without the orange peel shape in, message me and I'll send it to you, because either I was sent one too many or somebody hasn't got one.
And can I use the patterns to make smaller things as well? Like if I just wanted a nice big cushion.
You know, you actually could. You could use the pieces and just make something like this, or you could make like a bed runner going along that way. So that you can basically take the building blocks that you've got within the quilt and make that longer, bigger, smaller. Yeah. So yes, totally.
Because I'm just thinking, maybe I want a bigger quilt.
Yeah, you could go for bigger again. You could do like add another piece to the side. So you could do like a 4x4 or a 3x4 or matching cushions. They'd be lovely big cushions.
Wouldn't it?
I don't know how big they would be, maybe 20 inches, but yes, lovely big cushions.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
So again, if you want to go for the templates, these are they. And they've got the protective film on them, haven't they?
They have. You peel that off so that you can then see through and see what you're cutting. Although if you're cutting the cream fabric, you can see fine anyway. But yes, it's quite satisfying to peel the plastic off.
If everybody checks out of these, we have less than 20 left now. That's for the templates.
And I will say about the templates, we only ever do one run for the show that we're doing. There are never any more. I often get emails saying, I missed the templates on your last show. Do you have it? No, we do one run for the show. So if you want them, get them today.
Lovely, thank you very much. So there you go. Need to check out if you want those. Oh, they're going down again as well. So yeah, so do go for those. It makes life a lot easier and helps to keep everything accurate. They're £26.99 if you wanted to go for those. Anything else you'd like to show us?
Well, I think I will demo the other template because it's also foundation paper pieced, but it's a totally different kind of layout and type. So it's this one here, which is, oh, brilliant, I'm on flat. So it's this one here, which is half of the Mariner's Compass, like, section, and then we'll do the other one, which makes the other section here. So I did this one yesterday, so you didn't have to watch me doing it twice. Okay. And here we go, we've got the pieces. Now, the pattern tells you to cut this kind of slightly unusual shape, and it tells you how you cut it. You basically start with a rectangle and cut it kind of ish from corner to corner. And you
So can I just interrupt a second and
Yeah.
just let you know that the details on your screen now of the peach and the pastel version, just to let you know that's what's on your screen. You want to go for that? Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem at all. So I'm going to go back across to the light box, because then we can see how this piece is going to go on the back of here. Now, when you get this piece and you've cut this piece, you might think it's too small for the template, but what you need to remember is it's not going to cover the whole of the template all the way down to the point. All it needs to do is cover section 1, so it only needs to go down to about there, because beyond there you're going to be covering it with these blue and red kind of mariner's compass points. So you want to put that over there, and you'll see, like I said, it doesn't reach the bottom, but it covers everything else. You can just kind of slide it into place. And when I have a big kind of flappy piece like this, I'm just going to do a longer, let me just take that foot off and go back to my regular foot. What I do is let's just get that down. There we go. What I do is I stitch base. I don't glue base this piece in place. I stitch base this piece in place. And the reason for that is that if you glue a piece this big, it doesn't always stick very well, and it kind of can peel away, and it can make cutting these seam allowances here, which I'll do in a minute, a little bit difficult. So if you have a bigger piece, if your first piece is quite a big kind of flappy piece of fabric, then I would suggest you stitch baste it. So you just want to go to the 01, just the regular stitch on your machine, and go to the longest stitch your machine will do, because it'll make it quicker and easier to take the stitches out at the end, and just run a line of stitches just within that section 1. You don't want to go into sections 2 and 3, because then you won't be able to fold. So that's enough. It just holds it in place, and it enables you to fold back and to trim. So the next step, a bit like, it's different to what we did last time, but it's the same principle of lining up your raw edges, is that you want to fold back the paper along these lines. And in this case, I do it along the line between sections 1 and 2 and along the line between sections 1 and 3. I just get both done in one go. So you can fold it back with or without that add a 1/4 inch ruler. And then you want to trim a 1/4 inch beyond that. So that's going to be where your next piece is going to line up against. Oh. Funny when you use a rotary cutter that's not yours. It's not instinctive how to use it, which does make me sound a bit simple, honestly. Then back again along the line between, folding back again along the line between sections 1 and 3. And then kind of all that folding and cutting is done, ready for you to go, and you don't need to do it again later. Normally you would do that one by one by one, but in this case, it just happens that with this piece of foundation paper piecing, it works like that. So next piece you want to put on is number 2. So it shows me on the template that needs to be red. You've pre-cut these pieces. You've got longer pieces and shorter pieces, and the shorter pieces go on the shorter sections. So that will go on there. So this is I think it's 1.5 inches by 5 inches. And now I'll go back to the light box, because that will show you where, and I'm just going to grab a pen to show this to you. That will show you where this piece needs to go. So this section here, which is section 2, you might be able to see, but it stops there and it stops there. So basically you want to make sure your fabric covers that section there. And I'm just marking that with a friction pen. I often do that because it means you can line up your fabric correctly. So you know that you've got to line up raw edges together, right sides together, and you want that piece to go past each of those dots by at least a 1/4 inch. And this piece is plenty long enough for that. You can then pin or hold this in place, flip it over, and you're going to do exactly what we did last time, which is to sew a seam of, let me just shorten my stitch. There we go.
Do you make up all of the pieces together and then sew them all, or do you go block by block?
What I do is I do a test run. So I will make up, say, this, and this, just to check that my maths and my templates and that everything are working. And I would also suggest you do a test run, because your brain can sometimes make assumptions that are wrong. And until you do a test run, you don't know where you... So do a test run of, let's say, the first 3-4 steps of the pattern to get one of these sections together. But no, then I do it production line. So I'll have like a big pile of this, make all of those. And that's when I can switch off and watch Love Island on my laptop. No, don't shame me for that. So we're going to sew along this line between sections 1 and 2, and we're going to stop right there. So we're going to stop where you have a seams joining within a template, you stop there, and then we're going to go all the way off the edge here. So there are no seams crossing that, so you're going to take that all the way to the edge of the template, and you'll see why we normally do that in a minute. So I'm going to sew that line.
I feel really old now, Lynn, because the only thing I watch when I'm sewing on a Sunday is Columbo.
Oh my gosh, I have never seen Columbo in my life.
Have you never seen Columbo?
I've never seen Columbo. But that's not an age thing. That's just because I've never watched it.
I've never watched Love Island.
Well, I mean, I don't. That's not an age thing either. You're free to watch it. It's probably an intelligence thing. You're probably too bright for Love Island. It is. I mean, it's not highbrow telly, in fairness. But then I don't suppose Columbo is that highbrow.
Sorry, Christine says, Lynn. Lynn was invited to a summer 27 wedding yesterday, and you've just shown me the perfect gift for them. Oh, that would be amazing, wouldn't it, Christine?
Oh my gosh, you know what? I'm kind of wishing I would be invited to a wedding. In fact, I might have a wedding coming up. I might make a double wedding ring quilt. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And then and I feel like the rings are sparkling. That's what I felt with that, like it's sparkly rings.
Hayley in my ear has just said, I'd get married for a quilt.
You can have the quilt, Hayley. That's fine. You don't need to get married.
To, but, you know, if there's a quilt involved.
Yes, I wasn't planning to. No, I don't think I would. I don't think I would get married for a quilt. Happily divorced. Sorry, too much information. Right, let's do this seam here. So I've just sewn along that section, and what I've done, and I think I mentioned to you, is I stopped right where that seam gets into the middle of the template. So I'll finger press this piece back, and because I've stopped there, I can fold this back again, and I can just trim off this little extra bit of fabric here, which is just this bit of red that we don't need. Honestly, don't even bother with doing that step if you don't want to. I didn't, because it doesn't show in the finished quilt, and I think a lot of steps, if it doesn't show in the finished quilt, I don't bother doing them.
If I cut the fabric wrong, or my stitch line isn't exactly straight, is that end of game?
So if your stitch line isn't exactly straight, you can unpick it, and the way I unpick it, if I've got a seam ripper, is, and I'm not going to actually do this, but what I do is I put my seam ripper between the fabric and the paper, and I kind of go grrr, and just like do it in a one.
So that's satisfying.
It's really satisfying, and it's quick and easy. Don't be picking it out stitch by stitch. That takes too long. And if you do mess up a template and you've got a spare, just put this one in the bin and start again, because sometimes unpicking stitches is just boring and annoying, and if you've got enough fabric to cover for that. But yes, if you miscut, I mean, again, you know, if I miscut, I quite often, it's patchwork. I'll just patch a little piece in. Yeah. Because in the finished quilt, nobody's going to know. There are probably a few of those in there, and nobody will ever notice. Even if I set you to look for them, you wouldn't notice. But if I do have, if I cut a piece off, I'm like, it's patchwork. Yeah. It's not the end of the world. So now we're going to put this second piece on, and I'm just going to show you the same thing as I did last time, which is where this section 3 begins and ends. And you can slightly see through the template here. So the point of it ends there, but the end of the template is there, and the point of it is here. So I know that my blue piece of fabric that I'm about to put on, I know it's long enough because I did the measurements, but I need it to cover each of those sections, and then at least 1/4 of an inch beyond that, so that you've got your sort of seam allowance included.
Now, Debbie says, great use of the light box. I've got one, but I never thought of this use. That's Debbie in Nottingham.
Debbie, same here. This is literally the first time I've used it for this, and I don't know why I haven't thought of it, because I do FPP all the time. It's never occurred to me. I actually had a practice out there. I've never used it for this before, and I think it's actually, you can totally see what you're doing, because normally I'm kind of holding it up to the window and trying to work it. This is so much easier. I'm going to do this in future.
We have them on the website. If you have a look below the video, we've got 2 different sizes for you. There's A4 and A3 as well, so if you want one, stick it in your basket.
I think I'd go A3, you know. Because, well, it depends on how big your sewing space is. If you haven't got a lot of space. But A3 then, if your templates get bigger and bigger, then you're not kind of worrying about whether they fit on. But if you have a smaller sewing space like I do, maybe go A4. But yeah, it's a game changer, Debbie. I'm with you. I had not thought of that before. So I'm going to do the same as before. I'm going to sew along that line between sections 1 and 3, but this time I'm going to take it all the way off the template, all the way to the dashed lines at both ends, because nothing is crossing those lines. So that means once it's the last line on the template, you want to take it all the way into the seam allowance. So again, a shortened stitch.
And the details on your screen of the the dog, the watercolours, which is the book that's behind them at the moment. That's that one. If you're comparing kits, by the way, don't be concerned that one kit has a fat quarter more than the other. You've got plenty. You've got plenty in both of those to make up the quilt as well.
It does. It works with 15 or 16. I did the calculation, so you don't need to worry about that. So we have put those two pieces on, and it's looking, foundation paper piecing at this stage always looks a bit raggedy and doesn't look as if it's going anywhere. Just rip out these basting stitches. I actually normally do this with the back end of a needle because it's blunt enough that it doesn't get caught in the fabric. In fact, that might pull out. Nearly pulled out.
Oh, we got a message on Facebook from Sue. Hello, Sue. Morning, Lynn and Debbie. I love Lynn's quilts and patterns. I've found the FPP patterns brilliant because you really can't go wrong. Oh, lovely.
Thank you. I mean, I feel the same. I think once somebody has actually done some FPP and made a quilt using it, and then they realise how great it makes everything look because all your points are pointy and they all match up. It's such a game changer. Right, I'm just going to press this as random as it's looking now, and then I'll trim it, and then you'll see that you'll get like a lovely shape which is just like the other one. So straight lines I'll trim with a ruler, and curved lines I still trim with a rotary cutter, but you can do them with scissors if you want. That's kind of personal preference. I just find it slightly quicker with a rotary cutter.
You have a subscription website, is that right?
Well, Karen, Jo and I do. Jo was on with you, wasn't she, a couple of months ago? Yes, it's called the Thread House Academy, and come and learn to quilt with us. We have new lessons every month, and it's a whole year of projects, and yeah, it's a lot of fun, yes.
So where do we find details again?
academy.thethreadhouse.co.uk. Oh my gosh, Jo and Karen will kill me if I got that wrong.
we will get the exact web address for you in your next
Thank you, Debbie.
All right.
So I'm just trimming this curved edge, and you can see that on this template there are some red dots, and if you're using the paper templates for the sections we showed you before, there'll be red dots on those. And what you want to do with those red dots is just do a little snip into the seam allowance, because that's the point where these edges are going to meet with your arcs, and so you want all of these dots to be marked. Looks like I forgot to do that. Oh no, I did do it on my previous one I made yesterday. That's a relief. Once you've done that, you can just, I kind of fold and press these with a fingernail, just make it easier to tear away, particularly those little pointy bits there. And that's how simple that is. It's basically, once again, this foundation template, it's two seams. That's all it is. And the pieces are all pre-cut. See, it's not a guessing game. They're all ready to go at the right size. And then you'll see that these then sew into pairs like that. And that's the sort of start of when you have a group of these and it all goes together. That's the start of your mariner's compasses. And that piece will go there. So that's kind of it heading together.
Oh, I'm glad you showed us that, Lynn, because that really makes sense now. You know, the way that it's all pieced together.
I know, because it's not obvious when you look at it.
Yeah.
You sort of need to tilt your head on an angle.
Your website is academy.
Thank you.
thethreadhouse.co.uk.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't tell Karen and Jo that I might not have remembered it.
Okay then, I'm just going to really quickly recap for you. So we'll see you again later on, Lynn.
Yep, see you in a couple of hours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then let's just give you a quick reminder of the dog quilt kit, which is this one, all Moda fabrics. And this one is called Ambience. So we've got fat quarters in the greens, and then all of these deep, rich reds and navies, and those gorgeous inky coloured blenders, and your background fabric as well. And of course, your instructions are included with a template that you'll need to copy. So that's £109.99. There's a £10 saving off that one, off the usual price. And the second option is the Prairie Pastels, which is the pastel colours, obviously. And again, the pattern included. And these. And do you know, I know that peaches and yellows, but what an unusual colour combination. I haven't seen these peachy colours very often, so it's so nice to have something that's a little bit different. And of course, you're looking at Moda fabric, so you know you've got the quality there as well. So there's ditzy flowers and candy stripes and a little bit of gingham, more flowers. It's beautiful, lovely colour palette. £104.99 again with a £10 saving off the usual. Instructions included there as well. Right, and instructions on their own we have for you. So if you've got your own fabric already, or maybe you don't like the fabric that we put together for you. So instructions on their own are £9.99. And again, that's your physical, so that's the paper pattern that is sent out to you. If you wanted to get going straight away and you have a printer, then you can go for the digital option, which is again £9.99, and that will go into your account as soon as you've gone through to complete your checkout. The foundation paper piecing, so to save you printing out 90 pages and a lot of ink on your printer, we've done that for you. And Lynn made a very good point earlier on about the sizes. If you go for this, you know that you're not printing it off, so you know that the sizes are going to be 100% accurate, which is really important when you're using this kind of technique. So that is £25.99. And then always handy, your acrylic templates, while we have the stock, are here. So again, to go with your pattern, to go with your paper pieces that we've just shown you, the big bundle, these are really going to help you with accuracy. They're £26.99 for the both of those. Susan messaged in earlier. Oh, Hayley, you've disappeared. Oh, it's a melon. It's a melon, says Susan. Yeah.
It's not a marquee. Maybe it's a marquee as well.
Marquees apparently is that shape in jewellery. If you have a diamond cut in a marquee shape.
Okay. But it's a melon if it's that.
But
okay.
It's a melon.
Well, next time we'll know.
Okay, Sue, what's that one called?
Yeah, no idea what that one is called. We did not do that one in school.
Oh, Hayley says it's a boat.
Yeah, it is, exactly. That's the boat template.
It's a boat.
Exactly.
There
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Just before we go, we have 4 backing fabrics for you. Is that those ones? So same collection as the Moda. Is that Three Sisters? Is that Moda?
Yes.
Oh, Three Sisters. There you go. So this is your navy. And it's £13.99 for half a metre. Obviously, if you order more than half a metre, they will come to you joined up. How much would I need for the quilt? Do you know offhand, Lynn?
You know, I can't remember, but it should say on the back. Let me grab the pattern and see.
We'll have a quick look.
My memory is not that good. Backing 3.5 metres.
3.5. So 7 units of that, because you'll be ordering half a metre as 1 unit. So order 7 units if you're going to go for this quilt. And this is extra wide. Is that the same amount?
Oh, no. If it's extra wide, it will be a different amount. Half of 3.5, so 1.75?
So 2 metres.
Yeah, 2 metres.
4 units for the quilt. 4 units for the quilt. I'd go for more anyway, to be honest. Because it's beautiful. And then we've got the red. Because the extra wide backing fabric, sometimes it seems a bit of a waste because it's gorgeous. No reason why you can't use this for dressmaking fabric. No reason why you can't use it for bag lining. And extra wide would be, is this 270 centimetres? 275 centimetres wide. So that's almost 3 metres wide. It's huge. So that is the red. And then we've got a couple of options which look quite similar, but this one's got a grayer background. So this one is the cream. And that's £13.99. Again, all extra wide, these ones. And then finally, is this one. And that is called Silver. And again, that's £13.99 for half a metre. Oh, gosh, we're nearly 10 minutes into Sandra's show. We're going to be in trouble.
Not appropriate, is it?
We'll see you again later on. Thank you very much.
Thank
See
you,
after the
Debbie.
break. Bye-bye.
Join us in store, the Crafters Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer. And incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafters Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Paula Milner is joining us to celebrate the launch of her brand new Felt Flowers book, alongside the debut of her gorgeous new fabric collection, The Crafty Lass, Hidden Tides. So tune in and join Pauline on Wednesday only on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 p.m. each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
We have got our very own quilt festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own quilt festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
Hello there, welcome back again. Do you know, it's so lovely to meet people and work with people that I've never met before, but I know your name.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yes.
Yeah. We watch you on telly.
Yeah.
I've watched it a long time now. Oh my God, are we Debbie? But no, it's fine.
Sandra,
hi.
Tell us a bit about yourself.
Oh goodness me, what am I? Sandra, I'm Papercraft and SewingStreet, so I've got a foot in both camps.
All right.
As you know out there. My primary, I suppose, is drawing. I teach people to draw.
Oh, you teach drawing?
I
wow.
absolutely do. So when we create, well, say I draw pictures, I create stencils, then people can reproduce what I do, but do it in their own way. It's really clever. So if you've not seen that, you need to have a look on Facebook or on Hobbymaker's sister channel. But I then take the drawings that I've created and turn them into fabrics.
Oh, amazing.
So I can't tell you how excited I am, because fabric's just always been part of my life. I've been sewing for God knows how long. I think I did my first dress when I was 12. Somebody said, make me this, and I followed all the pictures, you know, as you do.
Yeah.
Little buttons down the side, I remember little darts here. And I absolutely love it. So to be able to turn my artwork into fabric is super exciting, because you see a drawing and you colour it and it's lovely, but then you suddenly see it printing onto fabrics and you think, well, actually, I want to do that, but I want to create a quilt. I'm addicted to quilts. Or I want to create a bag or a cushion. I can actually pick my own colours, I can pick the size, I can pick the ratios, I can pick what I want to put on there, and suddenly it becomes a product.
Yeah.
And every single one has real meaning for me. It really does. I mean, the one behind me, for example, this one's called Midnight Mass, and the whole name came because I was actually hand-stitching the binding God Midnight just to get it finished. And, you know, all these little quirks and these little things in there. But every single piece in that, I've drawn, I've chose the fabrics, I've created the design, I've put them together, I've bound it. Every single little bit of love and attention has gone into that quilt, and it's the same with every single one. But I just love it. I absolutely love it.
How do you draw? Do you pencil sketch? Do you
Yeah.
crayons?
Do you want to see?
Yeah.
Here's my sketchbook. That's one of them. And I'm not saying that everything's in here, but you can see that this is one of my books I did over at Christmas, because of course it's a paper, so a bit of inking. You can ink onto fabric as well. A little bit of sketch work there. So all of these sort of start as a line or a very simple shape. And then let's pick a few others. So for example, I want to show you. Here we go. This one, for example, this is kind of a first sketch of a stencil I was going to do. And then you sort of think, how do I get other people to be able to draw that? So I break it down into shapes. So you've kind of got a bit of a rectangle here, and then a curve, and then a curve, and a bubble shape. So I then create a stencil out of Mylar. So they draw these shapes, but then they put the words or the lines together to create the shape. So this is the actual version with the stencil. But imagine that on fabric. Because you could draw it with a friction pen and then embroider it and then rub it out.
Yeah.
A little bit of applique. So everything's kind of got that idea that, yes, you can draw it, but you can also embroider it or applique it as well. So, these we did fabric with pigs on a little while back, and, you know, we do panels of all that kind of thing, like little fennec forks, look. So all these, sometimes we'll print them as is, sometimes I'll colour them in, sometimes I might take a little element. So, for example, you look at this flower here, it's very similar to the flower that's in that fabric. Oh. So I might take little snippets of bits and pieces. So you
so
can
did
kind
you
of
train, or
no,
you can just do it?
No, my father was a very good artist.
Was he?
And I can remember him drawing something. I can remember him making a fireplace once, and he created this fireplace out of spare bricks that you got round as you do. And he drew 2 pictures. He got 2 pieces of wood for the sort of the plinths at the front. One was a butterfly and one was a rose. And I always remember it. He coloured it in and varnished it. And he says, Sandra, he says, yes, draw, but never do it for a business because you'll never make any money out of it. I know, sadly, my father's not with me and he never saw what I did. But I think that's where the passion comes from, seeing him do that. And then all of a sudden, this is what's happening. But you can turn this into other pieces of art and people can follow and copy. I mean, this one is just adorable. You see these different things. But to actually then to put these all onto fabric is super exciting.
And it just means that whatever you're buying today is exclusive fabric. So you're investing in something that's exclusive as well.
Absolutely, yeah. If you went to Google and typed in Sanntangle, you'd find me on Facebook and everything, but you would not find my fabrics anywhere else except here or on my website.
Oh, wow.
And these aren't necessarily, the new ones aren't on my website at the moment. It's all here, so.
We have so much to show you.
Well, do you know, they said bring quilts. And it's the Festival of Quilts, and Jess said bring quilts. So
you've practically brought the festival here.
I've brought quilts. I brought the festival to you today, absolutely.
Where would you like to start?
I think we'll start with this one, shall we? Yes, the Midnight Mass. Yes.
That's how much fabric you're getting.
Absolutely, yes.
Listen to that.
Now, the thing with these as well, of course, because as well as designing them, we print everything ourselves.
Right.
So you will, if your order comes through, we'll look at your order. So, right, okay, somebody's ordered the Midnight Mass. We will print this specifically for you. And it's not just a print. It's, we have to heat set it. And then we have to cut it. At the moment, we're cutting it by hand. Really? So sometimes you might find one fabrics with another, but that's fine. But anyway, what do you get?
We are limited on a lot of the kits that we have for you. So there's loads and loads of choice, but we don't have very many. So it might be an idea to have a look on the website and take a look at all of the quilts. If you want something specific, then go on the website, order it that way. We've even got special prices. So this one is going down to £149.99 with 5 split pays as well.
That's really good, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Oh, my goodness me, yeah. So, ex-teacher. Well, always a teacher, aren't you? I've written some instructions that take you through every step of the way. You've got pictures, you've got a little bit of how to before you start, you've got some little charts here that says what you need. Now, the thing when I actually wrote this is we were working on 44-inch wide fabric.
Right.
We have since moved to 60-inch wide fabric. And the idea of me going back through and calculating all this is not happening. So you are getting the same amount of fabric, but you're getting a 60-inch wide and not 44.
All right. So
do you want to do it, or shall I? I feel like I've took over. Here we go. So here's your colours. So everything you need for the whole quilt, as well as the binding, but not the backing. So every single piece.
We've only got 2 left. Be quick. Stop looking at this for a second.
Look at this. I'm just going to keep going. Now, the beauty of that, I'm a little bit addicted to Bargellos, I'm not going to lie, because I absolutely love the idea that I can create. Oh, let me put that
this
one
there. This one
there.
looks like droplets of water.
It does, doesn't it? The shading.
Yeah.
Everything that goes in it. I do apologise, a bit creased. It's been in my bag. Okay. And here we go.
People are going to miss out on this, I'm afraid.
I know that's a quick show.
So,
it's a quick show,
gone.
but just being able to sort of mix the colours is just wonderful, isn't it? That's so amazing. Anyway, I'll move that one out of the way because we've been walking about. But yeah, the fact I can choose the colours really makes it super special because I know that everything's going to match. And certainly for a Bargello, you need that sort of almost kind of ombre feel about it. So
and
having that.
Poplin?
It's 100% cotton. Quilting weight.
Lovely.
It actually comes all the way from America.
Oh, does it?
It does. It comes as lots of white bits, and we print it.
Okay, so this is the warm days, cold.
Yeah.
Warm days, cold days Bargello.
Jess says asked me to bring this one because she particularly loves it because it's just got a bit of everything. So you imagine you've got your sort of cold elements in there, but again you can sort of see those flowers coming through.
Yeah.
But the extra detail, all the little bits and pieces. And then, of course, I've taken little snapshots of those. There's your little flowers, look. But then you've got your warm. Look at this.
We're giving you a big saving on this one as well. You can see the price going down as we speak.
And these are not necessarily in
$34.99
in order in essence, but you can sort of see where the warmth's coming in.
So where does the inspiration come from?
I love colour.
All right.
That's the main thing. I love colour, and I love to see the fact that you can actually move them around. Do you want to see the actual quilt?
Yeah. Oh, you got it.
We've got a still, or do you want me to... There we go.
Wow.
Yeah, that was my first bargello. I actually designed that when we were in America.
Oh, really?
It was, yeah. I've actually only been quilting for 4 years.
Have you?
The first one I ever brought, I was saying this morning, from the Festival of Quilts, I brought one. It was a William Morris, and it was all the blues. And I wanted to pop a pink, because I've got a hot pink chair in my living room. And I wanted a bit of pink, so I swapped it out, and I made it. And I was like, oh, my God, this is amazing. So I kind of went from there. So, yeah, the idea of colours and switching them round, I love it.
And is it just quilting? Do you do dressmaking?
I do dress, well, if I get time. I have done dressmaking. So I don't do as much anymore, I would say. It's all about quilts and bags and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And products I'm going to use rather than wear, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is this one. I mean, it's a lovely little quilt. And if you think, if you look at it, you think, oh, that's really hard. It's really not. You cut strips out of your fabric, and then you stitch the strips together, and then cut it at different widths. So it's all about cut, stitch, honestly, and
so
it goes
if
together
you haven't
pretty easy.
seen this technique before and you're looking at the quilt now, it looks as though you've sewn together an awful lot of little boxes.
Yeah, no, not
It's
at all.
not at all, is
Not at all. No, so if you take the red, for example, you've got your reds going to your pinks, your orange and yellow. All that's cut, all that's stitched as strips. So you get really long, well, you get 60 wide strips, won't you now?
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, you're going to cut this one at 1 inch, you're going to cut this one at 2 inch, and you cut lots of strips and sew them together.
And what's the finished size of this one?
Now, it is in there, there you go.
I
write it down so I don't have to remember. But
60 by 66.
Yeah.
Is
But again, you've got lovely sort of charts, lovely little bits of information there to help you. So
we've got less than 10 left now, so we have very limited stock on that one.
Just lovely. All right, okay. This is quick movement today, isn't it?
I know.
Might even get a demo in.
Today.
I know. But yeah.
So, and remember, it is the last day of our Quilt Festival.
Is it? Oh, goodness me.
Quilt Festival event as well. So last day of the competition as well. Well, I say competition, it's a draw. So anything that you... we are continuing the festival for another couple of days, but not the giveaway. So we're going to pick 2 customers each day. So last two today, and you're going to win £100 SewingStreet credit. All you have to do is order something. So nothing technical to do or anything. Just order something, either from the live shows or on the website. That's up to you. And you're automatically going to be entered. And the more you order, the more you're entered.
Gosh.
So it's not, one entry per person. You can have as many as you want.
And you're not walking around a show, you're not stressing about parking.
Yeah.
Carrying it home. I mean, I've carried a whole wadding roll home before.
Have you?
And I think one year I bought a sewing machine, and you can imagine how heavy they are.
Oh.
And you're like, oh no, but you can just order. Anyway, this one, if you know me, I'm a very positive person. It takes work to be positive.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people know. As I came out of teaching, I did 12 years in teaching, and I came out not knowing what on earth I was going to do, and of course your confidence sort of drops. But positivity is a real important thing for me, hence this one, because this is known as our positivity quilt.
Okay.
So what I did with this one is, we have got this in 2 colourways, is I actually put lots and lots of positive sentiments all over the fabric. So, be in this moment, love yourself. This has never come with the instructions before. It's only ever been a fabric bundle. So, we're looking at these little symbols around it as well, which shows on this a little bit more. These are all about being positive.
Oh, are
So,
they?
loyalty, be in the moment, positive, friendship, love and loyalty. So even though it's a lovely sort of fabric in its own right, it actually has meaning, and it's all linked to positivity, which is a really nice one. I mean, it just glows, doesn't it? But then, of course, you've got the marigolds as well, and your steel and your silver. And marigolds are a very, very positive sort of thing. And every colour is matched. So I've not just sort of gone, oh, I'm going to use a random colour here. I've literally been able to match every single one. So it's a really beautiful one. And it's not just about, I'm just going to show you quickly this. It depends how you put this block together. You're going to get 2 or 3 different variations.
Oh, okay.
So this one's here. The size on this one, now if I haven't, I've got it here. Oh yeah, 52 by 41. Lovely little lap quilt this. Actually this one, I've made one for my dog Finley. But you've got, look, 2 variations alone that I've put in. So it depends on how you sort of put your block together, depends on how you're actually going to sort of then create what you're doing.
But what a lovely gift that would make for somebody that you want to give a little bit of positivity to.
Yes, I think so.
It's not just a quilt made with love. It's a quilt with a message for somebody as well. So
absolutely.
Absolutely. We are limited in stock though. We've got less than 10 of those left if you want to go for that.
Now wait till you see the second colourway, because I've been playing, because you can. And the nice thing about this is I love it so much. I thought, you know what, I'm going to do it in teal. So I kind of had a look at the fabric. Now what I've done in the paperwork, I have actually given you kind of a mock appearance of it. So I've gone where I can, giving you the colours. But of course the instructions of how to make the blocks is still sort of in there with the original, but you can sort of see how it works. There's one of my dogs. Look, he borrowed that one.
Oh,
that's Benji.
Oh,
I've got 2 dogs. I've got a Sheltie and a cockapoo. We're just talking about me. So yeah, so you've got the same fabrics here, but this time, I mean, the colours are just sublime. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful, and you've still got that lovely kind of shaded effect going on, and it's absolutely joyous to work on.
Yeah.
I have actually used a little bit of this. 1 second.
What's your washing instructions for your
Now,
fabric?
you can wash it easily, no problem, up to 40 degrees. It's fine.
On 40, really?
Yeah. So this is one I've been playing with. And there we go. There it is. So I've made a start on it. So I've just picked one of the shapes to sort of go with. And I've actually changed it up a bit. I've put a little bit of a cornerstone in there. Whereas in the instructions, it just gives you the sashing. So if you've never done it before, it's really straightforward.
And it's nice that the sizes of the print means that you can still read the messages on
Absolutely,
there. Smaller pieces.
This is the beauty of doing it yourself as well, is because you can print it.
Yeah.
And you can think, do you know what? That needs to be a bit bigger or a bit smaller. So depending on what you're actually gonna make.
That's going to sell out, so please go through and check out if you want it. If you wanted to go for instructions on their own, we do have that for you as well. So if you've got your own fabric that you want to use, and that is £14.99. And we're going to take the price down for you, so we'll take a couple of pounds off that for you. We're going down to £12.99.
Yeah, yours will be stapled. Mine wasn't, because I was checking it.
So again, instructions on their own, £12.99.
Okay. Gosh, it's like, let's do this.
I know, we're bashing these out. Hug Snuggles and Snowflakes?
Oh, yes, absolutely. This one I actually did for Christmas last year. It's one of those quilts, it's just got a little bit more to it because we've put some templates in.
Okay.
And the templates are there just to help you create it. But at the time, everybody said, this would be lovely if you... so we're moving it. Yeah, this would be really lovely as a summer kind of quilt. Different fabrics. So I have actually got a different colourway.
So this is instructions and templates?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. So this one is going to give you your curves, which are, a second, your curves for inside your little plates there, your little Dresdens. This one, of course, is your Dresden. Now, you take your acrylic covering off if you want to, it's on there. So you've got up to a 6-inch Dresden there. You only need a 3 and a 5. And this is a real little genius tool because it's going to help you get those triangles in the corners accurate.
Brilliant. So again, using your own fabric, that's that's a good price. £12.99 for instructions, so you get 3 of those for not a very much.
Absolutely, yeah. We like to make it affordable if we can for you.
That is very affordable. Well worth getting hold of at £19.99. But we do have a kit for you as well. Oh, this is sunshine.
Absolutely. So it's a little bit different. I have simulated the front cover there because, of course, trying to make every quilt, it's a bit silly. But I have got some blocks that I can sort of show you anyway. We're going to demo this, hopefully.
These are lovely designs.
I know.
So elegant.
Yeah. I mean, I know we're talking about fabric you will have spare fabric. I would never want you to do it and think, oh my goodness, I've run out.
Or if you cut something a little bit wrong.
Exactly. But remember, I actually originally did these on 44-inch wide fabric.
So
you're
you've got
now
your
on
extra there
60,
anyway.
so you've already got lots more to start with. I'm ever so pleased with that. It's just sunshine in a bag, isn't it? Yeah.
Such happy colours.
Absolutely, yeah. I've had so much fun with this. It's really pretty.
That was the colour of the sky at 5 o'clock this morning.
I can show you a couple of blocks with this one. Give me a second.
Now
it's it's here somewhere.
So we've taken £10 off the price for you. So £149.99 goes down to £139.99.
Bear with me. Bear with me. It's here somewhere.
That's okay. And then including your 3 templates, and those are your instructions with, again, lots and lots of photographs. I like a photograph. Photographic step-by-step instructions on there as well. You've got pages and pages of them.
Yeah.
So all of that now for a reduced price of £139.99, and we've got split payments for you there as well.
Oh, nice. So here we go. I've made a start on it. So this is the Dresden.
Oh, lovely.
Now what I have done, or what I am going to do, because there's 5 of these, so you've got one for each corner, one in the middle. I thought what would be nice, because, you know, just because it says so in the instructions, look, I've got one there, it's going to come. I'm going to make this one in the middle the same colour, I think, just because it's in the middle. But you've got enough fabric to do that. So that's one of the blocks, and it looks really tricky, but it's really not. Even down to that triangle, so you've got a little template in there. It's going to show you how to put that on. Okay. And then that's the other block that goes with it as well. So you've got 2 different blocks to sort of play with. So
that's really lovely. So this is appliqué, is it?
It is. That's appliqué on, yeah. Please don't be frightened about that. It shows you in the instructions how to do it. It's not tricky at all. I don't do tricky.
Nice to hear. So we've got 2 colour options for you. And this is the second one.
There you go. I'll move that.
Have fun packing all these away later, won't you?
I know. But you know what? What a team. Look at that. Go.
So in this one, I'll just turn that one so I can find them. Oh, I like this. And
yeah.
So this is
this is the Christmas kind of Christmas kind of edition.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's lovely.
So I did Christmas, but I didn't do it so it was seriously Christmas in your face. I like to do it in my way. This is a beautiful quilt. You know, I actually put this one on my bed in the winter and it glows.
Oh,
you know, with these lovely colours coming in.
Yeah.
It's lovely. So this one's been before, but the yellow one we've just done is the new colourway.
And this is what it looks like when it's all made up, which is just beautiful.
It absolutely glows, that one does. You know, the sun hits in the morning, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. £139.99 is your price. Remember, we've got your split payment, so all you need to pay today is £27.99, and you're investing in something that you just can't get anywhere else apart from your website.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's nice to have something different though, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is, yeah. It's nice to have that little bit of exclusivity, and we like to, I know this sounds really daft, but we like to know who we're selling to.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Yeah. So, yeah. It's
okay then. So we're showing
that one in the corner?
All right.
Yeah. Now this one was that one on the corner. That's it.
Sorry.
So I'll sort her out. And I do have the original here. So yeah, we brought this one not that long ago, and I know sometimes it's one of those things that, you know, you don't want to do a full quilt. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to do a bed runner.
Yes.
And I've never, ever had a bed runner in my life. You know, you do your research. I'm like, why haven't I had a bed runner? And we've just done our bedroom up, you know, so it's almost looks a little bit hotel-like now, purely so I could take photographs of my quilts. But yeah, so this one gives you enough fabric for 2 cushions. I mean, this is a very traditional kind of drawing technique, the woven sort of design. So this is one of your versions. I've actually got the actual runner here. So, I mean, it's quite, this is a king-size bed. So you've got enough fabric to do the king-size bed runner. I mean, the stripe round the edge is just beautiful. And then, of course, you've got 2 cushions, and that gives you cushions for the front and the binding, but you get yourself a little bit of white or whatever you want to do for the back.
It's a very clever illusion, though, isn't it?
I love it, though. I love that kind of illusion where it looks like you've woven it and it's going in and out. It's really not. It's actually a little block. It's only this big, a little rectangular block.
Oh.
And then as you stitch them together, this is the bit that does it.
Yeah.
Getting that darkness in there, but it's really nice. So I've also given you measurements in the instructions for if you've got a single bed or a double bed, so you know exactly how many blocks to make. So I just think sometimes you don't want to make a king size. You want to make something a bit smaller.
And this is what you're getting. I do love that stripe. But such again,
Lovely,
pretty
isn't it?
fresh colour palette, and those are your instructions included in there as well. But there's 2 colour options.
No, which we've not done this one before. This one's a new one.
Is it?
It is. So I think I definitely have to make this one, I think, because of the monochrome, it doesn't matter what colour your bedroom is.
Yeah.
You can have it whatever you want. Shall I move it?
Thank you.
There you
So
go.
that's your...
You'll be giving me a job soon. I mean,
it's such a popular colour.
Yeah, it's kind of a warmy. I mean, you get different greys, of course. You get warm greys and cool greys. This is kind of on the warm spectrum.
Yes.
So it's going to look lovely, isn't it? Really pretty.
It really is. And your greys match it. Grey, black and white don't all come in one colour, do they?
Oh gosh, no, there's hundreds and hundreds. I mean, even the stripe, I have actually taken the colours from each of those to match the stripe. So it's not like an additional, an add-on. Even this one, the colours come from the same fabric, so it all matches.
So everything matches. It's a collection, isn't it?
It's absolutely is, yes.
And is that?
Yeah.
I was seeing vases and topiaries, but it's not, is it?
No, it's a mixture of everything, that one. Yeah.
Beautiful. So £69.99. So you could make 2 cushion covers and a king size bed
Yeah,
winner.
absolutely. It's crazy, isn't it? And you're going to have spare, of course, because I didn't do this on 60 to start with. My husband's like, why have you done that? It just works. It just
Have you got
works.
something to demo for?
I have, yes, absolutely. I thought we'd have a go at that little Dresden because I know it looks scary, but it really isn't. Really.
Any questions and comments? If you've bought any of Sandra's kits before, come and let us know. If you've got any pictures you could share, would be nice as well.
Okay. Right, so I've kind of got everything. I've tried to prepare, look. Yes, so the first one, if I just sort of show you, hang on a second, we've got the yellow ones, yeah. If I just sort of...
You don't slip on these guys.
I know, yeah, it's like being back at the office. So with the first one, I'm not going to demonstrate the first block because I think it's a little bit self-explanatory, because you've got your letters here and you can see that you're going to create a little rectangle, a rectangle, a rectangle, a rectangle, and you see how I've split that one up for you? Same there. You put that on the end. So it kind of builds itself up as a little square.
Yep.
What you'll do with that then, it'll look like this, and then you'll make 4 of those that you rotate and stitch together, and that's what creates your first block. So that one, pretty straightforward in that essence. I have told you fabric A, B, C, everything that you need. But again, what I would do is don't cut everything out at once. So here it says 7 strips. I've probably only needed 5 because it's longer.
Right.
So don't cut everything, just sort of cut strips that you need as you're going, because then it means you're going to have more fabric left over.
Okay.
Okay, so I didn't want to do the maths. All right, so the next one then, once we've done this, see all this, it's giving you all the instructions how to do it, even that little triangle there. But then we want this block to do. So we've got lots of what we call Dresden plates. So what on earth is a Dresden plate? It's a shape, okay? And the shape starts life as one of those little rectangles. So let's have a look. Do I have one that I've not stitched? Here we go.
What's your sewing room like at home? Where do you do your work?
In the kitchen.
Do you?
Yeah, on the kitchen table, and we've got like a little island as well, so I do it all there. But then when it comes to long arm or anything like that, I'm upstairs, I've got a bedroom with a long arm machine in. So I'm very, very lucky, but yeah, it's all over the kitchen.
Are you tidy?
I try to be. Don't we all try to be? I do try to be. It's not always the case. It depends on how much I'm going on. So cutting your Dresdens, always start at the bottom at the thinnest piece. Don't start at the top, because otherwise you're going to get a different size.
Okay.
So this is my 5-inch. I've cut a 5-inch strip. And then what you do, you put this on and you can cut along there, and then you turn it round like this. And you cut the next one so there's no waste all the way along your piece of fabric, okay? Once you've got that, you're going to do, now as a way of doing this as well, you fold this together and you're going to fold it from the raw edge, or you're going to stitch it from the raw edge all the way down to the fold.
Right.
Okay? Little hint as well, whilst you're doing that, it's always worth putting yourself a little crease there. I'm not going to stitch that because I don't want to waste our time when you can see it. So I've got a little crease there. So imagine I've folded it. Here we go. Got another one here. There you go. So I've folded it, stitched it. Then what I've done is, I say what I've done, what my husband's done. He's really good at this. He's turned it through for me. And you use a little bit of one of my prim tools because sometimes he doesn't get the corner right. And just nice and gently, you want that corner, okay? So that's how it looks from there, stitch to there. I've got that little fold there, and the reason you need that fold is as I open it out, what I want to do is I want to flatten this to create that triangle, but because I've got that crease, I can get it in the middle. So if I fold that like that, that gives me my first little shape, you see? Now at this point, you don't want to be messing about with it too much because you've got angles and that kind of thing. You don't want to sort of try and change the shape of it. So leave them as is, and then you're going to stitch them together. So you've got two different types. You've got this one. So we've got small, large, like so. And then I've also got this one, which is giving me the different colour. It shows in the instructions, large, small, large, small, large, because they're going to kind of match together to create the whole shape.
Okay.
So all I've done with those, I've stitched them together. It's always handy, you know, where you've got this one going to this, there's a little bit of a back stitch because you want that to be secure. And then on the back, I've actually done here, because I've pressed them open. A little bit unusual for quilting and things, but you want to press them open because then you can follow it up. So you've kind of got your seam there. It's going to sort of get your raw edge. It's going to hide it on the inside. So that's pretty straightforward. So you don't want to watch me spending my time do that. The main thing is how on earth do you put it together?
How on earth do you put it together?
How on earth do you put it together? It's like I planned it. Look at this. So I've got my square, and it again tells you in the instructions to do your square. Now, what you've kind of got to do is you've got to position this on here, and you think, oh, how does that kind of work? Look, I've got lots of threads because I didn't cut them off. But you get the idea. I'll show you in a minute. So I'm going to sort of position it first. Now, I've already done one of these, so I know that the distance from here to here is about 5 1/4. So I'm going to measure that just to make sure. So friction pen comes on in. Let's have a little look. And let's just measure this. This is all in the instructions. So here we go. So I've got about 5 1/4 this. I'm going to put a mark there. And I'm going to put a mark here. It just helps me out a little bit. 1/4. So I sort of know where I'm working to.
Yeah.
Anything to make life a little bit easy if I can. Okay, just find my pins. Are you a pin girl? Do you pin things?
Depends what I'm making. Dressmaking, definitely.
Yeah.
Most of the rest of the time, no.
Now, I like clips, because clips you can then pin it and you can put it on any way. It doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah.
But something like this, you've kind of got to use pins because you've got to hold it.
We've got fancy pins. We can give you the details in just a second. And those have got silicone ends to them, haven't they?
They have,
I like
yes.
a pin I can see.
I do, and I like they're just nice and fine. They're never going to pull your fabric.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get one and it's a little bit too thick for your fabric and you end up with a mess on it. All right, I'm just going to work those out of the way. Let's get rid
We've
of
got a review, actually.
Oh.
Oh, no, we've got... a picture. Oh, here we go, look.
The review or a complaint?
Good morning, all. I would love to show Sandra my colourful cascade
look at
quilt from my
that.
kit, which I finished this morning. Gorgeous fabrics and excellent pattern.
Finished this morning. What time this morning were you up finishing that? That is beautiful.
That's coming up later, isn't it?
How lovely is
12
that? It is, yeah, it is. And I've got a couple of different colourways of that one, but I'm so pleased you did it. I hope you've enjoyed doing it because I absolutely loved making that one because of all the colours.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you so much. You know, I really appreciate that. Right, I'm just kind of sort of placing it out because I do need this to be flat. So as long as my corners are right, and what I actually do, because you're going to stitch 4 together, I would do 4 at the same time because what you want to do is make sure that they do all match. Do you see I've got that going on?
Yep.
If you feel that you need to at this point, you can actually come around and just on the inside there, you can just do a little stitch.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to worry about that yet because you don't need to in essence. So now I've got to look at, right, okay, I've got this one, which colour have I got in the middle? So this one, look, let's have a look back at my instructions. It'll show me, look. So I've got, that's B there, and that one is H. So let's have a little look. B and H, so it's this one. So F is going to be the bit in the middle because we've got two different colours. I like pictures, I like to see it, look. So F is this one, this kind of red one. So let's have a look, find my F. All right. Okay, so I've got this one. Now, a little bit of a hint about this. I might just sort of show you this one and how I do it. You want some really fine or really lightweight interfacing. Okay, it's going to make your life easier.
Is that sewing or fusible?
It's a fusible, yeah?
Okay.
Okay. So what I've done is I've taken my template. Well, it was here. Oh, I'll borrow that one. There it is. Oh, taken my curved template and I've literally put it onto the fabric the wrong side. I've lined it up and drawn around it with a friction pen.
Okay.
Okay. So then what I'm going to do is take my little bit of interfacing. Now you want to do this so the glue or the bobbly side, so I used to say it to the kids, imagine 20 odd kids and fusibles. Right side to right side. So my gluey bit is on facing that. Okay, so do not get it anywhere near an iron at all. Okay, because we don't want to be ironing that together. If it's a little bit off, it doesn't matter as long as I've got it on there. So what I would do then is stitch around. I'm going to stitch directly on that line.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm going to attempt to anyway. Should be fine.
Any particular stitch length, does it matter?
For this, it doesn't really matter, so I'd sort of keep it as a regular. If I'm sewing blocks together in bits and pieces, I'll use like a 1.8.
Right.
But this is probably a 2.5. It doesn't matter because it's only there to sort of fold it through. Okay? So I've stitched on the line. So scissors in then. Now, something you can do before you cut, you could actually use this as a half square triangle if you wanted to. So cut it off at this point, and then you can sort of, you've got better space to work with. So I'm just going to trim round that. And I wouldn't use a rotary cutter for this. I do like my rotary cutter, but if I'm cutting something like this, I do use scissors. I'm a bit old school. Okay. All right, so again, do not press. I have to keep saying that, and I'm sure it's in my instructions about 12 times. So you're going to fold that over, like so. And, of course, what I need to do now is kind of roll it in my fingers. Here we go. So that interfacing is just slightly behind that piece, you see. And I don't want to kind of stretch it too much, but what I'm going to come in and do, look, is just kind of finger press it. All right, so I've got my curve. So from there, if I then line up that there with that there, almost like magic, it fits. So let me just put some pins in there. I always end up catching myself with a pin. I do like these pins. Here we go. So I'm just going to stitch around that just so you can see it, and then I won't stitch all around this, but and I want to show you the triangle if I may. Okay. So let me just move that one out of the way. Okay. So what you're going to do is stitch as close as you can to that edge, not sort of in a bit because you're quite close. This one's not too bad. Yeah. So yeah, you could use any stitch you like. If you want to make it decorative, if you want to hand stitch it, if you want to embroider it, move that one out of the way. Whatever you want to do. But I'm going to take it. Yeah, imagine like a contrast colour as well. I've gone for green. I mean, I've got green in the fabrics, so I just thought I'd bring a little bit of it out into the piece itself.
Any particular thread you use?
I've got Aurifil. I do quite like the colours are so lovely. It's colour again, isn't it? The colours are so lovely. So you can see just sort of stitched around the top. I would then stitch around here, but I just want to show you how the triangle works.
Okay.
Okay. So I have got my little pot here with everything in. Okay. All right. Here we go. So creating your sort of corner on the edge, and again, it shows you in the instructions. Here we go. It looks like my craft room now, doesn't it? So here we go. It shows you there that you've got a square and you've got two triangles. Okay. So move that out of the way. So there's my square, two triangles. Now I am a best press lover, so if you're messing with triangles, you see I'm handling it. Best press them, and it's just going to make it a little bit more structured, because what you need to do is kind of have one stitch there, and let's do it right, look. one stitch. I always like a visual, so I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So once I've done that one, and I've stitched it together, you see, pressed it so seams are out. Doesn't matter in that essence whether they're in or out, but I've got my triangle. But the idea is that I need to put this triangle in this corner, which, yeah, that's easy to do, but I've got to fold it over to stitch it.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a nightmare. So how does this work? So again, I'm just going to borrow that template. Sorry. So, okay. Friction pen in hand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line up the corner here with the corner of my fabric, and then I'm just going to make line up there. Now I haven't taken the backing off this, so you would see it'll be clear when you've done yours.
Right.
Okay. So even though that's sort of on that piece there, it doesn't matter. I'm going to mark that corner. Okay, so I've got a little mark. So what I'm going to do with my triangle is I'm going to line my corner up with that corner there. Okay, that's right. And then let's just put a couple of pins in again. There, look. This genius, isn't it? It's absolute genius.
How long did it take you to work that out?
Well, actually, I did say to my husband, I need this to happen, and this has got to work this way and this way. And he was like, oh, I'll do it this way then. So between us, we're pretty inventive.
You're quite demanding, aren't you?
I am. I like things right, you know. But I like, again, it's that teacher thing in me. I like to be, yeah, it looks great. I want it to look really complex, but I want you to be able to do it easily.
Yeah.
So now I've got my seam there, okay?
Okay.
So let's just, this is the proof, isn't it? Directly on the line. Okay. Pins out. Now, what I would not do is I wouldn't cut that yet.
Right.
I always want to check first.
Absolutely perfect, isn't it?
I don't need to say anything, do I? Ta-da! So, of course, once you've done that and you're happy with it, you know, give it a little press, but then this little bit here, you don't need, so you could trim that off.
Which is a decent size, again, for a half square triangle.
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. So I don't like to waste things at all. So that one will sit there. So once I've done this and I've done this bit, I would then take my next block and I would do the measurement as before. I know you think, oh, measuring. I only measure if you really have to. But I would always line it up and make sure that fits. It's this bit here. Let me show you the actual block again, if I can remember where I put it. Oh, gosh, it could be anywhere. Give me a second. Oh, I don't know. Oh, no, I do. Here we go. I've got it. Here we are. So if I show you this one. So you've got to make sure, look, here, this is the bit that sort of kind of needs to match if you can. Yep. If it's a little bit off, please don't worry about it. We're not going to send the police round. But just sort of make sure that before you sort of stitch it together, just check that when you're pinning it for you applique it on, it's going to fit.
And with your triangles in the corner, it's the same thing, isn't it? Because this is going to join onto another block.
Absolutely is, yeah. But because you've used the little jig, it means that it's going to fit together. You'll be fine with it. I don't want you to panic, which is why we wanted to do a bit of a demo on that. So I hope that's covered.
Oh, now in this colourway we are, less than 10 of those left now. We are limited
thank you,
stock.
everybody. It's lovely. I'm going to finish it, honestly.
We do have 2 colour options for you.
I know, hang on.
Down there. So this is the second colourway that Sandra's just pulling up now. Have you got a...
I have, yeah. We've got a nice little...
Oh, well done. We've got even less of this one remaining now. So same design, you've got the instructions and the templates included there for your £139.99. And this is what the finished quilt looks like, which is so pretty. It's an unusual colour palette, this one. And this is the one that you were saying is kind of loosely based around Christmas.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Not your typical reds and greens.
Oh, no, this is it. But imagine if you actually then do this in your own fabrics. You can mix and match, use your scraps, but you've got those templates.
Yes.
I mean, that triangle, you're going to be doing them all over the place now, aren't you? Because it just works.
There was a demonstration on this one on the 27th. No, it wasn't. 23rd of July. So have a look back on our YouTube channel and you can have a look at the demonstrations. So again, templates included, instructions and all of the fabrics needed there as well. Have you got another demo?
I have, yeah. I could do a quick demo, absolutely.
We've got loads of time.
Bear with.
Let's have a look while you're just getting ready there at some extra wide backing fabric.
Oh, look at that. That'd be great for that cascade one, wouldn't
it would, wouldn't it? This is brand new today. It'll go with anything. And it's really, really busy for this one. You found it on the website already. Well done to you. This is an explosion of colour.
I like this because when you're stitching, if it's not quite straight, I know that sounds daft, but you know, if you've never done it and you're trying to put backing on, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Or you don't have to worry about what you're stitching, do you? Because it's just going to mix.
No. And it's such a lovely fabric to use. Forget about quilting again. I wouldn't stitch around all of it, but maybe choose the hexagon shape and stitch around those. So you could actually quilt this fabric and use it for bags, cushion covers, anything you like.
Yeah.
But extra wide is 274 centimetres wide. So it's like 2 3/4 almost meters in width. And it's just beautiful. For $10.99 for half a metre. Amazing value for money for that one. Okay, what are you demoing
Right,
then?
I thought we'd do that positivity, the one.
Okay.
Actually, because it's just nice to sort of see how it works. Because again, I don't want to stress you out because it looks quite complex.
Yeah.
Or it really isn't.
Okay. That colourway has now sold out, but we do have another colourway for you. So same design, but it's the orange and the red.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So here we go. What happens with this? I want to sort of.
Oh, that one sold out as well.
Do a quick demo. We'll do a quick demo. Okay, so what? I'll talk you through how we do it. So you start with your fabrics and you're going to find selvage to selvage. What on earth does that mean? That means, certainly on my fabric, fluffy edge to fluffy edge.
Right.
Okay, it's always easy to do that. So make sure they like that because that's how I've kind of measured mine. And what you would do, you'd line it up, and you can see there that I've used quite a bit of this, is you would use your ruler and you'd cut your strips.
Okay.
Okay, it tells you what size in the instructions. So cut your strips and then you would take, say, that one and say that one, like so. You cut all your strips and you'd stitch that one to that one. So you end up with lots of long kind of strips. Shows you that in the instructions. And then once you've done that, so you've got all your different colours, you'd press them and then you would end up cutting them all into different sections.
So as we've sold out of the fabrics, we do have the instructions on their own, and this is still based, is it on the 44 inches wide fabric?
Yes.
So if you've got your own quilting fabric at home, you can still follow the instructions.
Absolutely. Yep. Yes. Okay. So here, look, I've actually got my two different sort of designs. You can mix and match. You get the same amount of each material. Okay. So if you want to use the marigolds for this, you can. If you want to mix, it doesn't really matter. It sort of becomes your quilt.
Yeah.
So from there, in the instructions, it says you've got to cut it diagonally. So in order for me to keep this the same, what I've done, look, I keep a little one. See, I've got a little bit of white on the end. And I've put the top, and I've put myself a little angle. So I know that I'm going to cut diagonally that way.
Okay.
But sometimes, you know, when you're in the midst of it, you've had a cup of tea and the doorbell's gone. If you're not careful, you've turned it round and you've cut it the different way.
Yeah.
You'll get a different pattern. So it's just something to sort of bear in mind.
Okay.
So what you actually do, here we go, is you're going to cut angles. You see that one there?
Yep.
It's not quite the same one, but it doesn't matter. So I've actually got that one, like so. And let's find one. Have I got one on there? Have I not cut that? I'll tell you what I'm not doing. I'm not cutting on air with a rotary cutter. Saw your finger the other day.
Did you see that?
Yeah. It's all right. I'll just use that one. Okay. So let's have a quick look in the instructions then. So it shows, look, there you are. That's where I'm doing the diagonals. So that's what I've done there. I've cut myself the diagonals. Yeah.
Right.
So again, it shows you how they look. It shows you how they put together. So it depends how they put together as to what you get. So this pattern is different to this pattern.
Yes.
So what I would do is I'd put them together and then take a photograph so you know what you're doing. Okay, does that make a bit of sense?
Yep.
All right. So let's have a look. So if I've got 4 of those, so I've got to find them now. They were in order, honestly. Here we go, look. And I've got 4 of these. There's one. There's the other one. There's the one. And there's the other one. So once I've got that, I can say, right, okay, I'm going to have a look at this. So let's make a little pinwheel. So I always do this first off. Let's see, I want the purple one. There you go. just to see how it goes. And I say I'm very visual, so I'll have this at the side of my sewing machine. I won't sew anything unless I've seen it. And then I know that these ones now are going to go in the middle there, like so. So, you know, when I think when it's explained and when it's sort of, you can see like this, it's a lot easier than sort of looking at the whole thing thinking, I can't do this. You absolutely can do this, okay? So the other thing to consider as well, is don't try and match these. You'll lose the will to live, you really will, don't do it. What you want to be doing is matching the middle, if anything.
Right.
So I'd stitch this one to this one to this to this, this to this. Again, a little bit of a spritz of best press, because they're triangles. It's going to help you out. So once you've done that, that's your block.
Your eye's drawn to here anyway.
Absolutely.
So if that isn't quite right, like you said, you don't notice that because
exactly.
you look here. So concentrate on that.
Yeah, so you can have a little look at mine. Look, you can scrutinise mine. It's fine. Here it is.
We've got best press on the screen. We've got the lavender vanilla, and that is £11.99. Yeah. Oh, that's a 16 ounce. That's a big one.
Oh, yeah. Well, you'll use it.
Yeah.
I love it. Even just for the smell. So yeah. So you can see here. Look, mine. They're not matching, but this bit in the middle. This is the bit I've looked at. And this is where you use your clips, just clip it together.
Yeah.
So you get your middle, and then of course you've got your bits in between. So I don't have to worry about matching this to this because I've got that in the middle.
Yes.
I say in your instructions it does show you just a strip across there. It doesn't show you this bit. But if you want to do that, it's a case of cutting this to the size of your block and adding a little square in the middle there, and then trying to match them. But other than that, that is as simple as it is in that sense. Hopefully that's covered that as quickly as I'd got.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We've got loads on the shows today.
Wait for the next one.
Okay, so we've got Lynne back again in the next hour with a Kaffe Fassett quilt, which is absolutely amazing. You're not, oh, look at that. You're not going to want to miss that one. So you've got a couple of minutes now if you want to go and put the kettle on, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
We have got our very own quilt festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly Rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own quilt festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
Paula Milner is joining us to celebrate the launch of her brand new Felt Flowers book, alongside the debut of her gorgeous new fabric collection, The Crafty Lass, Hidden Tides. So tune in and join Pauline on Wednesday only on SewingStreet.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Join us in store, the Crafters Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from Sewing Street, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer. And incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafters Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Welcome back again. It's still our Quilt Festival here on Sewing Street. Last day for the competition, 2 more days on the Quilt Festival. So basically anything that you order, and we don't have very much left now, very long left I should say, you're in with a chance of winning £100 Sewing Street credit. So if you've ordered already, good for you. You don't have to do anything, you're automatically entered. But if you want to order anything else, you'll be entered again and again and again and again. The more you enter, the more chance you have of winning. So if you want to stock up on your consumables, on your pins and your needles and the threads and all that kind of thing, what a great time to do it right now. And of course, you've only got your one P&P to pay all day as well. Anyway, we need to move on because we're overlapping all over the place. I'm kind of thinking we might take up the first half hour of Hobby Maker when we're finished. They won't mind. Would you rather sew or papercraft? Well, there we go. Half an hour of Hobby Maker we're doing. That went down well. Just before we bring you these amazing quilts that you're going to have a look at that. Oh, but before we do that, what we're going to do? Oh, we've got the new book. Only launched this week. And it was launched at Quilt Festival, obviously, but this is signed inside as well. There we go. So we've got a book plate in there with Kaffe's signature on it. And of the 12, we think we've got 12 projects in there altogether. Quilts at an English country manor house. And I'll just have a quick look through it. The photography is amazing, isn't it? That's like a travel brochure for the manor house. Beautiful. And There we go. They're the proper coffee table books, aren't they? I think a lot of people will be collecting books even if you don't want to actually make those quilts up as well. But they're all telling a story. The use of colour is absolutely... It doesn't look real, does it? And they've got the yew trees there, which always look like chess pieces to me when they've been shaped. What a lovely day. But a gorgeous book, you know, just to sit and be inspired by the incredible quilts and the beautiful choice of colours. I'd love to have been on the photo shoot. Oh, look at that on a 4-post bed. Oh. And I just want to show you some of the quilts. Oh, here's all of your instructions. Look. So it's not just a pretty book. Of course, you've got all of the instructions to make these as well. But the photographs are just beautiful. And patterns in the back where you need them. And oh, look. They're doing a little bit of farming while they're having the day out, look. Just go and sit next to that tractor. And Kaffe is modelling one of the quilts there as well. Look at it. Hide and seek. He's collecting leaves, so he's got a little barrow. No, it's nice to see behind the scenes pictures, isn't it? A little bit of an insight into what the days were like while they were there. And there they are, Kaffe and Brandon on the back. We don't have very many of these left. Remember, it's £25.99, and these are signed. So you'll probably be able to buy the book elsewhere, but you're not going to get that signature from anywhere. So that's quite special for you here as well. So Lynne's back with us in the show. This quilt looks amazing.
I know. The kit I had is in a different colourway. There are 2 colourways of this quilt. But what's great about this design is it shows off Kaffe Fassett's great big blousy flowers, which is what you want when you use his fabrics, because they're so large scale, great big, in-your-face flowers. So I think that's what's brilliant about this design, is you really get to see those big flowers all over the quilt.
No, it's absolutely stunning. And it is a big quilt as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Just a little bit short of 2 metres square.
Yes, I don't know what that is in inches. I only work in inches for quilts. So, but yes, you're right. I think it's 196.
I work in inches no matter what I'm sewing, but I buy fabric by the metre.
I know, because that's how we have to buy it here.
Yeah.
So, and SewingStreet do metre fat quarters, don't they? Metric fat quarters, so you get more for your money. Just a little top tip.
78 inches square. If you're
that is big. That is big, yeah. Yeah, nice.
Oh gosh, already. We are limited in the amount of stock that we have already. So let's give you a good deal. £249.99 should be the price, but we're going to take that down for you to £189.99, and we've got 5 split payments, so you only need to pay a fifth of the price to start with right now. And we still send it straight out to you. It's only £37.99, £38. First payment, it goes to you straight away. You don't have to wait until you've paid your final payment before we send this out to you. And we've got 2 colours for you to choose from. Oh, can I open it? I'll try and be as neat as I can, because this will be one of the kits that's going out to you. So,
which is the winning colour right now? Do we know?
Which what, sorry?
Which is the winning colour right now? Do we know who's in the lead?
We don't know yet.
Don't know yet.
Try and work it out. Oh, can I? I'm going to. Oh. If I rip this, does that mean I get to keep it, or does that mean I've got to pay for it? I'm sorry. Somebody will get ripped tissue, but you know. You'll have my DNA all over it, so you can clone me if you want. you wouldn't want to clone me. Oh, these. Oh, look at the colours of these. Let's undo this. So with the design, Lynne, these are really big. There's enough fabric, I'm hoping, to be able to fussy cut.
Yeah, the instructions are to fussy cut those squares.
All right.
So you fussy cut 8 great big squares of each of the 2 big blousy prints.
Look at that.
I know.
Gorgeous.
Fantastic. Kaffe Fassett does do colour with aplomb, doesn't he?
Oh, absolutely.
He's no shrinking violet.
Look at those. Wow.
I
okay.
know. Amazing colours.
And then that's your background
Yeah.
fabric.
Yeah.
And
that appears in there and in the binding and in this little bit of sashing there.
That's gorgeous. It just makes everything else pop, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
So those are all of your fabrics, and of course you have instructions in there as well. We're going to take the price down again. We are going to go down from £189.99 now to another £20 off. £169.99 is all you're going to pay, and you've still got the 5 split payments. Woohoo! Well, that's a good time to invest, isn't it? That's a good time to buy, and it's a good time to invest, and particularly with those split payments as well. And you'll be on your way to making an amazing quilt like this. And this is exclusive to SewingStreet, so don't shop around and try and price compare, because you're not going to find this. So is it challenging, or is it quite a simple quilt?
It is actually, I think, really simple. So very similar to what we were talking about with the double wedding ring. You kind of tilt your head 45 degrees to work out how it goes together. So you have this block here, which is basically just a big square with triangles added on the corners. And then this block here, which is just a central square with these strips added around the outside. That's basically what you have to do for the quilt. These are a little bit more involved, these sections around the side, but I mean, they're not complicated, and if we get time, we'll get to those. But if not, it's in the pattern to show you how to make those. But yes, the majority of the quilt is these two actually incredibly simple blocks.
But it's striking, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
It's so
And I love that you get the whole of these flowers. That's what's so great if you get a pattern where you can use Kaffe Fassett's fabrics to the max, because you need those great big pieces. Otherwise, this would be all cut up and lost.
Yeah. Oh, I'm imagining that on a 4-poster bed like you saw in Kate's book.
Yes.
All right, this is the second colour option, which is the blue. This is the one you're demoing with, isn't it?
This is the one I'm demoing with, yes. Which would you choose? If you had to choose between the two, which would you choose?
The blue.
Well, I'd go for the pink.
Would you?
Always go for warm colours, always. That's always my default, yeah. You're trying so hard not to damage the packaging.
Yes, yeah, because somebody's going to have this.
I know. But as you say, they can clone your DNA, so there's always a bonus at the end if it's been opened already.
I'm going to do it.
Yeah, you're determined.
Done it. Done it. I'll try and be careful. As long as you didn't want to reuse your tissue paper. My mother would be turning at the moment.
Yes, because that you could reuse.
Would save every little bit of everything.
Absolutely, we had a box of used wrapping paper to be reused. Waste not, want not, Debbie.
oh, there we go. Oh,
yep.
Right, okay.
You're in.
Well, I'm struggling with that. I mean, you've even got a bit of ribbon you can use. We're taking the price down again to £169.99. Yeah, I like the blue one.
I love the pink one.
Oh, of those. Okay, £169.99 for the complete kit, and this is what it looks like when you're finished. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's like a trellis background with flowers coming through it, almost like they're growing through the...
It's like a little bit like a sort of one of those sort of planned English gardens, isn't it? It's all sort of neat and tidy and organised, and then those beautiful borders around the outside.
Yeah, we don't get those these days, do we? I wonder what the manor house's garden's looking like now, because mine is straw.
Yeah, totally.
All the flowers
it's
have
all
disappeared
completely
and,
dried out, yeah. Although I'm not going to complain about this summer. It's been the nicest summer we've had in years.
Yeah. I'd like it to rain overnight and then hot during the day.
Perfect.
If I had a choice.
Yes. If somebody could organise that for us, that would be great.
I'll have a word.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, what would you like to demo?
Okay, so I've got 2 blocks to demo, but I'm going to start off with a little bit of fussy cutting because that's not always that easy. Now you have to cut, so this is one of the fabrics you're going to fussy cut, so it's these great big blousy, and we can pick a flower, any flower, and what we want to do is we want to cut a 9-inch square. So I'm going to show you the way I would do this if I was making this quilt. Does not give you instructions for this in the pattern, but this is just a really easy way to fussy cut a big section like this. So what I did was I taped together 2 pieces of A4 paper. Because this is a 9-inch square, it's bigger, that's wider than one piece. And I have then cut out a 9-inch square, and from within that, I've cut just like 1/4 inch all round, so that's exactly what we're going to see when we cut this out. So what you can do is then you can put that on there, mark that up and cut that piece out. Do it again for this flower, this flower, this flower. So you just keep reusing this, and that's your template to show you where you're going to cut. So if I don't...
That is such an amazing idea.
It just means you can see, I mean, these flowers are quite big, so it's not that difficult, but sometimes you're cutting little pieces and you really want to kind of line it up perfectly. And doing it with a ruler is often difficult because you've got to work out, well, it's 3.5 this way, and but when you've got one of these, and then it just makes it so much easier. You can even, if you have some at home, do this with freezer paper, and then you can press that on, and that makes it even easier to cut out this piece. But I didn't do freezer paper, I just did regular, you know, printer paper. Then I've got a friction pen. It doesn't particularly matter what pen you use for this because this is going to be in your seam allowance. And I just mark the corners. I'd probably, let me just pin this in place actually because it's a little bit, it'll hold steady if I pin it in place.
You've only got a few pins there then?
Oh my gosh, so I've got, to date, SewingStreet, I've never used these pins before. They are so nice. I was practicing with them out in the green room, and these are lovely. Hayley said I would like them, and I do. I really like them. And then I actually have my mum's old pins, who's no longer with us. So I have those. They're actually rubbish pins, but I kind of have them for sentimental value because it's nice to have them with me. And then I have skinny pins and fat pins. I mean, you probably have a gazillion pins as well, I'm guessing. Tell me I'm not weird.
I'd lose pins and I don't know where they go.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I have my mum's buttons, my mum's button tins. I think
that's...
people from my mum's generation, my mum must have been 104 this year.
Really?
But her, of that generation, you had a button. You never used
Of course you had a button
but the tin that she had them in, she went to the Queen's coronation. And she was quite near the front when they queued up for days and everything to get there. But everybody that was at the front was given a bar of Cadbury's Dairy Milk chocolate in a Dairy Milk chocolate tin. No. So the wrapper is in there from the chocolate because obviously she ate that. But that was her.
That's amazing, and you've still got that.
Still got that. Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. Whereas I have got not with me, but my bobbins are in a little sellotape tin. So it's a little blue tin with the old sellotape on it. Like I don't know how old that is. That's good. Again, that was my mum's. When, like after she died, I had a job. My dad wanted me to darn his socks. I actually said no. These days, you don't darn socks, do you? You buy new ones because socks are not that expensive. So I did say no to that. I said no, but then I ended up doing it anyway. Anyway, that's a separate story. So we went into my mum's sewing basket. It was like going back in time. You know, her old pins, the little Silco cotton reels. I mean, it was just magical. So I've got a few little bits and pieces of hers, but the pins I have them in my pin cushion all the time. I don't actually use them because they're pretty, as I said, they're pretty hopeless pins. I don't think she invested in pins. Whereas these little ones, I love these. They're so nice. I saw Sandra demoing with these before. They're kind of like they are, I don't know, they're easier to use than my other pins. Those are going to be my new go-to. Okay, so I have marked this out. And what happens, and I'm going to warn you that this is going to happen when you do this, is the minute you take this piece of paper off, you completely lose where your little marks are and you kind of lose track of it. But I'm hoping I can see them because then I can cut out. Let me get a ruler and a rotary cutter. So then I'm going to cut out this. Please let me see these because this is going to be embarrassing if I can't. Oh, no, I've found my mark. Thank goodness for that. So then you just cut out along the lines you've marked, and then your piece is all ready to go, and it's the size you need, and you know that your motif is in the centre. So that's a way, if you want to, that you can fussy cut these big square roses and whatever the other flower. I don't really know flowers, honestly. That's a bit embarrassing. A woman of my age should know flowers, but I don't really. I just pretty much know fabrics, and that's it.
Are they peonies?
You see, I don't know things like that. I think that looks like a rose. But is that a different type of rose? I don't know. I mean, if
roses. I just think they're all different.
Maybe they're all roses, yeah.
All different strands, I'm saying.
Yes, exactly. I think Debbie and I are just kind of guessing our way through this right now. So I'm just going to cut those. And that's really just showing you how you fussy cut this piece here. Let me find where my line was. Oh my gosh, it's hidden in there somewhere. Right, and the reason I'm fussy cutting this is because I am going to show you next what we do with this piece. So I actually do want to use this piece. Where is I think my line is there. Okay, that's a relief. I've cut that piece out. So this is all of these blocks with the roses in. All you do to these, I mean, it's actually couldn't be simpler, is, I've got my square now. Let me get rid of this fabric and I can show you what we do next, which is you get, where are my squares? No, I have a pile of things so well organised, and the minute I get here, the piece I actually need vanishes. Seriously, I've got a pile of these little squares and they've actually vanished. Don't believe that.
Shall I just give you a reminder of the kit?
That would be great while I'm hunting for my squares, yeah. If not, I'll cut some more.
Oh, we've got the instructions on their own as well. So if you love the design but you don't want to go for Kaffe's fabric, you've got your own. These are the instructions, and they're £9.99. And there we go. And that's what you're actually going to get. I was trying to see how much fabric you're going to need. I think you're going to need to buy the instructions first and have a look at how much fabric that you need, and then you can choose your fabric if you don't have enough already to go with it. So that is £9.99. We have a digital download as well, so you can get sewing this afternoon. And that again is £9.99, details on your screen right now. So that is your blue option. We also have the pink option, which is the one that is behind Lynne. So, details on your screen right now. We have less than 20 of the pink remaining now. These are absolutely flying out. Well done for getting hold of yours. And it's 78 inches square. It's a really big quilt. And of course, you've got enough fabric in the kit, even though you're fussy cutting the large, there we go, the roses, the large pieces as well. You've got plenty of fabric to be able to do that. And so £169.99, that was your pink. The blue option, same price, a lowered price at £169.99. And we've got 5 split payments on that for you as well. Now, when everyone goes through to checkout, we will have sold out. We have more people trying to order this than we actually have the stock of the blue option. Okay. Have you found your squares?
They were on the floor.
Oh.
So I was busy panic cutting, well, not panic, I think that's putting it a bit high, but busy cutting some more, and then I saw them on the floor. So what you do next when you've got this big, oh, don't tell me I've lost that piece of fabric. That would be ludicrous. Poor Debbie's going to have to cover for me all morning with losing things. So I've just fussy cut this, and what I need to do next is to add corners to this. So when you look at the quilt itself, you've got these triangles in the corners of these blocks. So I'll show you on the quilt itself what I'm talking about, which is basically each time you have one of these big squares, you can probably see that in all of the 4 corners, you've got these little triangles. And we're just going to do the stitch and flip method, which is ludicrously easy. So this is actually a very easy quilt to make because you're just basically, the vast majority of this quilt is 2 blocks. So you draw a line on the back of these squares. Off the top of my head, these were 3-inch squares. I cut them yesterday, but the pattern tells you exactly what size you're cutting for these. It might not be 3, but the pattern tells you what to cut. And you draw lines on the back of all of these, and then you're just going to sew them to the corners. I'm just going to do 2 rather than do 4 because the process repeats itself. So you've basically drawn your line on the back. You put this right sides together, and you'll do this with all 4 corners, with one of the corners of this. Pin if you want to, don't if you don't. That's personal preference. Sometimes I hold it in place, sometimes I pin it in place, but I'm kind of enjoying using these new pins, so I'm going to pin in place. Oh, look at that. I do like those pins. Right, so I'm going to pin. Don't you like having a new toy?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Something you haven't, I've never come across these before, and they're lovely.
See, I get excited over hand sewing needles. Because I'm quite fussy. It's got to be the right length, the right size eye.
Yes.
And when you find them, it's
what you want to buy them in bulk.
Oh yeah.
Because you don't ever want to lose them. I totally agree.
Sharp's number 10 for me.
I use long darning needles because I get a weird cramp when my hand. Anyway, this is really not interesting for you, but yes, I could talk about scissors. I could talk about scissors all day. For goodness me.
They're important tools, though. Your scissors are as important as your sewing machine.
I totally agree. Oh, I could talk about my sewing machine all day as well. Luckily, we're in a safe place here. You know, when I leave this building, I have to stop talking like this because nobody else in my life really wants me to talk along these lines. You know what I mean? We're sort of in the land of being able to. Right, let me just put the sewing machine in place. So yes, I've pinned that in place, and I'm just going to run a line of stitches straight down on that line I drew. And you're going to see, if you haven't done this before, it always seems kind of like quite clever. And it's very similar, actually, to what Sandra was doing before with you in the previous. So run a line of stitches along that diagonal line that you've already marked. And then, exactly as Sandra did, before you cut off the seam allowance, you just want to press this over. Let me see if this iron is plugged in. I think it it is, might even be on. Oh, it's on, fantastic. So you want to press this over and you're kind of aiming for that triangle to line up with the corner of the block, because then you know that you've got it all kind of neat and tidy and it looks really nice. So press it first and get it all lined up. And then once you've done that, let me come a little bit more towards into the screen. Once you've done that, then you can trim off the bits at the back. But I tell you what, if you are a teeny bit lazy like me, or if you like to go a bit faster, I don't bother trimming those back bits off, because in the finished quilt, you would never know. So if you feel like saving yourself a step, don't even trim those back bits off, just carry on like that. So that's how you make that block, which is one of the blocks in the quilt. And then if we have time, we'll go on to another one.
Okay, I'm sure we have the time.
Sure.
The iron, it's a Kaffe iron that Lynne's using.
Oh, we're on theme today, aren't we?
Absolutely. And we've got a special price for you on this one. So we'll give you the price and then we're going to take it down. And it's an Aliso iron. It's £184.99 as the usual price. But then, see, this is what you do with it. We're taking the price down to £164.99, so that's a special offer for you. So all of the features from Aliso irons, I mean, have a look at previous shows for those, but you've got a great price and it's Kaffe branded as well, which is quite nice, isn't it? Okay, so let's give you a reminder of the quilts. Come on, any messages? We seem to have gone really slow. So come and have a look at some messages, and a message on Facebook if you like as well. There's still some of you watching there, so it'd be nice to hear from you. What do you, we were talking about things that we have that have been passed down. So have you got anything sewing related of your mums or of your nans or of somebody that used to sew in your family? I've got a collection of embroidered tablecloths and doilies that my grandma used to, so much patience to do that, that my grandma used to make, and it's just nice to have things like that, isn't it?
And I bet a few people out there have got some nice tins that have been handed down.
Tins,
the button
yes.
tin, the sewing tin, the bobbin tin, the pin tin, I bet.
Oh, Liz has got a tin. She says, I have my grandma's button tin, my mum's button tin, and now mine. No one to leave them to, so we'll go to local scrap.
Oh no, that's so sad. Those tins need to be preserved. They're history.
They are. I've got a Pear's soap tin with bobbins in it.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Oh. So that was, come and let us know. What have you got? What have you got that's been passed down? I did have my mum's pins, but she used to use tiny little steel dressmaking pins. And
I remember those. No, they're way too fiddly and way too small. I mean, these ones with the great big rubber handles are fantastic. I think that's all there was, because that's all I remember.
Yeah.
And she kept all her needles in the pin tin. And I sorted them out once, and she got quite upset with me, because apparently that's where you keep them. I would not keep needles in a pin tin. They stay in a separate place, don't they? Yeah. That makes no sense.
And do you remember what I was saying about buttons? The buttons used to be like abalone shells.
Yes.
Most of them, and they were hand sewn onto a piece of cloth.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. My mum collected buttons, and I mean, at my dad's house, because he's still alive, there are drawers and drawers and drawers of button cards of all in any sizes and shapes, and I mean, it's an incredible collection.
Yeah.
What a thing to collect.
Kate's message, hi Kate, and she says, I tend to use Kaffe fabrics in small pieces, half square triangles, etc. But seeing the big pieces in this quilt is changing my mind. It's gorgeous. It is gorgeous.
I agree with you. I mean, they're great in small pieces because there's so much colour in them, but occasionally when you get a chance to fussy cut the great big Kaffe Fassett motifs, if I do Kaffe Fassett quilts, I do like to try and do some larger pieces to really kind of showcase his designs, because I mean, he's a genius.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Colour and design genius.
Okay, doing another demo. What we got? Oh,
yes,
the other block.
So I'm going to do the other block. So that, you know, if you're wondering if this quilt is too complicated, will take too long, I've done one block. Now we're going to do the other block. That's how much we've got to do. So basically, if you've never done partial seams before, I'm going to show you how you do them. So when you've got a block like this, those are partial seams, and honestly, you're going to be surprised at how easy it is. So what we do is we start with the centre square. And we start with one of these strips, right sides together. Let me just get my pins, because I'm actually enjoying using these now. And we are going to sew along that seam there, but we're actually going to stop about 1 inch from the bottom. And you'll see when we get to the end of this block, you'll see why that is. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pin that kind of about 1 inch from the bottom, and that's going to remind me when I get to that point that I want to stop there and not just hammer all the way along. So back to a 1/4 inch foot.
Sue's messaged on Facebook to Lynne.
Yeah.
And she
Hi,
said,
Sue.
other Lynne. She says, to lovely Lynne who messaged in, this isn't a poem, I love collecting old tins and I'd happily buy them from you when you're ready to part with them.
Oh,
So if you're on Facebook, then...
That's so nice, because then the thought of them going to scrap, that seems so sad. I mean, those are like those tins, people's tins that they've, kept their buttons in. That's a piece of history. It's a piece of family folklore, isn't it? You remember your mum's button tin and her sewing tins. So, as I said, we're just going to sew until kind of about an inch away from the end. You don't have to be precise with that. That's just a ballpark. We're not stopping. We're not. I think the pattern says that you backstitch or secure the ends of the seams. Honestly, don't even bother with that. You can if you want to. Nothing bad will happen if you do. But if you want to save a bit of time, there is no need. Just like normal quilt making, you do not need to backstitch on this. You just start at the beginning and stop about an inch from the end.
My dad used to have tins in the garage with nuts and screws and bolts.
Yes.
And I can remember this. Is just funny how things come back, isn't it?
Yes.
I can remember the smell.
Oh my gosh.
Oily.
Yes. I remember the smell of my dad's cellar. There was wine in there. And yes, all sort of tool stuff, like where he used to do important tool things.
Yeah.
Like make us. I sewed too far. I was so busy talking. I did not stop at the inch. Can you believe that? I even had a pin to mark it. Honestly, I can't talk and do at the same time. So I'm just going to pretend that didn't happen and do a teensy little bit of unpicking. So that did not happen. I stopped an inch away from the end, like I told you I was going to. So this one, unlike a normal sort of courthouse steps blocks, you do one, then the next, then the next, then the next. So you're not doing two sides first. So you press that over, iron it if you want, but I would just finger press it. And then you can do the next piece, which is all the way along here. So what you're doing is you're alternating on both of the quilts. There'll be two fabrics that you do this with. So you'll be alternating and you're going to sew that down that side. So that's just a full normal seam, like nothing to see here, nothing unusual, nothing special. So it's only really the first seam that's kind of the one that you need to concentrate on. After that, you're just pressing and sewing the next seams, kind of just like you were making a log cabin, really, one after the next after the next. So that one's done, and you can already see, like if you look at the original, you can already see kind of where this is going and how kind of simply this is put together. So same again, you're going to put that one down there. Now that little bit there is sticking out a bit. If that happens, don't worry about that, just cut it off. In the scheme of the whole quilt, what's happened is the top fabric has just pushed a little bit more than the bottom fabric, which often happens when you're sewing. And whenever that happens, I just cut that little extra bit off and I pretend it didn't happen. So I'm pretending that my sewing was actually 100% perfect because I've cut off the evidence that it's not. So next one again, exactly the same. You're just adding the next piece on the way round, sewing a full seam from start to finish, no back stitching, 1/4 of an inch. I probably do this at about lengthwise, probably 2.2, something like that, because it's, quite long seams. And I only go smaller, really, if I've got sort of fiddly little seams. Now, this is where you come to, I'm going to trim that bit off again, just pretend that did not happen. And this is where you come to the last piece. So this is the one where you sort of, it's not fiddly, but you just need to know what you're doing. So what you're going to do is you are going to sew this, so you peel this piece back. In fact, let's pin that piece back so we know it's fully out of the way and it's not going to get caught. Let me just bring it.
Just an excuse to use those pins again, isn't it? You didn't need to pin it, but you've got the pins.
I know, I do like new toys, I have to say. And actually, it's fun coming on Sewing Street because they show us stuff that I wouldn't necessarily find and see. Yeah. They know all the new stuff. Right, so this seam, so I'm sewing this exactly the same as I did the previous ones, the full length of the seam, no back stitching, nothing fancy, nothing unexpected. So it's only the first seam that you really had to concentrate on. From then onwards, you're just doing kind of a normal log cabin. So that's, when you hear partial seams, you might think, oh, that's difficult, and you can see that it's really not difficult. And again, if you've bought this kit and you come to making this and you've forgotten, what I was doing, just come back and watch this on YouTube or on the SewingStreet app or website, because it'll be on there for a week. These lessons are on there for a week. Now you've got this last piece, and you remember we sort of left it, well, if I'd have remembered, we left it an inch away from the end, which now means that you just sew the rest of that seam. So in other words, you sew from where you stopped to the end, and that's the whole block done. That's literally as complicated as this quilt gets.
So impressive, though, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't. It looks, because it's on point, I think quilts going on point always make them look as though they're sort of more advanced and complicated. And when you look at the design, when I looked at it, I could not work out how they'd put that together at all. I was really trying to, and then when I saw the pattern, I thought, it's obvious. Now I see it. It's 2 blocks. That's so simple. But actually looking at it, I was thinking, how did they fit those triangles in with that bit there and then make it, you know, I couldn't work it out at all. So yes, that's partial seams. That's how simple that is. So those are the 2 blocks of the quilt.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Hayley would like to know how you cut your border fabric to get them straight and even.
Oh my gosh, okay, so there are 2 ways of doing this, and I don't know how the pattern tells you to do this. You can do width of fabric, or you can do length of fabric, and the kind of technically correct way to cut border strips is to cut them along the length of the fabric, so that is parallel to the selvages, because the stretch is in the width, not in the length. So in theory, if you cut them from the length, it stops your borders getting wavy. But I have always honestly ignored that rule, and I cut with width. But what you need to do then, if you're cutting with width, is you're better off pre-pinning the whole strip so that you're not having risk of stretch because you've got it all pinned in place, and do not wrestle and pull and stretch that fabric as you're going. But the classic correct way, if I was to be teaching properly, is that you cut from length of fabric. And I'm not sure what that pattern says. I'll have a look and see whether they prefer length of fabric or width of fabric.
Okay, do you want, oh, have you got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll see what they suggest, because sometimes it just depends on how much fabric there is and how, you know, does the width of those border strips work well with length of fabric? Because sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. No, they're saying width of fabric, and that's honestly how I would do it as well.
All right, thank
Yeah.
you. Derek says, you've just brought to mind that my dad's screw nail, nuts, bolts, etc. tin was a Nuttall's toffee tin, which was red with a squirrel on the side.
Oh, that's amazing.
Isn't it odd, though, how that's memories in my mind from, you know, my dad died over 30 years ago that I'd completely forgotten about. And it just takes you saying tin and you think, oh, I can see
it. Brings it back, doesn't it? Yeah.
Sue says, I have my nan's hand crank singer from 1928. I have other machines that have cost thousands, but I've kept nan's as my apocalypse insurance. It sews the straightest stitch of all machines.
I love a sewing machine as insurance against the apocalypse. When the zombies come, we're going to sew them away.
Catherine says, morning, Debbie and Lynne. I inherited my grandmother's small circular and musical jewellery box, which holds my quilt pins from SewingStreet. I wind it up carefully as it's over 100 years old and find the calm of the music to piece quilt squares together. Loving your demos.
I love that. You've got like a little musical box. That's amazing. Oh my gosh, that was a good question to ask people what tins they've still got. Oh, somebody else has got a large green button from a coat my mum wore when I was a child. She's 93. I also have a photo with her wearing the coat. Oh, happy memories, Anne. That's amazing. I love that.
Oh, I've got another one here as well. This is Karen. And she says, my mum's buttons are in the round red and gold coronation tin with a lion on. Amazing.
Another coronation?
Yes.
I love that. The dairy milk, the tin they handed out to the front row at the coronation, the dairy milk tin. That's amazing. That's a little piece of history.
Oh. Anne says, did you know that the Manor House Kaffe used for his latest book, is it Levenshall, has England's oldest quilt?
I did not know that. Now that is a good fact.
It's rude to say it's got England's oldest quilt and probably England's oldest quilter. Because you're getting on a bit, Cave, now.
Oh, gosh, I see what you're saying. You might be right, yes. I mean, he's no spring chicken.
I know. Looks
he still
amazing,
makes it to Festival of Quilts every year, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was there on Friday.
Good for him. I mean, really. Because I don't make it. That's too much like hard work for me, but he's making it.
Anyway, should we do our job? Or should we just carry on chatting?
I know, talking about tins.
Oh, let's do that. We have not just the quilts. These are going really quickly, actually. So the pink one I'll give the details of really quickly. All of the fabrics that you see here, and of course your instructions as well, and plenty for your fussy cutting. When everybody checks out, we've got 3 left. 3 left. And we are very low on the price that you see here. So it's what, £80? £80 off, is that right? £169.99 is your price for that one. We're taking the price down for you today, so great opportunity to take advantage of prices. We are even more limited on the blue option, which are these, so same instructions and everything included, but blue instead. We've got about 9 left. Not very many of those left at all, and busy. And we've got 18 in 18 in baskets. 9 of you are going to be disappointed. I'm sorry about that. You will need some backing fabric. And we do have backing fabrics for you. So we've got a black, a sangria, and a marine. Oh, any of them. So marine with the blue, actually black, or, and now that's probably meant to go with the pink, but with the blue works really well as well. So we've got the black on your screen at the moment. It's pre-cut at 4.5 metres for £30.91. Should be £35.91, but yeah, told you Hayley was in a good mood. So that's the black. And then let's go for this one. This is Sangria, which again, with the pink, goes really well. Again at £30.91 and a £5 saving off the usual. And then finally is your marine. Again at £30.91. I mean, any quilt you make is going to need a backing, isn't it? But I just think even if you're not a quilter, what an affordable bag lining, particularly if you're making to sell, you've got loads of it there. It could be curtain lining, Roman blinds maybe. There's just such a lot of fabric, and it's extra wide at 274 centimetres or so. So yeah, loads and loads of fabric for your £30.91 there. Is there anything else that you'd like to demo or tell us about?
Well, I was going to just have a little moment to tell you about construction and assembly of this quilt, and also about the colouring diagram. This is a kind of almost an aside, but if you're making the quilt, I'm just going to tell you this anyway. So basically, when you come to assemble the quilt, firstly, there's this colouring page, which, I mean, I always love a colouring page, so I did my own colouring in. I've gone for a different layout than they have in the pattern itself. And I'll show you, I even drew it up on my computer just because that's how, you know, I love doing that kind of thing. So the way I did it was I did these little loopy rings rather than doing what they've got. So they've got it like this, and I've got like rings. It's the exact, you make the quilt in the exact same way. It's just a different way of putting the blocks together. So if you want to do it the different way and you wanted a copy of that, just let me know on Facebook or on email, hello@Lynne Goldsworthy Quilts, and I'll send it to you. Just because I had fun playing with layout, and I just kind of slightly liked the rings layout better. And I also did a layout of how you put it together, because what you've got in the colouring in diagram is you can sort of draw lines on this pattern, and it's what I did to show me how the blocks are laid out and how they go together. And for my own kind of understanding of how the quilt works, I did this little layout. So again, give me a message on Facebook if you want a copy of that, just because I think those kind of things actually do sometimes. Sometimes I like to have a really clear picture of how I'm putting a quilt together. And you can do it by going 45 degrees and working out that you've got to put these together in the lines like this. But sometimes I like a diagram that kind of shows you, do you know what I mean? It's like piece by piece. Anyway, that's just me drawing up stuff because I like to do that when I'm trying to understand how a quilt goes together. So yes, that's what I was going to say, just about layout at the back. Because it's pieced that way on point, it's rows at an angle. So it's just a different way of thinking about putting the quilt together.
And where do we find you on Facebook?
Just Lynne Goldsworthy.
Goldsworthy.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you very much.
And I'm in the SewingStreet fans group, so if anybody put a post in there and tagged me, I will see it. So if somebody said, oh, I would like a copy of that, put it there and I'll just post it in the Facebook group.
All right, thank you very much. Got a couple more messages for you. This is Karen, who says, just think, in years to come, our children and grandies will be finding our buttons in a Lisa Iron and Kaffe Fassett and Tula design tin.
Yes. What is the equivalent today? What are the tins we get today? Me, it's those Christmas biscuits.
Oh, right.
Those are the tins I have.
Yeah. Another message here. This has been lovely, thank you. And this is Vivian in Kent. I sewed some beautiful sequins to my daughter-in-law's wedding dress, and they were my grandmothers and around 60 years old. Oh,
that's so lovely. Oh my gosh, that's so gorgeous.
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. My mum used to, if we did, You didn't throw anything away, but
No.
if you recycled anything,
Yeah.
the zips would come out, the buttons would come
Yes.
out, and all be saved. Karen says, my dad has his oddments in a golden Virginia. I've got a golden
The
Virginia
old
tobacco tin.
tins, yes.
I've still got one of those.
Did you ever smoke?
No.
Did you ever roll your own? Obviously
No.
not, 'cause you didn't smoke. I smoked and rolled my own. Back in my very sophisticated days.
Do you know, my dad was a lorry driver. I'll try and be quick. He drove an oil tanker, and they'd any old clothes or anything like that would be sent to, it was Silkaleen in Belper, and they'd be sent to Silkaleen, and they'd tear them all up and use them as rags to wipe your hands on.
Okay.
So every so often that you'd get a big bag full of rags, and they would be sent home to one of the lorry drivers so they can be washed and sent back again.
Yeah.
And my mum, I'd be about 19 years old, and this bag of stuff came back with my dad, and she was pulling out the rags, and she said, these are dresses I made for you and your sister when you were little. She's like, I know my sewing. This is my sewing.
That is
my fabric.
crazy.
So that was probably like 10 years later.
Oh my gosh, talk about not throwing anything away. The
Yeah.
whole system had preserved those clothes.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Wow.
Carry on with your stories in the next up. We'll go for a quick break, and we'll hear from you, hopefully in the next hour, and we'll be here with Sandra.
We have got our very own quilt festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own quilt festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
Paula Milner is joining us to celebrate the launch of her brand new Felt Flowers book, alongside the debut of her gorgeous new fabric collection, The Crafty Lass, Hidden Tides. So tune in and join Pauline on Wednesday only on SewingStreet.
Join us in store for the Crafters Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafters Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Not only is SewingStreet live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the SewingStreet app, Now, Virgin subscribers can watch on channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 P&P each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
It was the last hour and I'm actually quite sad. I've had just a nice day.
It's been great, hasn't it? It's been really busy. There's been a really good vibe going on today.
Nice,
and everybody's chatting, which is lovely.
So what sewing things have you inherited?
Gosh, not much, because honestly, I think my mum did a bit of sewing when I was younger, but I can't remember it, if you know what I mean. She'd got a sewing machine and I've kind of introduced her to it.
Oh.
So I think the only thing, I've got a tape measure. Let me show you this tape measure I've inherited. Yeah, this is, it's got nothing to do with sewing. It's got PD packaging on it. It belonged to my father.
Oh.
And he used to drive for PD packaging for cardboard boxes, and it sounds getting really daft. And when my dad passed away, it came to my sister. I mean, my sister's younger than me, but she was living at home, and she was like, so she wrote her name on.
Oh.
So we couldn't, and of course, sadly, my sister's no longer with us. So I've got inherited from my dad and my sister.
Oh.
So I do use it every day.
So you do actually use it?
I do actually use it, yeah, which I think you should do with things like this, shouldn't you?
That's what
so
it's
yeah,
meant for.
yeah, absolutely. So yeah, they're. My dad's whinging at me and my sister's saying what you're doing, so it's all good fun.
Catherine says my mum took her old buttons and created brooches for me and my sisters.
Oh, how lovely.
That's a lovely
That's
idea,
a really nice
isn't it?
idea. See, my mum's not that creative. I love her, but Mum, you're not that creative.
Where'd you get it from then?
My dad. My
From
dad.
your dad?
Yeah. She'll be ringing me
Anyway,
later.
we've got a job to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to sell you some stuff, all right?
Lots of stuff. Lots. Yes.
Look at this. Is it? That's not Bargello, is it?
It's not a Bargello, no. It's like an ombre
kind of vibe,
effect.
Yeah.
And this is how the fabric's printed. It starts dark and it gets lighter as you cut going up. It does, look, doggo. Does look like angel wings, doesn't it? So really nice little quilt to do, and it's literally strips. So you start with one strip and you cut certain lengths and you've got little pieces in between. And that's how the colour starts dark and it gets lighter and lighter, and you've got some black at the top coming down. So you don't have to worry about how this goes together.
Yeah.
You just have to, have a look at starting at the same place, start at the dark side, start on the dark side each time, working your way up. I mean, having said that, if you want to start light and go dark, I think as long as you've made that decision, you either start dark or you either start light and then stick to it, you're absolutely fine. It's one of the easiest to go together. You start in the middle, you've got one piece here, and then this one is the same as this. This is the same as this. So you're then cutting two at each time. So you're actually only putting together half a quilt in essence. But
it's a striking
lovely.
quilt, though, isn't it?
So this
is rainbow drops.
Yeah, with the black.
And this is the kit.
No, more kits. Well, as we said, we're bringing the festival to everybody else, aren't we? So
yes,
not everybody can go and have a look round. So the nice thing about this is, of course, you've got your main colour, which is your black. I've called it charcoal in the instructions. And then you've got all these lovely brights. But because I do it myself, I've been able to do the ombres. But then where you see you've got your border and you've got your binding, I haven't ombre'd them. So you've got a matching colour. Because I can.
Because you can do what you like, because it's yours.
Absolutely. Yes.
So these
shall we look at,
ombre.
I don't know, look at one of the darkers, that's it. So, I mean, this, again, I've been able to choose the colours, so I've not just picked and said, oh, make it go white. I've actually chosen the colour. So then I've picked a colour within the mix to that to create the border. I mean, look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Shall I hold one?
Do I look like I've got angel wings?
Yeah, I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it?
That's such a clever idea.
It's just beautiful. And because I can choose the colours, it's just one of those things that makes me happy, because I know that it works. So going from that green to that apple green, not to white, I think makes a huge difference.
That's amazing.
So, it's just lovely. Now, I do apologise because you're getting all your colours here, but I forgot to put, I haven't. I was going to say I forgot to put the black ombre in, but I haven't. There it is. I thought, oh my goodness me, I'd forgotten it, but I haven't. So you are going to get quite a bit left over, because again, I did this. John's not watching, that's all right. John's my husband. I did this and I measured it when it was 44 inches wide. It's now 60.
So you've got extra to play with. Right, it's £129.99, so you've got a £20 saving, and we've got split payment, so it's yours today for £25.99, including, of course, your full instructions there as well.
Each column has got its own little box, so I've sort of said, look, so you've got your column 7 and 21. Remember, you're mirroring them all, and it tells you what you've got to cut for that particular column, then for that one, for that one, then for that one.
Okay. There is a demo on the 17th of December, 2024.
Gosh, that's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely.
Time's going like that.
It does, doesn't it?
And it's August.
Yeah, but I mean, when you look at it, it's still as current.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, these quilts, they're all used. I don't, I don't sort of leave them in a cupboard, so to speak.
Yeah.
No, really pleased with this one. Love it.
We have another colour option for you. This is slightly, is it more pastel, this one?
This one's brighter. What I've done is I've used the same colours, but when I say brightened anything, this is not dull, this is pastels. So I've really upped the colour on this one.
And with the white background, it gives it a very different look.
Completely different feel. So if you think of that angel wings, now you've got the white, it's almost the clouds, isn't it? Now, this is something I said about we cut it all ourselves. You can see here, this is how it would come to you. Because rather than us cut every single piece, here we go. We have...
Oh, gosh, Lord, that's huge.
Got all these colours. So, always open your kit and have a look at what you've got in here. because of course it's not always going to be. I mean, look, I love that green at the far end there.
Yeah.
But you know, even if you wanted to, you don't have to start at the very end. You could start in the middle.
Yeah.
Or, you know, there's other kind of things you can do. So there isn't an image of this one at the minute, purely because I've done it, but I haven't had the chance to actually make it. So other than that, but you can kind of see it. Everywhere you've got the black here, it's going to be white.
Yes.
And a stronger colourway, so you're going to get a same sort of vibe, but it's going to be. I can't wait to make it. Actually, it's going to be white. It's going to be lovely. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it?
Have a demo at that in just a second. Maybe you've got a saving on there as well, but we have more to show you.
Okay. All right.
So let's have a look. This colourful cascade.
Yes. What do you want to do first? I've got the monochrome one. All right, let's do it. This.
We do have instructions on their own for this one as well. So if you want to use your own fabrics or you want to make another quilt afterwards.
Absolutely.
We do have those on their own. They are...
Look at that.
£12.99 if you want to go for that one. And that's the, that's those.
Now this looks a bit different, doesn't it? Like, well, what's that and what's that? They are the same instructions, but because I've done that all in full colour and I've done this in black and white, it looks different.
It looks very different.
This is the one that, is it Rebecca?
Yeah.
Showed us a little bit earlier. That was the quilt there. But this is the one that's, because it's all in black and white, you get that three-dimensional element.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Look at it.
It's it's a proper illusion quilt, isn't it?
Absolutely.
It's almost like you could reach
That's
through
exactly
the
it.
grid.
And the nice thing about this is use a pop of colour on the back. I mean, for example, the one here we go. Look at the original. This is the original here. I'll just open that up a little bit. But I've actually used red on the back. So you've kind of got that little pop of colour if you want to. But it just means it's going to go with anything and everything, won't it? It's a real simple one to make.
Is it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's probably...
we're limited on stock. We've got less than 10 left now.
I would say this is the easiest one out of all of them.
Oh, is it?
Absolutely, yeah.
We've taken the price down for you as well.
It is. Look at that one.
They're lovely. And again, all your drawings.
Yeah, all my drawings. So, yeah, you've got loops and little scrolls and little leaves and flowers and all sorts and little spots.
So
just
colourful.
real, I mean, look.
Oh, this is the quilt that Rebecca sent out.
Yes, thank you, Rebecca. Look at that.
She's only finished it this morning.
I know.
That's
when you look at that
amazing.
one and you look at the monochrome, completely different, but
They
it's
are,
the
aren't
same. It's the same pattern, same way of making it. But it's just if you want the colours, it's just. Of course, once you've got the pattern, then you start mixing your own colourways.
Yes. Yeah,
It's just divine, isn't it? But that, yeah, again, because I've been able to choose the colours, I've been able to match this colour to this and bring different ones in all the way along.
We've got less than a handful of those left of the monochrome, so that's going to sell out. Yeah. And
Now,
then...
now this is a new one that I'm excited about. This one.
Oh, okay.
So much so, I've almost done the front. I mean, you have to, don't you? You just, it'd be rude not to cut into this and stitch it. I mean, look at it.
These are gorgeous.
I mean, look at that, just the shade into that. Oh, it makes me happy just looking at it. And this, let's sort that. I don't know who put that there. I mean, I've even added some of this. I've taken the design of the image here and I've added it in the background.
Oh, lovely.
So you've got that little tinge of purple coming in here. You've got little bits of it, a little bit of orange coming in.
So you showed us so many drawings earlier on, and you've designed so many fabrics now. Does it come to you quite quickly, or
a lot? Certain things do. I'm very lucky. I think because you know, like when you're in that world, you know, don't you? And you can kind of, you think, oh, I'm going to do this one, and you can see how it puts together, and I can see this before I've put the colours together. It's in my head.
Yeah.
Which is a bit weird. My husband just doesn't get it at all. He's like, how does that even happen? But then you have to you look at it, don't you? And you have to make a decision. Is it exactly as it was in your head, or do you need to change it up a bit? And then when you're putting these together to create a quilt block, again, you might think, well, actually, that doesn't quite work. So you have to change it, or it might be the size of something, or it might be that did need a bit of orange just to lift it. So, yes, mostly it's... I'm very lucky.
Putting colours together is something that a lot of people just can't do.
Yeah.
Which is why kits like this and colours that have been put together by an expert who knows which colours go together is a really good idea. Because when you think even purples and oranges, it's got to be the right tone.
The right one. I know that sounds really weird.
Orange could just be far, far too bold to go with these.
Yeah,
It's
because although you think, well, these are the heroes, you've still got such divine bits and pieces going in here.
Yeah.
You know, when I used to do my Key Stage 3 school, you know, the kit or the kids' results, I always did them in colour. Always. I only ever turned them to black when I had to send them to the senior teacher.
Oh, really?
But everything I've done, I've always seen in colour. Do you want to see this? I've actually done the
Yes, I'd love to.
I've not done the border yet, but look, I've been busy. So let's have a look which way. I want it so... I don't think it... Oh, let's have that. So this is the brand new colourway for today. So let's think about this. I actually started stitching this on Friday.
Oh, really?
But it's really quick to go together. So all this needs now really is the binding, the border around the edge, and it needs quilting. But just look at it, how three-dimensional.
Yeah.
And how that is the hero, but then you've got this lovely orange coming in. And because this is so dark, it really makes that orange pop even more.
And we were saying about the greys earlier on being warm greys.
Yeah,
These are warm purples.
They are, absolutely. It must be how I'm kind of, where I'm in tune to. But it's beautiful. This one is definitely going to be finished. Well, they all are.
Quilt your quilts? Is this long on?
Yeah, I've got a long arm machine.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. I did my first one by normal sewing machine, and I thought, I'm not doing that again. I mean, having said that, certain things like this you can do because they're squares.
Yeah.
So it's quite a... Are you doing tidy up? There you go. So yeah, it's relatively straightforward because you can follow the lines and do the squares, and so it's pretty easy. And some of my quilts, I will actually give you some hints as how to do that. So never sort of panic about that and think, oh, it's got to be expensive, you've got to send it off. Put yourself squares on, do them as a diagonal, or just let's do wobbly lines.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, does it? Or even if you think you're not sure, get yourself some buttons and stitch a button where where you got your pinwheel. In the middle where you've got your pinwheel, then one, if it don't match, it doesn't matter. And two, you've actually quilted it, but you've got... And I never thread it off. I always put some embroidery thread through, tighten a knot and trim it, so you've got like little tassels.
Yeah.
So there's so many ways you can do it. Mine's just one way. You can do it however you like. So yeah, love this one.
Remember, it's £134.99, and the finished size is...
Oh, now you're going to have to... Hang on a second. This is why I write things down, so I don't have to panic over it. I have written it somewhere. Oh, we go. Look at it in big. You can't miss it. 64 by 72 inches, and I've even put it in millimetres as well for you. But
so you've got a big quilt then.
Yeah, really concise, really sort of going through. Now this one, I don't write loads of words if I don't have to. So you can see on here how many words, because it's all charts. You've got your pictures, you've got your guides here, this is how you put it together. And I say yesterday, we got all this done. I say we, by the time the dogs had been on it and they've got all stuck together, I'd said to my husband, because he's at one end of the kitchen and I'm at the other, we need to sort of get these now because some of them you've got to cut off as triangles.
Right.
So I was on the floor with a cutting mat and a board, as you can imagine, and he was like, so I cut this triangle and I gave that to him and he put it this side. So we could sort of did it as we were going because as you can see, if I put it then, it's stitched like that, but then as you turn it, so every single block's exactly the same. It's just that this block, look, I've cut in half. Half of it sits there, half of it sits there.
I love that idea because cutting through stitches that you've already made and not using them just a bit frustrating.
Oh, no, absolutely not. Move it over. It's all used. So, yeah, so all the diagrams, I think, are the most important, even down to putting these extra bits in later.
Yeah.
Everything there is interesting there for you.
We've got a message from Karen.
Hi, Karen.
And she says, Sandra, your enthusiasm for your quilts is infectious.
Do you know, I'm addicted. I'm just addicted to doing them. I absolutely love it. And I can sort of see it in my head. And I get so excited because I think, right, I want to do that. But it's not just about me making them. Yeah, that's fun. But I then like to see other people making them.
Yeah.
So if I can make something look really tricky like this one, but it's dead easy to make, then you've got it, haven't you? And that's what we want. Yeah.
Yvette's messaged. And she says, here's my little pin tin. My great aunt, born in 1901, gave it to me. She taught me sewing, knitting and long division.
Long division, remember
don't need
that?
that these days. Spent many happy hours on her treadle machine. Oh, isn't that lovely? Aspirin tablets. So one of my, she wasn't an aunt, but friends of my parents who used to call auntie and uncle, because that's what you did.
Yeah, that's what you did, yeah.
One of my aunties had a treadle machine, and it's, if you're not aware, it has a table with a foot pedal which rocks like this.
Oh, yeah.
And I spent ages rocking.
It's like
sewing,
industrial.
It was, yeah. Just really, because so instead of having a foot pedal, because there weren't electric machines, or the hand crank, that made it sew.
Yeah. They had those in industry as well. It's like, did my time on a factory floor.
Going back in time.
I know.
All day today.
Back in the day, I think I was 16 when I was using one of them.
Really?
National coalboard jackets. We had to put sleeves in. And if you put one in the wrong way, unpicking it was a nightmare because it was wool, and it all like come apart as you were doing it, and you're like, And then they check it. Anyway, sorry, we digress.
No quick unpicks in those days either, were
No
there?
scissors, little scissors. Yeah. Anyway, we digress. So we're being told off, aren't we? What's next? What do you want to? Because we've got a few.
What about the hearts? The cushion?
Oh, this one. I brought this one back. And you think, well, it's not a quilt. What's going on? But I actually I created this little heart cushion, and you can get two out of this, but you don't just get the two fronts, you get the two backs as well.
Oh, okay.
And I actually did this in lots and lots of different colours and made a quilt, and then I gifted it to Nigel May.
Oh.
So, yeah, so if you want to you get the pattern, it's really straightforward to do. So you can make these, you get some lovely...
Why is it called hearts?
Because you've got your heart there.
Oh, I didn't see that straight away.
Let's have a look on the back. Do I do it better? Have I got it in a picture somewhere? There it is, look. There it is. So, yeah, absolutely. So everything goes together. You need a little bit of white, comes with it as well. So you can kind of put your little bits together there, your little squares in the middle. Really straightforward to do. As I say, you can get two cushions out of this, but you also get the backing for it as well.
Right.
So full cushions kind of thing. But if you want to use the pattern on its own and make lots of little hearts and make your own quilt, it's really nice. You see how it looks in different colours.
Yeah, that's so clever.
Really straightforward to do that.
And again, £29.99 is your price there.
Yeah, it's a really nice one. If you've never done any quilting before in your life, this is really nice because you think, well, I've had enough. I've done two and I can make cushions. Or you think, actually, I really like this idea, and you can just keep making more. Very, very straightforward. Just cut strips and stitch them together again. That's it.
That's
Nice.
£29.99. There you go. You want the instructions on their own, so you can use your own fabric. We have those available for you as well. And they are £12.99.
Yeah. So all your photographs again. So that's actually me making it as I'm going. So you see all my little clips and everything I'm using.
Yeah, fabulous.
Little lines and my pens and everything. Yeah, I love my clips. You need clips in your life, absolutely.
And lots of photos, which makes it a lot easier for a lot of us as well.
Certainly does, yeah, absolutely.
So again, £12.99 if you wanted to go for those.
Yeah, so I think, have we got one more thing? We've got a couple more things.
Got a bag.
Yes. Now, confession to make here with the bag, because it's in my craft room, not here. Now, I actually made this because I wanted to go on holiday with my craft stuff.
Okay.
So this fits perfectly underneath the seat in an airplane. So you can actually take it on board with you. You've got everything that you need in there. So it fastens up, makes a nice little bag, but then you've got little bits and pieces on the inside. So you've got little sections on the inside. So you can actually put little pockets in, and you can sort of, if you wanted to, you could Velcro them, take them out and have it as a full bag. But it's one of those decent ones, you get loads of stuff in.
Yeah.
Really nice. Full-size pattern as well. I like full-size patterns.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, I like to know where I'm putting my, all my tools and equipment, and I know where it's all sitting on my fabric then. Certainly.
It's only £9.99.
I know, we just thought we'd be nice to you. Yeah, see, look, that's my pencils in there. Look, all my pencils, my little board and the zip bag, look, and then they'll move out the way. I could fit an A4 sketchbook in there. And on the other side, you can get your other extra bits. I think I'd got my airplane tickets and passport in there as well.
Wow. We have sold over 250 of these patterns. So if you haven't got it yet, you need to be quick for that one. Come and let us know if you made it. Where did you go?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I went to Florida.
Oh.
I know, it was really cold though, because it was January. Oh yeah, yeah. So I'm sorry I haven't got it with me that I could show you, but it's a really nice bag.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Okay.
And again, it's just £9.99.
Absolutely. Yeah, I have brought samples for the other one. I have got them.
Oh, okay.
I remembered those.
So this is the...
Yeah, this is one that
same project.
I like to do these now and again. It's kind of almost like a little try my fabric and see how you're getting on. Because sometimes buying lots of half meters, you end up with them on your shelves. Because I do exactly the same, and you don't do anything with it. So what I've done here is I've given you a series of different fabrics. Yeah, I think you get about 300 millimeters of each. And then I give you instructions for what you can make with that fabric. So you actually get 4 different projects. So I've got them here. So this is one. So this is a little, there we go, little bag.
Oh, that's useful.
That you can put bits. We even give you the little bobbing.
Oh, you
bits
get
in
those
there.
as well?
Well, yeah, because if you're putting them in, they fit perfectly, so we do that. So you don't get the needle though, that's mine. So let's have a look. Looks about 4 to 6, about 6, I think.
Oh.
So you get all those in there, so you can put your little needles and threads in there. So if you're travelling again, it's brill.
What's inside?
It's that one is, let me feel, it's a little bit of heavyweight interfacing, that is. I do like my Decaville. I am a bit of a Decaville fiend. So this one, this has got Decaville in it. Little bag where you've got little zip pockets, so you can put different things. So if you've got scissors and things like that in, it means that it's going to keep them nice and safe. Go into a class and having everything matching.
Yes.
But you notice here, this has got a button on. This has got a popper, so I'm giving you the options. You can do all or both, but that's a really nice one you can carry. Then you've got your little notebook. Let's have a look. So again, little pocket. Take that one off. Look, I have been drawing on it. So it fits your little bag, in your little bag there, so if you want that one. And then the other one, which I think's genius. I love this, because it's just the right size.
Oh, loads of pockets. That's going to keep you organised, isn't it?
Absolutely. So what you can do, I didn't with this one. I've got Decaville in there. You can tell I use it. Look, I've got a pin. But a little bit of cardboard, a little bit of heavy-duty card in there is really going to shape it. And these are lovely to give as gifts.
Yes.
Because they'll fit little fat quarters in. So you could put a little pair of scissors, a little needle and thread in your fat quarters and your little bag.
Oh, you can make a lovely starter kit, couldn't you?
You
Somebody's just learning how to sew.
You absolutely could. But all of those patterns, instructions are in that booklet.
And it's the first time we brought you that on its own, the pattern.
Yeah,
on its own,
absolutely. It's always
£12.99.
come with just the fabrics, hasn't it?
So that's
really
use
nice
your own
little
fabric.
pieces. Oh.
All of your patterns included, £12.99 for that. However, we don't have enough of these to go around.
I know. But again, they're all pre-printed. They're all proper size.
Lovely. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then these are fabrics to go with them.
Yes. This is the original colourway. So again, all hand drawn. I mean, you can sort of see there where the shadings come in.
Yeah.
These lovely little. I mean, that's beautiful.
Love the colours you've chosen. Oh, I love that one.
Oh, look at that. Go on, open it out. Go on. Look at that. Yeah. I mean, the shading. Oh, look at that.
That
just
looks three-dimensional.
Yeah.
You need to see 3D fabrics.
Yeah,
It's that kind of
absolutely.
work.
Yeah, it's just lovely. I mean, embroidering down these and things like
Yes, yes.
Lovely, isn't it?
And we're taking the price down. It's not £59.94.
It's not just that one. You've got the others.
It's £42.45.
Look at that one.
We're spoiling you rotten today.
The colours, I mean, that is just...
That's beautiful.
Beautiful. They just work, don't they? And that's the beauty, because I can put them together and one I like, one I don't, or, I can mix and match it. And this colour is the same colour as this. And
So
this,
it all coordinates together. Wow.
You've got 300 mil of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different fabrics there. So you've got plenty to make those projects. You've got enough to make all those projects. I didn't want to sort of give you loads and then that you think, oh my goodness me, I've got all this fabric left over kind of thing. It's fit for purpose. It gives you enough that you can make those projects.
And it's nice to have everything coordinated.
Absolutely,
so
yeah.
everything matches.
Yeah, and then you've got your fabrics, you've got your pattern to do and others. But I've got a different colourway.
Oh, this is pretty.
Yeah. Wait. Oh. But sometimes I don't just sort of do the same fabric and change the colour. I change things up a little bit. So if you see, for example, this one, these leaves I've made larger and I've got little ones in the background. If we look at that tulip one that you've just seen, I mean, the colour's exquisite, but it's completely, and it's slightly...
So that was on the other kit?
So it's not that I've just copied it. It's not like a copy-paste. I've actually sort of put some thought into it and changed it up a bit. So you can, I mean, it's just lovely. And then this one, it's almost like pink strawberry ice cream, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
Look at this. So you got those lovely kind of vines, all hand-drawn. And it's just lovely.
They're beautiful.
I mean, could you imagine a shirt in that? Be nice, wouldn't it? You've not got enough to make a shirt in that in the kit, but you know what I mean? They're just really nice, sort of summery kind of fabrics, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's 100% cotton?
It absolutely is, yes. Quilting weight, so...
And all of that, including your instructions and pattern, remember,
Yeah.
for £42 and 45
And I suppose the other thing, I did all these instructions and all this material on 40
No.
And it's
So you
not
got extra
anyone.
fabric.
So you will get a little bit extra fabric as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you got an incredible deal. We've got a couple of tools to show you as well, which are back in stocks. So you've nicked them. These are...
Now, these are...
fine liner pens.
They are fine liner pens, yes. We haven't really done much drawing today. I could show you a little bit, actually. They're 03.
Right.
And they're permanent.
So they're very narrow nib, aren't they?
Yes. So let me just see if I've got one. If not, I'll borrow one of those.
So are they permanent?
They are
You
permanent,
use them on
yes.
fabric?
Yes, shall I show you?
Yes.
So they're all the same size because this is a size we use a lot and this is what we use for our drawings.
Yeah.
So if I'm drawing on paper, I will do it. But, let's have a little look. I did have some white. You know, you can never find something when you think you've got it. It's not a problem. You can use a bit on the end of this.
Okay.
Actually, let me draw on some of that. Yes.
You're going to have to buy it now.
I know. It's all right, it's mine, it's fine. so looking at, you know, your fabric, when you're drawing onto fabrics, it means it's more unique, it's personal to you. And you can have a look at what's on there and you can add to it, or you can just use a plain white. Notice I've got quite a few layers. It's nicer to work on something got a layer rather than just a single piece.
Okay.
So if I was
going to
do
soak through
this,
to the next layer?
well, we'll see, shall we?
Okay. Okay.
Right, here we go. So let's put in, let's have a look at this kind of little teardroppy shape. Here we go. Let's give it a little bit of a leaf. And see, we've got these little shapes here.
You could create your own selvage, couldn't you, and then use it?
Absolutely, yeah. I think one of the first quilts I actually did a little square shape, and then I drew onto the square shape and had that as like the feature, the block. So I drew on them. So you see how you can... I'm drawing on this just like I would with on paper.
Oh.
Yeah, not gone through at all. Now, of course, if you're going to hold your pen on, eventually it's gonna move because of the way the fabric's running. But as long as you kind of glide along, so everything. So if you wanted to do, or your toy making, anything like that, let's add a couple of little extra lines in.
And it's nice that they are so fine, because if you are drawing dolls' faces and you want to do eyelashes...
Yeah,
you put a
anything
very
like that,
thin
yeah.
line.
Or you've just got to remember is once you put it on, it won't come off.
So you don't have to iron it to set it or
No,
anything,
you don't
it
have
just
to iron
stays
it,
there.
it's going to stay there. So if you've got a nice pair of white jeans on and you end up drawing on your jeans, it's on there for life. Yeah, absolutely. You're going to have to sort of like do a tattoo design all over your jeans. But absolutely, yes. So they're really nice. They last a long time. They're lovely to work with. And I've got my name on.
3 of those for £8.99. And then, you've got your own scissors as well.
My own scissors as well.
What's so special about these then?
Now, I had these because, of course, paper craft and sewing. But, you know, when you're sitting at the machine, sometimes you need to sort of snip your threads or your embroideries.
Oh, they're nice.
And you can feel them, can't you?
Yeah, yeah.
And they're really, really sharp.
Oh, we sell hundreds of these, you know. Hundreds of them.
Yeah, and they're very, very affordable. But that means you can have one for your...
£2.99?
Well, yeah, I know, but we brought a lot of them. And, you know, the more you kind of buy, the better we can sort of bring the price. But whether it's for paper craft or fussy cutting, whether it's just for trimming little bits of corners, so like if I've got my corner here, you know when you're trimming, snipping things?
Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah, or whether you're just using your embroidery threads, whether it's sitting by your machine. But always, please, always put that on, because it'll go on and it'll click.
Yeah.
Because they're really, really sharp. John's got a pair in the garage. All sorts of things.
Why?
So
What's to do with them in the
garage? I just don't go in. Don't know.
We want to know what John does in his garage.
Yeah, that's John's place. We don't go in there. So yeah, they're really, really useful. So at
And
a
they're
really affordable price.
compact size. I mean, that would be perfect if you're making a gift with the little hobby pouches.
Absolutely,
earlier
yeah.
on.
Pop a little pair of those, and certainly with this, they match with the colours.
Yes.
Little drawstring bag for them, all sorts of things. So
Yeah,
you can
that'd be
really
lovely.
make something of them. So a nice little gift that you really, you know.
And you buy these for £2.99, and you might win £100 worth of SewingStreet credit.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That would be good, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, yes. So yeah, really nice little bits.
Only today, though. If you haven't seen before, it's the last day for being entered into the prize draw, where 2 of you will win £100 SewingStreet credit, and all you've got to do is order something, and that's it.
Oh.
And winners will be announced tomorrow. We also have some fabrics of ours.
Yes.
And these are 2-metre pieces. So a 2-metre bundle, I should say. We think it goes really well with the autumn.
Yeah, the
essence. Is
original
that that
autumn,
one?
yeah. Do you know, it's nice to bring plains in because these are so lovely. They work well together. But if you've got a little bit of a plain, just as a trim around the edge,
yes,
it really brings out the fabric. So
Yes.
sometimes these can really enhance the heroes.
Yes.
Become little heroes themselves.
And oh, look, that's perfect.
Yeah, look at that. Jessie's really good at matching colours. Look at that.
So you've got 2 metres altogether, so half a metre of each one of those. Should be £15.96, but to you today it's £13.96.
Nice, absolutely, yeah. Just for I just want to show this, you know, Festival of Quilts.
Yeah.
I always do a workshop at the Festival of Quilts. I go to one. I don't do one. I go to one.
Oh, right.
So just to show you drawing, this is a piece that we did at the Festival of Quilts, like Tress.
Oh.
And I'd sort of started, so you see with those pens how detailed you can actually get. So you can start to draw in there. But I just thought that'd be nice to show you, so you can see that it's not just drawing on white. If you've got a nice bit of fabric you're playing with, just sort of adding little bits in.
That's a lovely idea.
Yeah.
And it makes it unique and personal.
Absolutely, yeah. Sometimes you want to keep it just for you. But... Right, okay.
What are you going to show us?
I thought we'd have a go at the purple and orange.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I was going to do one and finish, but then I ended up making an extra one because, of course, I did the quilt. So, instructions on here. So everything shows you. I mean, you've got this. This is exactly the same block working your way around.
Okay.
So the first thing you do is make sure you've got your fabrics in order. And then what I would do is I'd cut all the pieces out. Again, remember that here it says 28 strips. You don't need 28 strips because that was on 40 and we're on 60. So you don't need that. This is probably the most useful little grid. And once you've cut everything to size, I would then batch make.
Right.
Okay. So just as though I'd planned earlier, here we go. I've got not just one, but I've got a few. So you're going to start by, I've got my square, and then I've got my smaller piece. Again, look, see, I'm being very sort of visual with this. There's my corner pieces. Then it's going to go to there. You see how that works? Let's move that in a bit. And then I've got a smaller piece. Look at this, all planned and everything.
You're so organised.
Right there. Wait to see. Oh. That one there, that one there. So you see how it sort of goes together. So I'll put those after. So you're going to take this one first and then this one. It tells you in the instructions that you're going to do that. I'm going to line that one up from there to there. So here we go. So
there's only 6 left.
Let's have a look. Just looking at where I'm going to guess a 1/4 inch here. Okay, now, when I made this, I didn't even press in between each one. I just finger pressed. And I'm going to take the next one. Actually, let me show you. If I'm going to sort of batch produce, what I would do is I take that one, and then that one, into there. So I do that one, and then I take the next one. I'm not even going to sort of snip in between kind of thing. Into that one, lift the foot up, off you go into the next one. Take that one. I'm not going to do this with all of them, I just wanted to show you a little bit of batch.
Yeah, I've only got about 20 minutes, you know.
No, I know. I'll have it done, I'll have it done. So you can see there where that's what you kind of do, and you'd end up with them all sort of joined together. You just snip them off and then work from there. But I'm just going to do the one. So then you take the next piece. Now, just as though I planned it this way, the next piece, look, fits perfectly. Now I'm just going to make sure it's lined up. I like the fact the scissors. Mine doesn't work at the minute, so I've got to get sorted. Oh, it's heaven, isn't it? Right, so that's that one. Look, finger press it. Then I'm going to take the next one, which was this one. Again, shows you this in the instructions. Let's line it up into there. I think once you've made one of these, you'll get a little bit hooked and you'll think, well, what if I did it in this colour? How would it look? What if I did it in all my scraps? How would it look? Look, finger press. And I take this one. Oh, just line it up. Same again. And because you've cut everything and it's all to size ready, there's no faffing about, there's no trying to match anything. As long as you follow the diagram, everything's working on the same side each time. And look, I'm going to do a bit of a finger press again.
So when you put in larger quilts together, what's your flat area? Is it on a bed, on the floor?
It's on the floor, usually.
How do you manage that with 2 dogs?
Well, it's well, there's a picture on Facebook from yesterday where I showed where I was actually got all these blocks, and they were sat on them. So it's trying to get them off them to actually do it. But I did, by the end of the day, I did train them to walk round.
Oh, that's good.
So you're like, no, go round it.
My dog suckles.
Really?
She'll find the corner, when she'll sit on anything on the floor. She loves plastic bags, but she'll sit and nibble and she doesn't chew through things, but they just look wet.
He'll look at me defiantly and then put his paw on it, you know, as if to say, I dare you, Mum, I dare you, shout at me. See, this is coming together really quickly, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
So here we go. I just want to make sure I've got...
I've had time to make up the whole quilt at this, right?
Well, do you know, I mean, I actually did it, as I say, didn't take me very long at all. So I've got my large and small. So I think Friday night I'd got them all done. And Saturday, while I was doing this one, and I was doing the sunny one. And, you know, sometimes as well, it's nice to press in between. It all looks nice and pretty, doesn't it? But all the times you think, I just want to get it done.
Yeah.
I want to see the end result. So just lining up each time.
So what have you got coming up next? What's the plan?
Well, I say I have a foot in both worlds. So my next week's going to be taken up with papercraft. So Hobby Maker is on pretty soon, and then I've got ideas for the next one, which again is something a little bit different. Hang on a second. Oh, it's just finding the right one because they're all over the place. There you go. So, yeah, sometimes it's nice. I have them all on in a row on the desk where I'm working, so on the kitchen table.
So do you have a preference, papercraft or
Do you know, I don't. I think now because I'm working in both areas, one sort of works into the other. So a lot of the time, I might take a stencil or a drawing onto Hobby Maker and think, do you know what, that would make a brilliant fabric.
Yeah.
I recently did one with animals, you know, the cuties, the panda and things you saw earlier.
Yes, they were lovely.
That just translated into fabric beautifully, and so that's kind of where it goes. But other times I'll have a fabric in mind, and then it'll turn into a piece of art from that. So I think I did one on a different pace, canal work.
Oh.
So I did that first in fabric, and then in pattern. There you go. There's the block. I've not impressed it. Like I've just finger pressed it. So you'd make, I think it's 36 of those.
Wow.
36 of those. That's
That's
pretty quick.
amazing.
Now what I would do is, before I move on to that, I mean, I've done that very quickly. I would literally just line that one up, just that one, and just trim those little bits off the bottom, but nothing else. I wouldn't trim anything else. That's it.
Well, we've got time for another demo if you're quick.
Right, okay.
I just wanted to mention that your little friend that's fainted at the back of the set.
Oh, do you know what? It's too... Oh, Dobby. Hi, Dobby. Where is he?
He's here, look.
He's like, are we ready yet? He want... I know. He changed his clothes specially this morning. Of course, he's
very hip, young and trendy, isn't he, this one?
Well, I don't know about young. Bless him. But yeah, he's divine, absolutely. Yeah, his cousins do come to SewingStreet. He's Mackenzie's. He's recently found one in Germany. He goes all over the world looking for cousins. He's doing his family tree. Amongst other things, he likes his gin too much, though.
Is that why he's flat on his back there?
That probably, yes.
Yeah, it's a bit
That's
like
probably
Hayley
what it
yesterday,
is.
that was.
We do love him. Okay, I just want to sort of talk you through a little bit with the Rainbow Drops quilt, because it looks a little bit intimidating, but again, it's all about strips of fabric. So I've kind of got one here that's part done. I say I've only just started it, and sometimes it's a nice place to sort of say, look, I've just started it, this is what you do. So looking at your diagram, let's look at the one in the back here. You see where you've got this white in the middle? That's where our original black would have been. These are all 1 1/4 inch strips. So your white fabric, you cut at 1 1/4 inch. And remember, it's now 60 inches wide, so don't cut as many as it says. Just count and cut as many as you need. So we always start with the middle one, because that's the only one that's a single. All the others then are mirror images.
Right.
So looking at my first one, what you actually start by doing, actually let's look at the other bits. What have I done with them? Bear with me. See, I have organised them. There we go. And I should have perhaps done an outer one, because yellow is a little bit tricky to see, isn't it? So it says here, let's look at this one, this is my one. Yellow, column 13 and 15. So these are the two, either side the middle one. So it tells you to work them together. And then it says cut the white sections from strips already cut. So you'll have lots of sort of strips at 1 1/2 inches. You will have already cut into, look, I've got the bag and everything, little pieces like this. Okay?
Right.
So what we then do is it shows you what you're going to be cutting from your white and then your yellow. So your white's going to sort of sit at the bottom as the first piece. So if I can just show the quilt, let's just lift that up a little bit. There we go. So I know this is black, that one I'm talking about white. So see this piece here, this is your first piece that you would cut. So it tells you to cut this one, then this one, if that makes sense. So this one, so I'm now on this one. So see this bit here?
Yep.
That's the bit I'd have to cut before I cut that one.
Okay.
Okay. So from there, I've then cut my yellow sections. Now you'll notice what I've done is I've numbered them. So when you cut this, because it's ombre, you want to make sure that you're in the right order. So it tells me you're going to cut the white a 2-inch piece, and then here you've got yellow, you're going to cut 1 3-inch, 1 10 1/2 inch, 1 7-inch, 1 4. So you see how it's kind of working there as it works its way up. So there's my piece there. So here's my little sections. So that's all, these are all the same as you work your way up. It's just the bottom that's a different size. So let's take them, and you can see, look, I've cut both at the same time. So these are going to be matching perfectly.
Okay.
Okay. So if I just do one at a time, so I don't confuse myself. So starting then, I'm going to turn it over, because there's my piece number 1. Okay. So I should have a piece of white at the bottom, but then I'm going to put this one on top of that one, like so. I don't know where my bottom piece is gone. It's story of my life. Oh yeah. So again, 1/4 inch. So that's my first one. Okay, so still got my one there. I've used a friction pen so I can iron them away afterwards.
Right.
And then I'll take the next piece, which is number 2. So looking at what I've got here, look, it says yellow, 1 10 1/2 inch piece. So this is my 10 1/2 inch piece. So my 2 is always top left. So that's going to sit there. Oh, sorry, you couldn't see that. So that's going to sit there.
You could use your friction pen to tick these off as you go as well, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
And then iron it away.
Yeah,
so
I do that ever such a lot, because I think sometimes, even if you're not cutting it all, it's just handy, isn't it? Just to say, oh, I've cut 12 of those, and I know I need 15, but I've cut 12. So that's that one, see? So then I need another piece, yeah? It's just something I suppose we should mention, really, that the white's not just plain white.
No, it's like a white on white, isn't it? So you've got detail on there as well.
So you've got the same pattern that's on your printed pieces.
You design fabric and you print your own fabric. You would never print a plain, surely?
No. No. There you go. So that's that one. So then we take the next one, number 3. That's going to stitch there. So I just wanted to take the sort of the mystery out of it, because it looks crazy sort of difficult, doesn't it? You're like, how do you get all those colours together?
It's organisation, isn't it?
It
Because
is,
you
yeah.
have got an awful lot of strips, but you've clipped yours together, you've numbered them, you can cross-reference them. That's
exactly,
that makes
yeah.
it
I mean,
easy.
the ombre I've already done for you.
Yeah.
So again, if you wanted to, you can choose whether you have it light or dark. Dark to light doesn't really matter. It's entirely your decision. But then kind of sticking these together, you see, into there. So another one, look.
Valerie's messaged in. Hi, Valerie. And
Hi,
she said,
Valerie.
such a pleasure to watch and learn from Sanntangle. Just thank you for your ideas.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, because I put so much work into these different bits and pieces to try and make sure that when you get them home, I don't want you to just leave them in the packet. I want you to actually make them.
Yeah.
And I don't want you to sort of feel intimidated in any way. So.
Karen's message
Hi, Karen.
saying these are such great, the little snip, these are such great scissors that you can do tiny snips into curves. Have 2 already and I've just bought more.
Oh, thank you.
So,
But they are brill for that.
These aren't £129.99, they're £2.99. That's amazing.
I know.
So yeah, multi-order on those.
Yeah.
And, you never have too many. Keep them all.
Well, no. When we first started our business, you know, I mean, I've always been a crafter, one sense or another, and it's always about we love a bargain, but you want quality.
Yeah.
And we wanted to bring quality, but at an affordable price. We want everybody to be able to do what I'm doing, and I get so much joy and so much fun out of it.
Yeah.
I want everybody else to feel that way. And I think as well that kind of helps, it builds your customer base, doesn't it, as well, because you know you're going to get quality.
Yes.
And yeah, we have to earn a living, but we don't have to be extortionate with it. You know, it's about sharing the love a little bit, isn't it? And as much as we sort of say John doesn't know, you know, he's all right with it most of the time. Yeah, he doesn't see the call, he doesn't see There we go. So I'm literally working my way up each time. I'm just checking that number is where it needs to be. I'm lining it up into there.
But I think that the sewing community in general is such a generous community.
Yeah.
For sharing ideas, sharing hints and tips, sharing fabric, sharing advice.
It's quite an unusual sort of eclectic mix of people, isn't it? So yes, I mean, I met some lovely people I consider friends now, you know, that have been to class and that kind of thing. So it's just lovely to sort of and that, you know, sometimes you might not see those people for a long time, and suddenly you see them. It's like you've never been away, isn't it? It's lovely. So yeah, I mean, I've cut loads of these. So you wouldn't be cutting, say, no, I need 17 for them. You'd just cut a whole row.
Yeah.
And then you've got them ready. And of course, what I would be doing if I was at home, I would be doing this strip at the same time as the other strip. So I'm doing 2 at once. Again, it's kind of batch producing, but it means then you've got your 2 strips. So as you're kind of creating half a quilt, but a full quilt. Does that make sense? Because
I think it keeps you organised again, doesn't it, when you're doing
it? It does, absolutely does, yeah. So almost there with this one. Yeah. And then, of course, if I just... See, I've kind of a bit OCD now. I've got to put these ones in, because otherwise I'll lose them.
So even if we do go into the hobby maker, you're going to carry on sewing?
I don't know. Who's on? Who's on first?
I don't know.
Do I know them?
I don't know. Nobody's in yet.
Oh, Spellbinders, is it? There you go, yeah. Oh, we'll be ready. We'll be ready. No, I'm almost done. I'll put this one on.
We're all right for a bit. Got another 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll get these done. So I'd be doing 2 at once, so I think that's my industrial background. So
would you sew?
Yeah, so you've got these 2 strips. So you see I've got another set here. So as I'm sewing number 11 on here, I would have the other number 11, and I'd be sewing it on the other row at the same time. So I'd sew this one, like so, and then I'd be sewing the other one. So when I got to the end of it, I'd have 2.
Yeah.
Whereas Yeah, kind of chain sort of stitching, yeah. It just, again, it's all about, I do enjoy doing them, but my time is pretty limited.
Yeah.
So it's how can I do it, but do it quickly. You don't want it lasting for 6 months, do you? You want to get it done. So, okay. So that's sort of my yellow. It does have some black and white on the top of that, but that's probably enough to show you. So you see I've got my row.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would have 2 of them. So I'd have one that side, look. That one would be that side. And the yellow, this is the only single one, because this sits in the middle, would sit there. You see, I've still got my numbers on there. So then when that sits together, you're going to slightly get them offset, but you're not going to join them together, because what you're going to have is, let me get my little piece here. Oh, hang on. So I've clipped it together. You're going to have those in the middle. You see?
Right. And that gives you quite a narrow strip, doesn't it? So that's 1.5. So it's just going to be 1 inch wide.
Absolutely. So you're going to get a nice little strip in the middle. Yeah. So then you'd get another one here. Hang on. Another one here like this. And then this one would sit there. And then you get another white. Then you get your orange. Then you get your red. Then you get your pink. So it works its way out. But you're literally stripping it like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy, isn't it?
It is.
You could do this. It's so easy. But like you say, you've just got to number things as you're going. That really speeds the process up. And it just means that then everything's better. I would stitch all these together. I wouldn't leave them separate. I'd do it, stitch them together, put them to one side. Then I'd do the same with the orange, then the same with the red, and then stitch them to each other after. Does that make sense?
Yes,
so you've
absolutely.
got like batch produced, but you've got bulk.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Well, all of that, remember, explained in your instructions, which
honest.
is included with all of the bundle of fabric. So there's everything you need, obviously apart from your backing and your wadding and everything.
White.
Yeah, that looks amazing, doesn't it?
It's good.
Okay. Oh, gosh, we're almost out of time, which is a shame. Don't forget to add your snips to your order. Again, they're only £2.99, and they, you know, before you even cut, you can feel.
You can feel it, can't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're lovely. 89 of these have gone already today. So multi-order them. This is the one thing that I lose. Not for good, but I don't move from my sewing table. The same here.
Yeah, you
so
end up
sit
with
down there,
everywhere.
and then scissors are gone somewhere.
Yeah.
So always have a
You haven't
few
got a Finley like me, have you? He helps himself to things and wanders off. Yeah, has a rummage.
And cuts off the bacon rind with it. Oh gosh, it's been such a lovely day. Hopefully you've been able to join us for the whole morning this morning. If not, do have a look back again. This is your last chance, by the way, to go into our prize draw when you can win £100 worth of SewingStreet credit. Though you order anything only until the end of day today, though. Let's let you know what's coming up tomorrow here on SewingStreet. Quilt kits you will love at 8 o'clock in the morning. We have Australian fabric designer Jane Kingwell in at 9 at 11. Quilting rulers with a 15% off from Creative Grids. And at 12 o'clock, it's Brother Embroidery Machines. So we'll see you again tomorrow, hopefully. When are you back again, Jeanette? Or here?
14. Well, I'm here on Hobby Maker on the 10th.
Okay.
SewingStreet, I think it's about 16th or 14th of next month. Something like that. It's in my diary. I never remember numbers. I just like put them down and hope for the best.
Like that.
Can't start without me, can you?
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. It's been an absolute
Lovely
pleasure.
show.
Thank you. Yeah, lovely.
And you take care. We shall see you again on Hobby Maker just after the break. SewingStreet tomorrow.